patiently waiting for. Today's Opie and Anthony Show starts now.
Hi, this is Larry King welcoming you to the Opie and Anthony Show right here on Sirius XM Satellite Radio. What the hell am I doing here?
Isn't it brilliant? Forget it. The thing's out of control. Out of control.
Great guests, interesting interviews, and, of course, your phone calls as well.
Gets my nipples hard. You know what I mean, son?
Are you out of your mind?
It's not the most talked about, not the most written about, and certainly not the most listened to show in the history of radio, but I'm still proud to intro it.
Oh, you're going to have a ball.
Yeah, good, lads.
America's most trusted name in news, the Opie and Anthony Radio Show.
Let's welcome our hosts, Opie and Anthony. By the way, who's Jim Norton?
Oh, Larry. See, Larry's still screwing things up. Opie's not here. It's Anthony and by the way, who's Jim Norton? Not Opie's on vacation. Outer Banks.
Allegedly.
Right. Allegedly. It's in the Outer Banks.
Is he?
Of course. And I guess what's the deal? A hurricane could be threatening the area. They don't know at this point. You know, it's always that iffy thing when it's down there by Haiti or wherever it is. Dominican Republic. Same thing, right? Same island. It's amazing what a border can do, though. Wow. But it's supposed to be heading up the East Coast, threatening the likes of Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas. So this could be the second year in a row that Opie has a problem with a hurricane in the Outer Banks, as they call it.
So he's in the middle of his 2-week run, too.
Yeah.
They have to leave.
Right in the
go
middle
back.
of the 2-week, because he is getting 2 weeks, right?
Yeah.
It's nice. And then, might get some more hurricane footage. We'll see.
Yeah.
I guess we'll see.
Yeah, but what if sand blows on him or something? He gets hurt. What do we do?
Get sand in his eyes. Got to go to get an eye wash.
Worst case scenario guy. And what if he's killed down there by the waves and trees?
Worst case scenario. But holding down the fortress of solitude would be me, of course, Anthony, and Jimmy Norton, and our backup crew.
And of course, somebody who's so fucking happy Opie isn't here right now. He scratched the Opie off the wall and is in his seat every day.
Yes,
fucking Sam.
Sam Roberts.
Sam and Anthony.
Oh, believe me, he's got the yellow paint out. He's trying to make Sam out of Opie.
He's hanging jackets over the word Opie all over the studio just to see how it looks.
Well, I mean, I don't want the hurricane to come, but if tragedy strikes, we need a backup plan.
He's like, come on.
Yeah.
Come on, tsunami.
Jess is yelling into the yard. Sam, why are you doing a ritual in the middle? No reason. It's just weather-related stuff.
Indian friend of his in the backyard helping him out.
Yeah. Chief loves a fruit. See, he likes you.
He's a little twinkish guy.
Gay thing.
Yeah.
It's never too early for a gay joke.
I was listening to the shit show on the way home.
Oh, fantastic.
And I heard Iraq and you talking, and right off the bat, it was wrestling. Iraq even said, he goes, I know Anthony said we just talked about wrestling, and then he goes, and then I hear wrestling talk.
Well, people underestimate how spiteful Eric is.
Yeah.
So just the fact that you said that made him, for like the wrestling thing was not what I was talking about, and then he just started asking me questions about the wrestling show.
So I'm listening. It gave me a little chuckle, and I was listening to more wrestling talk between you two.
And then we ended up talking about his condom in the garbage again.
Yes. You were talking about the precious Nagel seed.
The Prince Nagel seed.
Prince Nagel seed that apparently women were just jumping in the garbage for to get the condom to squeeze like so much space food into her vagina.
That's right.
And make perhaps a young Nagel a prince.
Everybody wanted to bear a Nagel at one point.
Bear a Nagel.
And Eric was aware
disgusted.
He really
Because
is.
he yelled at me in the office because he goes, "You always do this. You always take one little thing I say and then make up this giant story around it that never happened."
But it did
And I
happen.
go, this is. I just report the facts. This is what you said. I mean, and I'm not from Florida. He is from Florida.
Of course,
you know.
We've
And
seen
he does
the
drink
Long
Coke
Island
floats.
He drinks
Yeah.
Coke floats all the time.
I don't do that either.
floats.
It's his treat of choice.
And he takes condoms home in his pocket.
In his pocket.
So that the girls cannot get that precious
Nagel
Prince
seed.
Nagel seed to bear a Nagel. And the odd thing is, with the way this story came about, and I told it, but I have to tell it again.
Yeah.
Was that Eric was very nervous one day. He had sex with a girl and used a condom, and then did what he usually does: tucks it in his pocket.
Right, ties a knot in the end.
Ties a knot in the end to secure the Nagel seed.
He slides it in the small pocket.
In the
that's
small
in the big pocket.
where
The pocket you put your serious ID in.
your watch fob.
Yeah.
Your cum fob.
Just to make sure it's nice and tight packed in there. Right.
And he was a little worried because the girl actually asked him, "Hey, where's the condom?"
Right.
Which got the Nagel antenna up, going, "Hey, why the fuck is she looking for a condom in the bathroom garbage? She wants to squeak out some fucking Prince Nagel seed
She's after
and
my
make a
seed."
Nagel."
Yes.
Not realizing the more logical explanation is she's fucking someone else and did not want that other person to go in the bathroom and see a condom full of fucking cum in it.
I think.
So she was sorting, looking, so she could throw it out or flush it down the bowl, so when the boyfriend comes over, or the guy that Eric assumed wasn't fucking her, wouldn't find the condom.
Or she just wanted to make absolutely sure that she wasn't going to have some dumbbell in her belly. The condom didn't come off.
Or break, have a rip in it.
Well, I think this must have happened in the Florida days. And in those days, people around there knew the Nagels were American royalty.
Oh, come on, please.
And so his seed was of such value that he knew he had to pack his sperm up.
Like a prized racehorse.
Exactly. In a little rubber condom, tie a knot, and bring it with him.
Take it with you.
Always bring it home with you, so
gotta
you
take
know
it with you.
I'm seeing it.
Yes.
And he would bury it somewhere. He would never just throw it in the garbage.
Of course not.
He would bury the Nagel seed and allow nature to have it.
Return it
Yeah.
to whence it came.
You'd see a bunch of trees growing upside down, fucking rotten fruit on them.
The trunk is a little too big.
And there's nothing on top, of course. Bears no real fruit.
It moves just as quickly as Eric. Oh, that's right. Trees rooted. Oh, we're kidding, Mr. Nagel.
Yeah, coconuts are there and they fall and they're just empty. There's nothing delicious in them.
There is a house somewhere, though, that's buried like being buried on an ancient Indian burial ground.
Oh, of just
with
Nagel
just shoe
seed.
boxes full of used condoms with Eric's sperm in it.
It's like a poltergeist of used condoms.
Right.
Where things happen, strange occurrences.
And little like ghost Nagel spermatozoas haunt the house.
Look into the cannoli, Carol Ann. Couldn't think of a right food.
Eric, you can't deny any of this.
Well, one, wasn't in Florida because I'm from Long Island.
That's a lie.
Two, it was thrown out of the car like on the Southern Stater in Hexer Park.
What, Hexer Park? On the Sagnicos? Yeah.
No, it was the park right near where I live. So if you were out in those far ends where the old boat docks
East
are.
Islip around there. Yeah. Wow, there's a lot of Nagel spermatozoa over there.
Sure is.
Somebody's going to be searching through there today looking for that used condom from so many years
Luscious
ago.
meal for the horseshoe crabs.
There's a bunch of semi-retarded horseshoe crabs.
Oh, Eric. And you know what the fun thing about this is? It's early enough in the show where Sam could just go off on this later.
Yeah.
Hey, earlier in the show, you might have heard us talking about the precious Nagel seed.
I mean, we could even replay this portion of the show
later.
because it's a whole new audience.
Yeah, it's all fresh then.
Yeah.
At 10, yeah.
Where do your parents live?
They're now in West Palm Beach.
Okay, right, 'cause they never came up.
Back with the family.
Florida,
Right.
where, you know,
That's what I thought.
back where Eric's from.
Exactly. They decided to move back home once Eric went to college.
Where
They
is
said,
that cool picture taken where you're driving the boat?
That is on the Indian River.
Where's that?
That's between the Atlantic Ocean and the mainland in Florida.
Oh, Florida.
Okay, that makes
Florida.
sense then. Okay,
Florida.
gotcha.
And what year was that?
That one is 2002.
2002,
Cool.
Florida. I got you.
Hometown.
The best is the picture and then the pretty cool, huh? Up top.
That was added because
Yes.
Eric was once caught. Should I tell the pretty cool story?
Oh,
Eric,
please.
are you ever aware of why people started saying pretty cool, huh?
No.
Okay, well, he was caught once. I can't remember if Danny or Travis caught him.
It's a wonderful picture of Eric driving a motorboat on nice blue waters.
There's a 25-foot hurricane. It's very nice.
The wind's blowing through his hair. He's got cool fucking sunglasses on.
We'll throw it up on our Facebook.
Yo, do that, please.
Cool
Please.
shades.
Yeah.
He's wearing cool shades.
Where did pretty cool, huh, come from?
Well, it was either Danny or Travis.
Of course.
It was in the K-Rock days, and when Eric was sitting at that, in-studio Nagel zone.
The Nagel zone.
When he was at his table and everything. And he lots of times had an intern with him, and Eric was taking his usual mentor leadership role.
Yes.
And I think it was some kind of signed something. UFC shirt, some kind of piece of clothing that was signed.
Oh, no.
And he took it out, and I don't remember which intern it was, but he showed the intern this signed piece of clothing, and he said, hey. And he took it out and said,
Oh, it was Pat Duffy.
okay.
Oh, Pat Duffy.
Maybe he's the one. Maybe he just ratted Eric out then, because he used to do that a lot.
Yes, he
and
did.
And he took it out and he went, pretty cool, huh? And I guess if it was Pat Duffy, whatever intern it was, couldn't have looked more disinterested.
So he did not think it was pretty cool, huh?
What was it, Eric?
I don't know. I have no idea. This is the first time I'm hearing this story.
It was like a UFC autograph. Who gives a shit thing?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Pat Duffy alerted us to.
Pretty cool, huh?
And then it became sort of a phenomenon.
Phenomenon, yeah.
Yeah. Pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
It's hard not to say it.
Yeah.
It really
Well, you
is.
got to say huh after. Pretty cool, huh?
Pretty cool, huh? And I've been saying it now for years.
Because you saw the picture.
Anytime
the boat
I see a
picture.
boat, I just
cool,
go,
huh?
pretty cool, huh? Because that is the Nagel line.
That's actually a good centerfold for boats down there.
Oh, for your book.
Yeah.
Boats down there.
Pretty cool, huh? I could have a section of pretty cool, huh? I could do the Nagel pick, and maybe E-Rock could pick his favorite shots of boats taken from bridges.
I think it would be that shot, though.
Yeah, that's a good one.
His boat, cool glasses, nice blue water.
Yeah, Penn did Florida spiked hair.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. From Florida, which he's not, but every picture he has is from Florida.
He's obviously from Florida.
I don't think I've ever seen one picture of him on Long Island.
No, there are none. Ratso Rizzo liked Florida less than you. Goodness.
It's up on our Facebook
reference.
now.
I know, right? Who cares? It's fucking great. Wow, what an action-packed show we have today. And by action, I mean Dana White coming in.
Yeah.
UFC. I guess he's promoting, 134 Silva versus the Okami?
Yeah.
Is that his name? Okami?
In Brazil this Saturday.
This guy wings all over the globe, putting on these fucking amazing fights. What a life, man.
If it wasn't such a long flight, I would go to watch Silva fight. I mean, I want to see him fight live badly. And,
really?
Yeah, man. Fuck, if it was 5 hours or under, I would actually fly to go see it.
Is that the only reason, or are you a little afraid to go to Rio?
Oh, you're not wrong. I mean,
there's a little bit of a, hey, I might get myself into a little jam.
I went a couple times and I had some fun and we were very dirty together.
Yeah.
I just said no more. I can't chance it. I have too much to lose now.
Right.
Fuck around in another country. I don't trust it. I just don't want to do it.
Although the exposure from being on Locked Up Abroad would be really cool for you.
Yeah, in 8 years when I got out, I would have fucking with a Portuguese accent.
I would love to see the recreation that they do. Yeah. Some guy playing Jimmy Norton.
Yeah, they'd probably get like a good-looking, muscular guy who looked nothing like me.
They always get someone that's a little better looking, not good looking, but just a little better looking than the real people.
The Hollywood version.
Yeah, the Hollywood version. And to do the recreations. And I love that show, though.
I do,
it's
too.
Fucking great, just watching people. And you get like an adrenaline buildup when you see them going like, oh, boy, they're going through. Like, I was going through customs and everything was fine. I started to sweat. I was very nervous. And then, oh, no, they want to check the bag. Oh, no.
And you want to go just throw it out.
Yeah.
And go, but you can't just throw out 4 pounds of heroin.
No, because
people ask.
People will wonder where it went. And you'll probably be treated a lot worse than the police treat you.
Yeah.
And being in prison, you'll get your throat slit, and then they pull your tongue through the slit throat. It's called a Colombian necktie, where they slit your throat, they grab your tongue from inside the slit and pull it out.
Yeah.
And then you're sitting there like, and you can tighten a bow and go,
You're bleeding out, but at least you're dressy.
yes, you look very good.
Best of
How
both
does this
worlds.
look? You put a little clip on it, tie clip. Food gets on it, you don't care, it's tasty for a minute. So Dana White's coming in, and
Fox is on.
Bill Burr.
Fox is on. UFC's on Fox.
yeah.
Now. That's the big announcement. Is they have signed a massive deal with Fox, and that's fucking great
huge.
for UFC.
That's huge because that's like your real network.
Yeah,
now.
Super Bowl, World Series, UFC.
UFC, they're going to pick up a lot of viewers on Fox.
But it's still not legal in New York.
No.
It's, New York, the way the union is, I believe it's a union issue, you're embarrassing yourself. New York is simply embarrassing itself.
It's on network TV now. It's
Network television.
4 live specials a year.
It's just a dumb, because there's something with the unions in Vegas, and there's some little fucking assemblyman or whatever douchebag upstate who doesn't want to lose because the unions wouldn't back him or whatever the case is.
In
I love
Rio,
politically motivated things.
the show sold out in 74 minutes.
Oh, did it really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, it's Silva, too. It's a big fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Bill Burr is here at... Oh, wow, I
Yes.
just saw it. 74 minutes. Wow. Bill is at the Stress Factory this weekend. Thursday through Sunday. I'm sorry. I thought it said this Wednesday-Thursday-Sunday. It says this weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So 4 nights at the Stress Factory. Bill will sell out, so you should definitely call for tickets. 732-545-4242 or stressfactory.com to see stupid Bill Burr, who's very funny.
And who else is coming in?
Mike Baker.
Mike Baker will be in, secret agent, spy. I don't care what he says. Oh, I don't know what I did. You ask him like what he did. Like, I don't know, some kind of covert shit. But he never really fesses up to what he was doing, where he was, but he knows some shit. So I'd like to ask him about this whole Gaddafi situation.
I can't wait to find out somebody who's really in the CIA and says, Baker? He worked in the parking lot. He had nothing to do. Mike Baker? No,
Mike
not
Baker's
at all.
He's been actually saying he's been with
Technically, I guess he had access because he would clean out the lunchrooms and he would do stuff like that.
Yeah, we'd see him with a mop and, that's about it. But, he wasn't actually with the company.
Yeah.
The company. I love when they call it the company. Yeah. It's the coolest thing.
I know. We call this place the company, too.
The company.
It is kind of like CIA. It's like a cock in your ass. Pretty quick, Jim.
Yes, it was. Yeah, so he's coming in. So a lot of fun. Some great little tidbits of news was in. I guess, and we got something to talk about with Dana White. As far as this goes, what is that?
Bob Arum, promoter, 200-year-old promoter, just pissed off the Fox is premiering against the Pacquiao fight, but it's not. It's like an hour before. UFC's smart. Instead of a 2-hour show, they're making it a 1-hour show, so it ends 15 minutes before Pacquiao actually fights.
Yeah.
So it's a smart move to make.
It's a smart move.
Yeah. Dana was always smarter.
Dana was always smarter.
But it's like, that's a big fight, the Pacquiao fight. But I have a feeling that UFC on Fox is going to do really, really well.
Giant.
Especially in New York, where you can't go see it.
Yeah.
Why would they? Why would they want to make that revenue? Why would you?
Nah, there's other ways to make it. Red light cams.
Yeah.
That we just heard that Bloomberg is very happy with the money, huge amounts of money that are coming in from the limited number of red light cams that are around the city. His goal is to get a red light ticket cam on every corner, every intersection, and print the names of the people that get the ticket for going through a red light.
Really? You think you're going to publicly shame someone for trying to make a red light in Manhattan, you asshole?
Yeah, that's not quite rape.
No.
It's not quite a pedophile.
How about we publicly shame mayors who, when a fucking bomb goes off in Times Square, go, it could be people who are against health care reform. What do we know?
Yeah.
You dope.
He is just a dolt.
He's an out of touch, elitist billionaire who I understand that there's fiscal problems, but he is just trying to fuck average people for more money. He doesn't care about speeding because he doesn't have to, because he's driven around by state troopers wherever he goes.
Right. Yeah, he's not a guy that's driving a car around Manhattan, which is a pain in the fucking ass. And he said it's, to protect the elderly and youngsters. Meanwhile, it's purely motivated by cash. He sees how much money. Would they bring in $52 million or something in fines? $55 million in fines from these cameras, and they're very limited. They're not everywhere. And he wants to put them everywhere under the guise of, of course, protecting. That's what politicians love doing. Hey, we're protecting you. And then everybody goes, oh, this is great. They're protecting us. Hey, why am I paying a lot of money for this protection? What happened? First of all, I think pedestrians are fucking assholes.
Yeah, you're right.
They depend too much on machines for their life. I've seen people just step off the fucking curb without even looking at anything because the person in front of them stepped off the curb. Now, the person in front of them is just going to make it, and they're given like that little jog because they've noticed there's a gap between cars. The light's still green for the cars. There's a red hand because they did away with the walk, don't walk, because, the people that can't speak English, you can't run them over. So there's the red hand, don't walk. And they see the person step off, and like a sheep, they just step right off and start walking. And now you got to jam on your brakes, blast the horn, and roll the window down and call me motherfucking, and then insert racial epithet here and speed off. Because that's how it's done, at least in my neck of the car. But it's not saving. People just have to be more alert on both sides, the drivers too. But New York's a city where it's very hard to get around without at some point going through a red light. And I don't mean winging through it at 60 from fucking 200 yards out. I mean, you come up to it. Pedestrians start crossing in front of you, even though your light is green, but you can't quite squeak through the intersection yet. And now you're looking ahead and realizing traffic's moving. I'm going to be able to make this light. But now the pedestrians are in your way. So you start edging forward, and then the light turns red, you're in the intersection, and now you can go across, you make it. Technically, you're going through the red light. But you didn't want to be halfway in the intersection or in the crosswalk. There's a fine line there in New York. I think New York's different than any other city when it comes to driving around, going through red lights, dealing with pedestrians, things like that. And it's going to cost a lot of people a lot of money that really aren't blowing dangerously through red lights, is what I'm trying to say, is what I do on a daily basis, by the way. So I'd be paying a lot of money. I don't want to do that. So fuck Bloomberg and his dumb plan to put more cameras there.
But he's just to me, he's really, I understand, and again, I know that technically if you run a red light, you're breaking the law, but there's something so elitist about this guy.
Yeah.
He's targeting people that have to drive and look, I don't like cabbies. I got annoyed at the cabbie that one time he was just stopped because it's scumbags, a lot of these guys.
Yeah.
But when he looked at me, he goes, I tried to make a living. I'm like, okay, they are irritating, but when you look at it, they're not exactly millionaires riding in those shitty cars.
Yeah.
They really are broke fucking guys driving for 11 hours. If they were just a little more courteous, I would love them as opposed to hating them.
Broke motherfucker.
But it's just another way of gouging money out of people who can't afford it. He doesn't have to drive for a living. Did he ever have to drive for a living? Or when's the last time he had to get in a car and race somewhere on his own?
Yeah.
The same guy that didn't want Rudy for a third term, wants his own third term, paid $100 million to get elected. Fuck him.
Now, Rudy's term was up during the 9/11 debacle. I mean, he really he wanted to be mayor and continue being mayor for a little longer to kind of get things
to help the transition
back into back the way, not the way they were, but just workable. And everyone said no, you're not going to do that. That was a pretty big thing here in New York. And they said no. Bloomberg gets elected and cries about another term that he wasn't entitled to, that the New York State or the city constitution says that he's not allowed to have. And he just decided he was going to do it on his own. It didn't go to a vote. He decided he was going to stay because the city was getting into fiscal dire straits, and he figured the city needed him in there to help out.
Sure.
Now, what's the difference between that and what Giuliani wanted to do?
Here's the difference. He's a fucking spoiled billionaire who had $100 million that Rudy didn't have to pay to get elected again. I mean, that's all it is.
That's what he did. And then when it did go to a vote, about mayors being able to serve more than 2 terms, the public overwhelmingly said no.
So then why is he still here?
He's waiting for his other term to be up. Then he's out.
It's so irritating.
But when it was put to the public, it was obvious the public didn't want it ever. But he just appointed himself mayor for another term, and that was that. Fuck you, everybody. I'm going to be mayor.
It was kind of some backdoor stuff, right?
Oh, it really was shady. But he made it seem all on the up and up. What a dick.
After that comment he made, after that pussy comment he made after that explosion went off, that fucking predictable PC comment, I just hated him. I'll never not hate him for that.
It's like, we all knew what the shenanigans were that were going on with that shit. Let's not be stupid here.
Did you really think it was somebody with a fucking Sarah Palin hat and a bomb in Times Square?
Yeah. I doubt it. Oh boy, I want to, you know what I want to do? I want to hit a phone line.
Oh.
Yes.
No.
I actually want to go to line 1 and address Frank's concern.
Okay.
Frank from Manhattan.
Do you know how many muscles it takes to frown, Anthony?
No, not Frank the Frowner.
Oh, we haven't seen Frank in a long time.
Not Frank the Frowner, Ted. He certainly did turn into Ted.
He most certainly did. Sorry, Frank.
His pseudonym. Frank.
Good morning.
Oh, Frank was better.
Of
course it is.
Mr. Lopez, how are you?
Yes, Mr. Lopez. What's your concern, sir?
No concern. Just curious, why the separate vacation?
Because we're not married? You're talking about Opie taking a separate vacation, me
why aren't
taking
you in the
a
Outer
separate
Banks?
vacation.
I don't understand.
I know, we should be together. Like Hall & Oates. I guess they vacation together.
Here's the backstory of it.
Backside.
Yeah, well, you know what?
That is a cute one, Jim.
It's Anthony was offended when Opie tied up something and put it in his pocket and took it out of the apartment. And Anthony's like, "What are you doing?"
I was like, "Where is it?"
And Opie's like, because Opie caught Anthony taking the condoms and freezing them and then just eating them as summer treats.
Yes,
sorbets.
Sorbet. No, the truth of the matter is, it works out better for the listener now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
See, instead of getting 2 weeks of the same old drivel and worst of or best of, whatever the fuck they're calling it these days, you get live programming, sir. Right?
I think that's great. I was just wondering, was it some serious bullshit where they didn't want you both off for 2 weeks?
I think they did bring something up like, hey, why don't you guys, if you're going to take 2-week vacations, like if we take 1 week, then it's fine. We both take it at the same time. It's 1 week. But if either one of us take a 2-week vacation, they do like having one of us here at least one of those weeks.
Right.
To fill the time and have some live programming. But I don't mind, it's fun, And
I'll just do it with Oprah. I'll do it with Ann for the week, and then it puts less pressure on the entire show to plan a vacation, because Oprah's hard to plan with because he's a fucking last minute guy.
He is last minute Larry.
Like, I don't know if he was. So wherever we run out of gas, we're getting a room.
And it happened to be
the
Outer Banks, I believe.
But it gives everybody time to go do what they want to do, and no one has to when Ant went away for a couple of weeks when
the cruise,
K-Rock, we should have just done shows then. It was silly for us not to do shows then. Because there's no reason not to. And then when you come back, go away, me and you will do them, and I'm gone all the time for the Tonight Show. It's like
we realized
it works out a little easier.
It was easier. It just and it works out better. It's like because I get a little nerve-wracked when 2 weeks go by and we haven't done live programming and the management realizes, hey, we might just be able to just play tapes of these motherfuckers and fire them and not pay them. So, it kind of works out that way. Frank. Okay, Frank.
And here's the real question. Sure. Why did E-Rock just flush the fucking condom down the toilet like everybody else?
That's what I was thinking, too.
That is true. E-Rock, would you like to comment on this? Because I know I've taken condoms, and sometimes condoms can be tricky. But if you take a few little sheets of toilet paper, right, and you wrap it up in that, and then actually go to the sink, wet the toilet paper a little, and squeeze it. Not enough to squeeze the jizz out. You want to keep that contained. And then you throw it in the toilet, flush it real quick. It doesn't give it a chance to expand. It goes right down the fucking toilet like a little nugget. E-Rock, Frank brings up a very good point there.
There was no common sense to even taking it with me. Why would I think to flush it down the toilet?
This is obvious.
Oh, well.
The reason that he didn't flush it down the toilet was because he thought the value of that sperm was so much that this woman would actually take a wrench and go into the pipes.
Into the trap?
Yeah.
And find it?
And
literally
get that,
a trap.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
And get that condom for herself and squeeze it into.
E-Rock's laying in bed. He's just hearing like a plunger going. She's trying to get that precious seed up that pipe.
It's so valuable.
And probably just the thought of that precious gold being flushed down a toilet like so much shit, he couldn't live with that.
That's why he buried, like Jim said, that's why he buried it all.
Buried it like fucking, like Billy Bob Thornton buried his little brother in Sling Blade. Sometimes E-Rock drives down to Heckscher Park and he finds a rock and strokes it with his hand and goes, "Poor little feller," where his condom was thrown out.
Poor little fellers for the millions of...
Poor little fellers.
The millions of incompetent offspring.
You get the boy, you shouldn't see a condom full of cum.
But by the way, also, it's notorious, and I'm hoping I'm not talking out of school here, is that the nagle seed is very thick.
Oh, is it thick?
It's
very viscous.
It's a very, very, he's a notorious toilet clogger.
Because it's half jizz, half sperm.
Syrup.
And
gravy.
And half cholesterol.
It's cum gravy. You can actually seed offspring, or it makes the turkey delicious. Real toilet clogging spackle cum.
It's like a thick broth.
It really, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, a consomme no, consomme is a little thin. It's more a bisque.
Yeah.
It's a bisque.
That thick, powerful, big calved nagle seed.
Yeah.
It doesn't have tails. They have big calves on the end of the little sperm.
Yes. Oh, can they travel? Look out. Well, glad we got to the bottom of that. Thank God Frank was on the phones.
I will talk to you soon.
All right, let's go to line 4. It's Lou in Allentown. And I hear what they're doing over there. They're closing all the factories down.
Yeah.
It's getting very hard to stay. Hey.
Yeah,
because
really
he's living there in
Anthony.
Allentown. Don't make me grab a pipe and start hitting it with a fucking sledgehammer to make that sound. Tank, clank, clank. We get it. It's an industrial town, or it was. What do you like better, iron, coke, or chromium steel?
I'm a chromium steel man.
Yeah, I thought so. I love chromium steel. What do you have there, Lou, in Allentown?
I'm just curious why you and Opie hate each other now because you didn't go on vacation together.
See? Oh, the cat's out of the bag now because we didn't go on vacation together. Could you imagine us just like nitpicking at each other on the drive down? I have to go to the bathroom. You could wait. We're making good time. Yes.
You would only pack one toothbrush and one toothpaste together, or no?
Yes. Yes. Actually, we would pack our own. And then what I like doing is going back to the room, shoving the toothbrush up my ass, taking a picture of it with his camera, and then leaving it, and then they develop it, and
I know somebody that happened to.
No, you don't, Chip. It's an urban legend, it's called. An urban legend.
My friend was vacationing in Moscow.
Yeah.
Moscow?
What, and I guess the room was robbed.
See, I told you this, right?
Everything was taken except the toothbrush. No, you didn't.
They left the toothbrush, they took a bunch of pictures.
And it was like, wait a minute, they left a toothbrush and a camera.
Yeah.
Why would they take everything else and leave that? But they're like, all right, well, at least we got a camera and toothbrush. And then they go home, and they're using the toothbrush and everything, and then they send the film out to be developed. And lo and behold, there's their vacation pictures, but then at the end of the roll, oh, my God, it's the crook. The guy that robbed the room with his toothbrush up his ass, and now he's been using it. Not only is a felon that loves robbing places, and he's a prankster and a jokester.
And there's shit in your teeth.
And now you've been brushing your teeth with a shitty toothbrush.
That's awful.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm glad we could talk about that here in Allentown.
Yep, thanks. Where are we going?
It would be funny if
restlessness was handed down.
Yeah.
It's getting very hard to stay.
A lot of people don't know Opie and Anthony they don't share a toothbrush. I've seen these guys brush their teeth. It's a very bizarre moment.
Yeah.
They share the room and they bring a little bit of toothpaste and they'll both swish water in their mouths with toothpaste water and they just pass the water back and forth. They just hate whoever lip locks over the other one gets his morning breath on the lips outside of the other one. It's really an ugly scene.
Because they don't gargle together until after that.
They'll actually put their lips together on the side and go shake back and forth. That's how they gargle.
Kush. That would be very rough to coordinate.
I know it is.
Spillage.
It's fun to watch though.
Yeah, I miss that. Well, a couple of weeks.
How awful would that be?
Awful.
A man's mouth on you in the morning.
Horrid. Dave from New York City wants to talk about the E-Rock condom thing. I guess he's got his own take. Dave?
What's going on, guy? Happy birthday, Jimmy.
Oh, thank you.
The first part of a call that I wish I didn't take the call. Very good, sir. You're getting me there where I just won't pick him up the rest of the show. But go ahead, Dave.
I've had issues with women who, of course, I don't know, and the first fuckable moment, I will not accept condoms from a woman because I'm thinking the urban legends where they might be doing stuff to the condoms and so
pinholes.
I could totally see where E-Rock would freak out about the girl asking where the condom was. You know what I mean?
No, I still see it as she wanted to know where the condom was because her boyfriend would have looked in the garbage perhaps and found an errant condom that was not his and called her out on it.
No.
And I can only hope that man had chlamydia and it was transferred over to the nagal penis.
Oh, no. Nope.
Nope.
It was so valuable.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's how people are down there in Florida when you're growing up.
Liquid gold falling out of those balls.
Texas tea. All right. Thank you, sir.
Got it. Have a great day.
Sounds like he's plunging.
I know.
Oh, God. And then what happened to Danny?
Enough of those questions.
Oh, God. This is just clear shit up day.
Okay.
Here it is. Johnny 5 from Jersey. Going to Jersey?
Maybe.
What happened to Danny?
Nice work, Lou. What happened to
Everybody
Danny?
knows that.
Yeah, fired.
He got cancer, and they were everybody was sad about it, and they said that it was bumming everybody out.
Yeah.
So just to take his cancerous, brainstem, and get the hell out of here.
Which, of course, it was. You don't want to be around that.
Yeah,
it's
it's a bummer.
depressing for a comedy show. So
Big bubble butt.
that was it. What's that, sir?
He's a big bubble butt.
No, Danny's Danny's fine.
Yes.
Jesus Christ. Why can't people just move around in the organization? We have the Opie and Anthony show. Of course, it's Opie, Anthony, and Jimmy Norton. And if Sam, who wants to get in there, weasel his way in. We have Travis. We have E-Rock. It's a bevy of people we have here. D-Boy and, of course, Danny. And people, they get tired of where they are sometimes. Danny was sitting at that computer every fucking day just typing shit in Google when we talk about stuff, pulling up clips and stuff, and he gets a little bored doing it. So he decided, let me go back to the office and, write some bits and do some recorded material with D-Boy, which he's been doing. And you hear it. Yeah. You fucking idiots hear Danny's voice on a bit we played just yesterday.
The sex thing.
The sex thing. That's Danny's fucking voice. It's brand new. Where do you think he went?
And no matter how many pieces of production with his voice on it, and no matter how he's on the after show still.
Right. He still pops in on the shit show.
But they still Twitter and call in and say, what, did he get fired or something?
Where's Danny? What happened to Danny? What's it?
The last time you guys, somebody asked where Danny was, and I think Jim said that he had non-Hodgkin's lymphoma.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know, fucking Stunt Brain messaged me on Facebook sending his best wishes to Danny, and he had no idea that Danny was so sick.
Stunt Brain's an idiot.
Yes, he is.
Oh, my God. We do still get emails from him and stuff. He is a good guy.
He's a great guy. He'll actually
like
IM me and give me weird information. What's he doing now?
He does give you weird. I think he just texts weird information to us.
He works for a website.
Oh, he does?
A news website, yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
It's Foundry Music Stunt Brain.
He's a logo stamper.
Stamp a logo on everything. Go ahead.
He just goes in front of live newscasts holding the Foundry logo.
Any word on that whole situation?
Right.
You let me go to the radio gossip guy, who of course is E-Rock, Mr. Radio.
He stood up and
he stood up.
Yeah.
No one gets more excited about radio than Eric Nagel.
No, that's
because
true.
Eric Nagel, if there's one thing Eric knows, it's food. But he also knows...
And he likes to listen to the radio.
But he also likes to eat while he's listening to the radio.
That's right. And he cleans his teeth with radio antennas. That's how he got into it as a boy in South Lake Beach, Florida, town I just made up.
In Kissimmee, St. Cloud. Kissimmee, St. Claude.
Yes, or Kissimmee genitals, which is what he was doing to the old Irish pervert. Get it? Kissimmee genitals.
Got it. So now we heard YSP is switching over, station we used to work at for a short period of time, switching over to all sports. And Steve Carlisi, Stephen Carr, the Big Bear, he was working with Danny Bonaducci as a producer for his show.
I was rolling doing a Steve C impression. He didn't know the mic was on.
What was he doing? Updating a website while he's supposed to be working?
Well, he's scrolling.
Scrolling. So now I heard this was happening. We all heard, and we were wondering, because Steve, pretty much, relatively speaking, just got the gig, and wondering if Danny Bonaducci's got the gig still doing mornings, if they're going to oust him and get a sports guy in there. So we go to radio's Eric Nagel.
Well, the Danny Bonaducci show stays on till September 6th. And from what I understand, doesn't exist after that point.
After that, gonzo.
I'm surprised they're giving it time, though.
Yeah, they
rolling.
It's up on all the trades and everything that it's doing the flip, but the station itself is being gutted. It's just a simulcast station now.
A simulcast station
of the
now,
station WIP, which is the big AM sports station in Philly, is going to be on the simulcasting on the FM frequency.
Oh, so
there's nothing. It's just the exact.
It's a repeater.
Yeah.
So there won't be people there. There won't be personalities.
As far as I know, maybe like management and promotions people, but
what's the
all the on-air stuff's
there?
gone.
Like, why would you fucking do that?
Because it's not like anybody has just AM or FM radios anymore.
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
Half the people don't even know the difference.
This is frequency modulation. It's brand new. It's going to take over the world. You can get it in tunnels.
Those assholes that are running the radio division over there just fucking have done nothing.
They're idiots.
They really are.
Idiots.
I love. Thank God. You know, it's amazing. It annoys me, but every time I hear something from fucking terrestrial radio, I should be, thank God they're such dumb motherfuckers. They are only helping us here.
Yeah. Did you hear during the shit show, and I bring it up a lot, the shit show, which is good, or the after show.
We call it
I call it the shit show. You play some of these bits that I've heard that seem to be censored. I'm not really getting, I don't know where they came from, but they do seem to be a little censored. It's weird. And it's infuriating to listen to.
Yeah.
Infuriating to listen to us trying to weave our way around something simple and easy.
Well, yeah,
and
a lot of
harmless.
times from the K-Rock days, which we can play the K-Rock stuff because it was also on XM. And it's like...
Garbage.
Yeah.
It was shit.
Well, have you seen the show Dish Nation, the TV show?
What? What?
Have you seen it?
Dish
Eric,
Nation.
Eric, I mean, speaking of Eric being a radio guy, like Eric and me talk about this show all the time.
Really?
Do you know what
This
it
show
is?
is the worst show on television.
Wow, Eric's mad.
Wow.
Take a stand.
He hasn't been that angry since Celebrity Fit Club debuted.
It's on.
Sorry, Rocky.
It's on every day.
It's on every day.
At like 6 o'clock, but what it is, it's like their new, I think it's Infinity or one of the radio companies.
Citadel.
It's their new...
Shitadel, thanks.
It's their new strategy of creating a TV entertainment show. Like, it's their Access Hollywood, extra type of show. But the show is made up of, I think, 4 different radio shows, like markets.
No.
And they just go, New York. And Scott and Todd talks about an entertainment story. And then it goes, Detroit, and Blaine and Allison are on the air. And I know Blaine and Allison because they're Jocktober favorites.
No.
But Eric is 100% right in his assessment of the worst show on television. And Eric and me have both tweeted Dish Nation, and they both tweeted us back saying,
sorry,
we're
we're not your cup of tea.
Sorry, we're not your cup of tea.
Can I take that hot tea and just throw it in your face?
By the way,
so wait, is it just all clips of different radio shows talking about the same thing?
They stream through the same
It's 4
entertainment
shows.
topic. Like if they're talking about the Kardashian wedding, it goes from New York, then it'll go to the morning show in Detroit, then the one in Atlanta.
What channel is this on?
It's syndicated. It's on UPN here in New York. Channel 9 in New York.
Let me jump in. Let me ask you real quick. Now, is it stuff live from that day, or is it made up the day before?
No, I think it's. I think they tape once a week or twice a week because you'll see in different episodes. They're still wearing the same outfits.
Well, but that's radio. People are slobs.
I've been wearing these pants since fucking...
Yeah.
But
they dress up for it.
I think what they do, I think they tape every day. And then they do new shows every day. But I think that if something's not super topical, they'll save it for the next day.
Yeah.
So air it. But like the Kardashian wedding or something, they got to get it on Monday's show.
Of course.
So that'll be on Monday. So I think they have new stuff every day that's taped that day.
I wonder if they're all. I'm sorry. I wonder if they're all like going, "Hey, listen, we're going to talk about the Kardashians." I bet you they all have the same news topics. They're like trying to talk about this. And I'll say this: they have a video element, and we don't.
Yeah, they do.
First, thank God they're so stupid and bad at their fucking at being funny with this stuff.
Listen, the show is so bad. Scott and Todd is far and away the best thing on the show.
The best thing on that show.
Like,
that's bad.
Way far and away the best thing.
Is it like a monster movie though because it's video? Is it like Scott?
And Todd is like all visual and stuff, which the way that it translates, it's got to sound horrendous on the air because he'll do stuff like, oh, it's like something like this, and he'll fall down. But if you're listening,
pratfalls are great on the radio. By the way,
just heard him say it's something like this.
Yeah. Oh, look. E-Rock's in our studio.
Oh, my God.
Rare appearance.
I felt like you were just an image on the big TV.
I know.
No, there's one show on this Dish Nation thing that Sam knows that I really hate. It's that one that we feature on Jocktober all the time. Blaine and Allison.
Are they bad?
They always show this fat pig eating. And this is coming from me.
That's exactly what we say.
This bitch is eating all the time.
Really?
Look at this. I tweeted this back to Dish Nation saying, this is how bad you make radio look on national television.
Oh, shit.
Look at that. They constantly go to close-ups of this pig eating.
It's a big donut she's shoving in her face. Her eyes are open wide. She looks like a great wife.
Every time she's eating, I take a photo and I send it back to them saying, "What are you doing?"
Jesus.
Yes.
She is taking a bite of that Kittner boy.
If we were doing that around here, we'd have more pictures in that Ground Zero documentary.
You'd be able to flip them and watch it move.
But God,
Nickelodeon.
that's funny. But
Yes.
it's a bad show. But first of all, congratulations on doing it. Fucking 8 years too late, stupid regular radio, and congratulations on doing it before us.
Yes.
If that doesn't wake up the company here, like get us a visual.
It is. All of a sudden, these people are TV stars. Like people know what they look like, and
why can't they just pull it together to get a video element on radio shows where it's a permanent thing and it's live. It's live like the show is live. You're getting a feed. You're able to see shit. Why? I don't get it.
Or even, I don't mind a once a week thing if it was produced and you just set up cameras. I don't know what Howard does in his show. I don't know if there's steady cams or there's a crew in there.
I don't know what he does.
Yeah, I don't know how he makes his living. Are there a steady? Is it a crew or is it?
he's got a whole thing of steady cams and cams that are moving.
Remote control.
Yeah, everything's
Oh,
remote
really?
control.
Just so fucking
crazy.
smart,
It's
man.
built like a TV studio.
Yeah, TV studio.
And there's a lot more room in there, and I know we can't have that. There's just not enough room.
Plus, he's got a whole room that's like a TV station director's room with tons of monitors on the wall.
It's not hard to do. I could attest.
Really?
Yeah, it's easy. It's easy. Anyone could do it in, let's say, their own basement if they wanted to.
Wow,
it's amazing.
It's like I will say this: there's a place I go where I eat snacks and sit in a jacuzzi, and it's a fucking television studio.
Yes, it is.
Ooh, it's a TV studio.
Yeah. Troy says that apparently all the studios here are already wired for video.
Oh, okay. You know what? I didn't know that.
Yeah, all the wires are on it. Oh, sorry.
That's booming.
Yeah,
Troy Kwan's voice booming in the
I
morning.
don't think there's any compression on this microphone. Supposedly there's wires run to all the
Some
studios.
on Eric's pants, though.
And his shoes. Old pancake shoes.
Totally unnecessary
We're
fat
talking
jokes.
about Mike's and Troy.
I know,
Eric or pants.
He had work boots, and by the time he's done with them, they just look like pancakes wrapped around his feet, tied like Roman shoes.
Oh, shit.
Can we come back? We watch something. I want to break if you don't mind.
Yes, I hear Mike Baker is either in the building or any moment now.
Yeah,
so
he'll
we'll
be here in a minute.
We'll take a little break. Ski.
And then we got Dana and Bill all coming in.
Dana. That's from.
Oh, wait. It's from Total
we're
Recall.
just talking about it. No,
No.
it's actually
Dish Network?
True Lies.
Oh,
And that was.
I knew it was an Arnold Schwarzenegger
yes,
movie.
it was True Lies. And who was the daughter? Who was Dana?
The girl from Different Strokes?
Yeah, Chip Notice.
No.
Dana, wait, no, that was,
She was
that
a
was,
kid at the
wait a
time.
minute, that was,
She turned into a hottie.
Jody Beals.
Who's Jody Beals?
It was Elijah Adishku.
Elijah Woods, right? Yeah.
Probably in her hottest role ever as
You
a
think so?
9-year-old. No, I'm teasing, of
I
course.
used to know her, Elijah Dishkin. She's pretty.
Yeah.
Dishku, he said. Dishku. You didn't know her.
Dishku. Let's take a break, and we'll be back after these words.
Did you know it takes more muscles to frown than it does to smile? I once read on the inside of Adam Walsh's hat. The only one who use you and use me so happy together. So happy together. How is the weather? So happy together.
Virus. Sirius XM.
Hi there, this is Troy, phone screener for the Opie and Anthony Show, here to help you with a helpful tip. When calling into the radio show, it's a good idea that you turn your radio down. O&A, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Yeah, make sure Opie knows he don't know shit from shit.
Turn your radio down!
What? I can't hear you. Am I on the air?
Hey, asshole!
Am I live right now?
Hey, turn your radio down! Hey, you! Turn your radio down!
All right, thanks, man. Punch it out.
See? Wasn't that easy? It gets you on the air faster and it makes you a better caller. Oh, and if you want to call the show, just look down at your radio. Yeah, right there. Take your eyes off the road and look down. See the number? Just call 866-WOW-1-WOW. That's 866-969-1969. Thank you, and have a nice day.
Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony Show.
Oh, is this Happy song? You could just listen to it and be all happy. Sorry, my yap is still full.
All right.
I thought we took a long
cock.
enough.
Where's Mike?
I thought we took a long enough break for me to finish
Oh,
dining.
he's right here. Okay, cool.
But there he is. Mike
Baker is here. Hi, buddy. How are you?
Mike
See you.
Baker. I actually watched your appearance on Red Eye the other day. It was very good. You were filling in for Andy Levy, who was filling in for Greg Gutfeld, who seems to not give a flying fuck about that show anymore.
Well, he's off to do the 5, and he's on to bigger and better things.
Now he's got the prime time over there at Fox.
Yeah.
So I see.
He's kind of
Andy.
working like a dog over there at this point.
Yeah,
they got him humping around, but
he's like the Sam Roberts of Fox.
Yes,
going plenty of other gigs. Like Sam's on 20 different channels and doing all kinds of things, filling in for people. And that's like Gutfeld now. He's all over Fox.
What's the show, The 5? I heard of it, but I haven't watched it.
It's a format. They had to do something to replace Glenn Beck.
Why not just play fucking cartoons where people have stars and birds flying around their head? Holy shit, what a kook. That guy got too wacky for Fox.
We got to find another guy who's got a lot of cardigans who cries a lot.
When he just started crying all the time, it got a little uncomfortable to watch.
It became very religious, too. Did you notice that?
Yes.
Yeah. Every episode.
Every so often. Well, and by that I mean every 3 to 4 years of a show. If someone gets a little misty, you're like, that shows his human side. Yeah. That's kind of cool, But wow, he just... What the hell are we listening to? Oh, is that something? Yeah, he just would burst out into tears every episode.
Yeah, and it became the go-to, and it was usually how they either got in or got out of a particular block during the show.
It's him just crying out.
But they don't. It was every episode. It seemed like you turn it on. It was a rabbi, a Baptist priest, or a minister
walking into a bar, right?
Yeah.
And then yeah, I saw your appearance though on Red Eye. Very funny, filling in for Andy, which seems like a hard gig because you gotta kind of pay attention to what everyone's saying, write it on the fly, and make it work.
Right, and right there, paying attention is not my strong suit. Yeah,
wouldn't be mine. No.
Do you Google? Because he's got to Google while he's doing that because he's listening. He's got to have his computer in front of him, right?
He's always looking. I mean, the idea. It is actually it's probably the more difficult of the jobs. I mean, I've managed to sub in for Greg. And that's just a hosting gig, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't mean to minimize it because he does a great job, and
I'll minimize it. I've done it. It literally, it's the equivalent of just rolling over on your back.
I did the show once when you were hosting.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry,
Mike. It was a blast.
It was fun.
We were laughing our asses off.
So fun looking up and making eye contact with the host instead of over the top of his head. Poor little feller.
Where's the host?
It was odd actually having a real man host the show.
No shoebox off to the right down there. Oh, that's cute.
Greg's gonna kill us.
Oh, God, yeah, that's the last time and so ends my time on Red Eye. But no, what Andy does, and in very rapid order, usually have about 5 minutes, and so they run through typically 3 blocks of stories. And they've got four people basically making comments on these stories. You've got to identify anything that they say that seems a little bit odd. You got to find a couple of points that you can touch on, and then you've got to do some research at the same time. Then you've got to compile the whole thing, and the amount of time that you've got, it's the first half of the show that you're working to do that.
Yeah,
and it sounds like it's no problem, but it's actually you're humping the whole time.
It's a lot of information to put together in a short period of time. And then you have to make it entertaining.
Right.
It's easy enough to just...
Yeah, I don't worry about that part.
That's the least of my worries, that entertainment part.
I'm just getting out the information. What do I care?
Pesky. But the graph thing was very funny. You just he kept pulling up these Sharpie written graphs on the various topics that came up and how good or badly other people were doing.
That's just my
And
way
it was,
of not having
yeah.
to come up with anything else.
Yeah, it was easy. You
I just keep doing
props.
drawings. It's like I'm doodling during the show.
You were the carrot top of the program with your props.
I was going to smash a watermelon halfway through.
Oh, there he is, holding up.
Yeah,
you look very handsome on TV. It really depresses me.
Oh,
yeah. You definitely are made for television. You bastard.
Look at that.
Yeah,
and I keep hoping someone's going to, in a position of responsibility, is going to say that very same thing and give me a
somebody
call.
that actually matters.
Yeah, we just had another baby, and so now I've got I think 12 or 14 sons at home, and I've got to get a TV gig soon.
Something's got to break.
Something's got to pay.
Congratulations! How old is your new baby?
It's 4 weeks old.
Wow, that's
brand new.
Yeah,
4 weeks.
I got my 3 sons now roaming around the house.
That is a new human.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
Well
right
said.
off the lot.
Well, that's what I do. I look at him some nights, it's very touching, and I say, "You're a new human.
You are a new human here.
Welcome, humanoid." But no, they're good. And the 2 older ones are 4 and 2 years old. They've kind of come to grips with the whole, recent arrival. The 4-year-old, he'd been through it obviously with his younger one, and so he was okay with it. The 2-year-old, who's a very physical little guy, he was kind of agnostic over the whole thing. And, and now I think he's kind of warmed to it. He's decided we don't need to return the baby, and
send that thing back.
He doesn't try to hit him as often as he did early on. So.
I've seen that with nieces and nephews and stuff. They love punching and just clawing at the younger child.
Yeah.
And you're constantly hearing like, "Stop it! No, don't do that."
Oh, it's
They're
insane.
just winding back to belt him in the face.
He does. Samuel will walk up to him, and he'll look at him sweetly. And then, he'll decide, well, I'm going to go off and do something else. But before he turns to go off, he cocks his arm like he's going to just smack the baby because he's looking for a reaction. I think that's all they're doing.
Yeah, they
at
just
that
want a
age,
reaction.
They just want to see what the thing's going to do.
Right, and they see what
makes
Daddy
sense.
does when he drinks.
And the second a kid starts to toddle around where they just are able to balance on their feet, the older sibling will run over and just push them back down on the floor.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And again, I think I understand that. I've got an older daughter. I didn't necessarily understand a lot of what she was doing when she was a kid. I find now with these little ones, with the boys, you understand what they want to do. They want to hit each other. They want to push each other around. They want to see what inflicts pain. And in a sense, you understand that. As a guy, you understand that.
Yeah. My brother pulled some really nasty shit on me as I was growing up. One time I don't know where he found a shitload of moths, but he found a lot of moths that he collected, and as I was asleep, he put them down the back of my underpants. So I woke up and had moths in my underwear.
That would bother anybody.
Yeah.
Yes.
And just the fact that I remember it.
Wow.
I was
must
thinking,
stand
wow,
out.
I sometimes still pay for that sort of treatment.
Well, it was right after
Maybe it's just me.
right after his brother murdered Frederica Bimmel.
He put the chrysalis or pupa in my butt. The death's head moth.
And there, now I can tick off. I've never heard that sentence before. Now I can tick that one off my list.
Yeah, that, and then another time, and this was even worse. He pissed in a glass and told me it was beer, and I was a kid. And he's like, "Oh, you want to drink some beer?" And of course, it's me. I hadn't had a beer at that point in my life, but I had seen Daddy drink, a case in an hour. So I figured, it would be like cool. And I did take a swig, and went and realized it was not beer.
Ironically, I got tricked into drinking beer the exact opposite way.
Oh, those crafty girls/guys.
Always girls, please.
Oh, sure.
Always.
Sure. Yeah, that was so. Siblings will just kind of really do horrid things to their usually younger siblings.
Well, you throw them.
I'll
throw the 2, not the baby, obviously. I guess that wouldn't go well, but I throw the other 2 in the tub, and they can, just splash around, and they got boats and water guns and everything they can play with. But inevitably, it always devolves into one or the other pissing on the other one in the tub. Why do they do that?
It's
because it's funny. I think my wife will walk in and she's horrified, and I'm sitting there drinking a martini, watching these two piss on each other because I think it's funny.
Yeah, well, it's like it's squirt. You're born with a squirt gun. How do you not use it? I mean, that's the best thing a kid can do is piss on somebody.
That's all they want to do, including now the 2-year-old. He's because obviously he's been hanging out. He's learned a little bit quicker than the 4-year-old. But all they want to do is handle their Johnson. That's it. They walk around with their hands in their pants. They'll sit on the sofa watching TV with their hands in their pants, much like any of us would.
Sure. Yeah,
and that's all they want to do.
That's why I never grab little treats. They always come by and want to share, kids. They're like having candy, and they're like, here. It's like, I just watched you run around the house with your hand buried up your ass crack, and now I'm going to take a fucking half-melted M&M or Hershey's Kiss.
Which they had stored in their ass crack.
Yeah, I don't even know. But I don't remember having Hershey Kisses around the house. Where'd you get that?
Well, I watched a 2-year-old pull alphabets out of the front of his diaper the other day.
Yeah, well, you got to keep them somewhere.
And then he ate them.
Yeah.
And
What
I
they
didn't
spell?
stop him.
P-E-W.
Yeah, kids are just fucking, I don't know. I call it disgusting.
Yeah.
I'm not really into that whole, and watching them grab the parents. And I know parents just have this undying love for their child, and they can eat, wipe snot from their face and shit from their ass and eat stuff that their slimy little hands have. I can't. It is really nauseating to me.
And I would have said the same thing until you have that first one, and then it just all goes away.
Really?
And until they do something stupid. But no, I mean for the most part, it's absolutely true. It's I guess it's the reason why we keep having more kids around the world, because you somehow all that disappears, and it's your own kid. And you don't mind wiping the shit and the snot and all the rest of it, and everything they do is funny. I mean, and everything they do is endearing, and until they get to a certain age.
Yeah, unless you're Casey Anthony. She didn't find much fun in it. I guess she thinks a lot like I do.
Yeah, she gets fucked by a lot of guys. Tramp stamp on your back.
Yeah, so do I. The boss is here. She's back in Florida.
Yes.
Casey Anthony, I guess she had that probation that she had to serve for the bad checks. She was writing bad checks because I guess a good friend of hers decided she would lend Casey Anthony her checkbook, and she just went hog wild with it and fucked over a good friend of hers and got convicted of check fraud. Gets off for the child murder. And then leaves the state, and then they tell her, no, you got to come back here and serve the rest of your probation in the state of Florida, where she is the most hated person, especially in Florida. She was voted most hated person in the country. Now in Florida, it's even worse, so they're very concerned about her safety.
I'm still stuck on that first sentence of your story. Somebody loaned Casey Anthony their checkbook.
Yeah, a friend of hers. Unless it's just another story she made up. But
here's my checkbook. And by the way, could you watch my kids just for a couple hours?
Just watch it. If they get out of hand, just have them go swimming, whatever you need. The duct tape's in the garage. She just how she got off the hook on that one is miraculous. But she did. Now she's got to walk around and be her.
Yeah, I don't know how you sat in that jury room and said, man, I don't know. I kind of like her. I believe her.
That's what I really think. If she was uglier, they would have convicted her. I think she was a little. Well, the prosecution didn't prove its case, but there was just something about her that got me watching that case every day, going like, God, look at that.
No, there was something about you that got you watching that case.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah, it wasn't her.
I'm a sick.
Yes, don't take the fact that you're garbage and make it like that she's okay.
I
But
really
you're right, though.
was
You are right.
just captivated by watching that. Sure. And meanwhile, if it was just some fat housefrau that did, I wouldn't have given a shit.
Right.
Yeah, there had to be the angle there of the parties and the clubbing and all the rest of that. To pull everybody in.
The hoary pictures, all that stuff. It was
there's got to be a porn film coming out of that soon.
You're going to hang with us, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
We have Dana White coming in
Dana's
for a few
coming in.
minutes, but we want you to hang with us while he's here because he's here for a limited time.
I want to talk to
Libya.
Yes.
About Libya, Gaddafi's sons. How many of these motherfuckers does he have? Does anyone know? Wow. Yeah, a lot of shit going on there in Tripoli. But yeah, we got Dana coming in.
Are you a fight fan or no?
I am, yeah, I am.
Do you like boxing or do you like UFC or do you like?
I like them both.
Yeah.
I like them both. Yeah, I love a great fight. Was out in Vegas not too long ago for a couple of bouts, but the UFC is really interesting. I really enjoy it. It's come along. Actually,
It's taken off. Yeah.
Early days. Had a chance to, not that I had any money, but somebody thought I did. Had a chance to invest in a new, I don't know what you call it, new wing, new sort of type of fight club, and. They had actually developed this thing. It was fascinating. They developed this thing where they had an arm wrestling table, and the two contestants stood at the arm wrestling table. Basically, it was arm wrestling. The same rules. They would get strapped down, but you could beat the shit out of each other. You could punch,
as your arm
you could
wrestling.
kick, you could do anything, and you couldn't break your lock. In your arm wrestling.
That's insanity.
It was
Sounds fantastic to
and
watch.
they're still developing it, and to the point where they found the fighters, they were training up the fighters. It's a whole new sport essentially.
Yes,
but it's brilliant.
So you're taking your free hand,
yeah,
and as you're trying to pull the guy over and pin him from arm wrestling, you could punch him in the face.
You're trying to beat the shit out of him, exactly. And you can also use you can use kicks and holds and.
I saw that in the Deer Hunter.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I'll try to find because I got a clip of it. They did some initial promo work when they were trying to raise the investment, and I'll try to get that out to you. Yeah, it's fantastic.
I'd watch that in a second.
Oh yeah.
It's like Three Stooges arm wrestling. You're just fucking trying to pin his arm down. You poke him in the eyes, smack him in the face.
I always hated arm wrestling. I just am really bad at it. I don't mean that to.
Were you bad at it?
Oh,
yeah.
Just awful. My shoulder. There's always a problem.
I haven't arm wrestled in years.
Were you good at it?
But even as a skinny young lad, I wasn't bad at it. I guess I had a good technique as far as the twist in the wrist goes.
It's the grip and the
pulling
leverage.
Down, it is a lot about the grip. But now that I'm jacked, I would probably be.
You are bigger than you were.
Oh, I'm amazing now. I'm fucking. Forget about it.
I'm really not. It's funny. I watch so much fighting, and I actually will walk down the street and think that I've learned enough by watching that if somebody fucks with me, and I'm really just going to get beat up.
Oh, Jimmy.
I'm going to be beaten up bad. Not that I fuck with people, but I'm gonna, instead of running away like I should during a fight, I'm gonna actually posture like something I saw Silva do once.
I just want to see here's the snippet I want to see. Close up on Jim's face. Trickle of blood down his lip. Camera pulls back as he wipes off with his thumb. Spits, looks at the blood, and there's just a Girl Scout or some poor old lady laying on the ground with a black eye and bloody nose. Or you took care of business.
Or I wipe my lip. And I look back and it pans back and I'm in a bed and I'm scolding my girlfriend. And she's like, I didn't know. Get it?
No, it's potato soup. It's supposed to be cold. Why did you hit me? See, because dinner was cold.
Oh, no. No, I meant I was going down on her.
Of course I know. Sexual. Here he is. Dana White. I just saw you on the TV.
Yes, hi, Dana.
You were just somewhere else.
Quick, man.
It's amazing. You are around. Unbelievable. Congrats.
Thank you.
On the Fox deal. Boy, that's a biggie.
Thank you.
For you guys.
We're pretty pumped about it.
No shit.
Doesn't suck, right?
That's real TV right there.
It is it's literally the deal I've been waiting for years.
Yeah, you've opened up UFC to a lot of people now.
We will. Yeah, that first fight that we do in November is going to be like our Forrest Griffin, Stephan Bonner. It better be a good one.
Right.
Yeah.
A lot of people are going to be watching for the first time.
I own a news company. I was wondering, I just got a bunch of orders from Spike. That explains what happened. They must be so sad. How did they blow it?
You know what? To be honest with you, Kevin Kay, the president of Spike, and Doug Herzog, the guy who runs Comedy Central, they're bummed. You know what I mean? They wanted this thing. This decision was made up higher.
Oh.
Yeah.
And it's
we won't get into that though.
The business logistics.
Yeah.
It must be hard though to compete with Fox. If Fox wants something, I'm sure the resources are a little better.
We were out there talking to everybody. You know, we talked to everybody. We talked to Comcast, CBS, Spike. We talked to the Turner Group. We talked to Fox.
But when you got the network that has, the Super Bowl and
no doubt about it. I don't know if you guys have been watching the NFL, but they've already been integrating us into the NFL.
Yeah.
It's been awesome.
It just they're really positioning it it looks great the way they're promoting it.
Yeah. When I see that UFC on Fox logo, I get all pumped up.
And it's great though. Fox must love it here in New York because you can never go see a live event here in New York, so you can just watch it on television.
You might as well
How great
watch
is
it.
that?
Stupid assholes
That's great for
around
Fox.
here. Jesus Christ.
We'll get that thing worked out. I mean, we've talked about that before.
I don't
It's the
doubt
union
it.
and-
Yeah, union.
We'll get
problems.
it figured out.
I got some union troubles.
But I got to hop on a plane when I want to go see fights. I'd rather just watch them here. I want to go to Brazil, but let's be honest, I'd probably miss the Silva fight.
Oh, you certainly
things would
would.
happen. I'm sure I'd wind up getting distracted, doing something probably very bad and being arrested.
Getting distracted isn't all you'd get.
You do fine in Vegas, man. You go to Vegas and don't have any problems.
You should see me on the phone with escorts. It's like, can you be here by 2 o'clock? You got to be out by 3 because it's a West Coast feed. Prostitutes don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that it's a West Coast feed. They don't know what's happening. I'm really bummed I can't go. It's just too far for me to fly. But Silva's fighting again, and he's one guy I've never seen fight live, and I really, really want to see.
You haven't seen him?
No, I've never been to one of his fights.
Yeah, for some reason I thought you were at the
Philadelphia
Vitor fight. No, the
no.
Vitor fight.
No. Where was that? Vegas?
I thought you were there. Yeah.
No, I
He
should.
fights in Vegas a lot. The crazy thing about this fight down in Brazil is we sold 14,000 tickets. We pussed out a little bit. I'll admit that we pussed out. We sold 14,000 tickets. 350,000 people were looking for tickets.
Wow.
We could have done a soccer stadium down there. And this weekend, this thing's on open TV. 40 million people will watch this fight this weekend. Crazy. So
Jesus Christ. So why didn't you move it to a soccer stadium? Couldn't you have moved it once
once we
venue.
put it on. Yeah, they have all kinds of strict laws down there about ticket sales. It's crazy.
So you guys are having how many fights are you actually going to do on Fox? And what's the first live one? You don't even know yet.
Yeah, no, we're doing four a year on Big Fox on the network. We're doing 6 a year on FX.
FX, nice.
2 seasons of The Ultimate Fighter a year. And our UFC Primetime, we're doing, that thing will run on there too. And then all of our other programming will be spread throughout their Fox networks.
Okay, so you're going to have two. There's going to be live fights now because I think usually on The Ultimate Fighter, it's just the last fight is live.
Yeah, so The Ultimate Fighter is going to be live now. So what we're doing is the reality will be what we call Jive Live. It'll be like 4 days, and then we go live for the fights. So it's never been done before. It's going to be pretty cool.
What is the reason for it? They just don't want the results leaking? It sounds great. I mean, although when I watch him, though, to me, it's always live anyway.
Right.
I'm closer. It's just, we love E-Rock, but he really does get in fucking close, like it's, Lyndon Johnson inauguration footage.
Close Encounters sunburn.
So what is the purpose of having it live? I wonder if that has anything to do. Do they want people in Vegas to get more interested, do you think?
No, we want to do it live because it's never been done before.
Okay.
It just makes it more relevant. You know what I mean? The reality is when we can this thing, it's been months. Some of the stuff leaks out. This will be live.
And the live angle is more exciting because if something huge happens, it would leak.
Well, here's
if
the
it was
thing
recorded.
too. One of the things right now, what pulls big ratings are live sports. Mm-hmm. Live sporting events. This will be a live sporting event every week. There'll be a live fight.
Logistically, that's got to be a nightmare.
Oh, it's
Wow.
We used to film the thing in 6 weeks.
Yeah.
It's going to take us 13 weeks to film now.
It's a nice problem to have, though, right?
Yeah.
Believe me.
How is Brock, by the way?
He's doing a lot better.
He's
he'll probably fight the first of the year. He's recovered very well, and he's been farming. He's got a farm up in Canada. So
he's 100% healthy?
Yeah, he's doing well.
Yeah, I can see him pulling a plow by himself with a yoke around his neck.
And a horse just watching, smoking. Hey, it's funny. Is Chael Sonnen for anyone that doesn't know Chael Sonnen, he's just a great, I'm dying to get him in here because he's such a fun guy to listen to.
Is he that smart ass?
Does he shit talk.
Yeah.
He's nuts, like literally to talk to people.
Nuts. And the answer is, I know where you're going with this. The answer is yes. He's in Brazil. He's in Brazil and has been there training Yushin Okami for the Anderson Silva fight this weekend. And he's down there on Twitter saying the most horrible shit about Brazil and Brazilians.
Is he still saying it?
Yeah, he's down there.
And it's not like those people really have pride in their nation and their peoples.
Yeah, right. I'll tell you, man, it's dangerous. You know what I mean? Down there. So he's nuts. Yeah.
And he
you
has
guys should have him on here.
I'd love to.
With him.
He's one of my favorite people. I went to Philadelphia, and when I saw you, and I just wanted to meet Chael. I hadn't met him before, and he's a very nice guy, but what a ferocious fucking vibe he has. Yeah, he's a problem.
It's true.
Chael is a real problem because he's fighting these guys and actually just shit talking them before he fights them. It's easy to do it in a different weight class, or guys, it's easy for me to shit talk somebody I'm never going to fight, but to know you're going to fight Silva and then just attack him.
Well, first of all, Yushin Okami, the guy that is fighting this weekend against Anderson Silva. Anderson is the pound-for-pound best fighter in the world, and I think he's the best fighter ever. And the guy that everybody feels has the style to beat, Anderson because of that first fight is Chael Sonnen. And Chael Sonnen's been training Yushin Okami, who, again, is the best Japanese fighter to ever come out of Japan. This guy is a big 185-pounder. He's strong. He's good at wrestling. When he gets you on the ground, he beats you up. And it's going to be an interesting fight with the fact that he has been training with Chael for so long.
What did Chael do differently? I mean, I've watched the fight, and he literally beat up Anderson Silva for 5 rounds. He really completely. Rogan said he's been hit more in this fight than he has in his entire UFC career.
True.
And what did he do differently? I mean, because I've never seen Silva get taken down, or maybe once it's kind of a half a slip and he goes down. What did Sonnen do?
Well, you have all these things. There's all these theories that come out after the fight. One of the things was that he went into that fight with injured ribs.
Right.
Is what is the word. But still, Chael Sonnen was in his face, hurt him with punches, and took him to the ground, did everything else. But what makes Anderson Silva so amazing is, 30 seconds left of the fight, he pulls off a triangle choke.
Yeah.
And
it looked like Chael didn't want to tap either. He looked like he was like, he just didn't want to do it.
How disgusted would you be if you're just beating the shit out of somebody, and then you're like, oh,
that
man,
was the belt.
I'm done.
That's what he says all the time. He's like, yeah. People say that Anderson Silva beat me. He didn't beat me. Did you watch that fight? When you absolutely pummel a guy for 5 rounds and he wraps his leg around your neck, you're the loser of the fight?
You gotta love the way he spins that, though.
But apparently, yes, you are the loser of the fight. That's how it works.
When you're about to go unconscious, I can't remember. He either had him in a triangle or had an armbar on him. I think he's transitioned from the triangle to an armbar. And yes, your elbow was about to snap in half, and that's why you tapped.
And that is one of the great things about the sport. Is in boxing, for the most part, it's very rare that you would see a guy get the shit beat out of him like that and have that rocky comeback where he's got enough energy left to beat the shit out of his opponent and win the fight. You get that with UFC, where it's like, oh, wow, he's getting the shit beat out of him, and hey, he wins. Hey, how the fuck that happened? It's amazing to watch.
Did you see what a phony I was, though, when you were saying, like, he went from an armbar to a triangle? I don't remember, but I was just going to go, yes, like, just 2 men of similar ilk discussing the outcome. But you could have said anything. Like, wasn't he eating a burger and he slipped? I would have went, yes, that's exactly what happened. Fucking asshole I am. And what's going on with you and Bob Arum, who I'm tired of the arrogance of fucking boxing drives me nuts. How arrogant the sport is.
You want to talk about arrogance? This guy is the king of arrogance. This guy is such a pompous, arrogant. I'm tired of this guy. I'm tired of listening to his shit. First of all, he's one of these elitist.
Dana never speaks his mind.
Yeah, that's the beauty of him.
He's one of these elitist. If you've ever been around this guy or around the circle he's in, these are the people that think they're better than everybody else, and it's just to explain to you how bad I can't stand this guy and how tired I am. Basically, he comes out and when we first bought the company, starts talking all this shit about the Fertitta brothers and how stupid they were to buy this thing, and this thing's losing tons of money. It's never going to work. Then as it starts to take off, he says, this thing, da-da-da. He's always got something to say. When we did this Fox deal, he's got a million reasons why Fox got into this business. It has nothing to do with the UFC being popular. And the night that you asked me, the first Fox show is November.
Right.
And it's up against the Pacquiao fight that night. And he's like, yeah, they could put a movie on and it'd be more competition. Yet his son, when we announced the date that we were going on, flipped out and starts calling everybody in the business from DirecTV to In Demand to you name it, pissed off that we're going on this night. And just everything that comes out of this guy is exactly like you said, pompous and arrogant. He's a complete douchebag. I'm sick of hearing him.
A complete douchebag.
Yeah,
that's great, man, because it's like boxing for so long. And I always said that one of the reasons UFC is successful, besides the fights, it's the fact that you can't go from the ring backstage without signing for a half hour. There's a weird connection that the fans have that boxing lost. I don't know if probably never had it in my lifetime.
Gentleman Jim Corbett.
Probably Joe Louis was the last nice one.
He used to sign.
But no,
the thing is about this Bob Arum thing, too, is, look, if boxing hasn't changed, they haven't changed anything in 30 years. You know, it's exactly the same. If you watch an HBO boxing match, the only thing difference between 30 years ago and today is HD.
Yeah,
Everything's even the fucking announcers are exactly the same. These guys are 140 years old. Bob Arum, I mean, it's just such a, like you said, such a cocky, arrogant sport all the way from the bottom to the top. And you know, but the bottom line is, Bob, you weren't smart enough to do what we did, you know. Or the other thing about them is all these boxing guys are greedy, fat pigs that take everything that they can get out of the sport of boxing and don't invest a dime back into it. Nobody did anything to secure the future of boxing. All these pigs like Arum do is take money. It
has a horrible reputation, boxing, for just fucking over people, not giving back to the sport,
to the fighters or the fans or anybody else. It's some big fat pig who helped destroy the sport of boxing, sitting around saying, "Give me more money."
It's exactly what it feels like, too, because I never feel, it's funny, I never feel any type of a fan connection or anything from boxers, and you know that just comes from the top. And, hey, look, you guys are the hot chick. That's the way it is. UFC is the one. Nobody under 20 is going, oh, boxing. You know, maybe, like, you know, certain ethnicities like it more than
I don't think anyone under 30
Well, the thing that sucks is, the thing that really sucks is, for instance, Manny Pacquiao. I'm a huge Manny Pacquiao fan. I'm a fan of boxing. And, you know, I'm just not a Bob Arum fan. I'm not a fan of these guys who have beat this sport down over the last however many years and just continue to rape the sport of boxing and not give back to it, not invest in it, nothing. And Bob talks about how, oh, this isn't this and that. Look at all the Top Rank. Top Rank is his company. Look at the fights they're putting on. These clowns are trying to copy everything we do. Now they got these vignettes that they're running in-house. They got DJs playing music. They're trying to copy us. You know, but he wants to come out and talk shit. I'm just tired of this guy. Tired of him.
Trying to update it and make it a little more youth friendly,
which is cool, you know.
But you know what? You never can't do it by ripping off people that are already doing it.
Yeah, well, you never heard me say it before that. You know, I've been to his fights where they're ripping us off and they're copying everything we do, and then the guy comes out and starts talking shit like, you know, what they're doing is ridiculous, and I don't care. But well, if it's ridiculous, what the fuck are you doing copying us?
Well, the vindication will be when you completely blow them away in November.
Yeah.
Fox.
Well, you guys are being smart about that. That was just probably a big coincidence that it happened to be on the same night, I'm sure.
No. But the reality is, here's the thing. You know, it's not the greatest date for me either.
Sure.
It's a fight night with Manny Pacquiao going on. But we compete with the NFL, Major League Baseball, the NBA, college football, college basketball, boxing, wrestling. I mean, there's a lot of events going on every year. If we tiptoe around every event, we'd never put on an event.
Right.
So that's the date that Fox gave us, and that's the date we're going to go.
And aren't you guys ending, like, instead of a 2-hour show, you're doing a 1-hour show?
Yep.
So if people want to go watch that, they can. Let's see this first, because people are kind of in a fight vibe. Hopefully some people will probably forget about the, I can't even say hopefully, because I don't dislike Pacquiao, but a lot of people might forget about it because they're watching UFC. They may forget to go over.
Yeah.
But it's a little kick to the balls of that big fight, because they have so few big nights in boxing. Every one is a major event. You guys have a silver Okami, but you know 2 weeks from now you have another big fight. So you guys have a million of them.
That's it too. Yeah, with boxing, you have to wait forever for the big fights.
Exactly. Oh, Bob Arum. Hey, Bob, big mouth. You think you're so great at what you do? Make that Floyd Mayweather fight that everybody wants to see. Shut your face. You know, you big, fat, greedy pig, and make the fight people want to see. You know, he wants to put on 50 fights with Pacquiao now. Make the fight that people want to see. Make the fight that Manny Pacquiao wants. Go do something, you lazy, do-nothing, fat, greedy pig.
Fucking beautiful. And you know, that's exactly how we talk to Eric in the next room. It's funny too. It's not that trash. The boxers. It's funny how boxers look at UFC too. Because I love Bernard Hopkins. I mean, you can't not love Hopkins.
Yep.
And at one point there was an interview where he was like, the guy's wrestling around the floor, and then there he was, right there, front and center in Philly. And it turns out he had been training Rashad a little bit, and, or at least talking to him about boxing styles. So it seems like a lot of the attitudes of even the fighters is turning around.
Yeah, well, what happened was he started training some of the guys, and it's the same way I got into it. What happens is once you get educated about the sport and you meet some of the people, it's really hard not to like it. It's really hard not to like it.
Yeah, all those guys. It's like literally, I've never had a guy in here. We've never had a guy in here that we didn't have a good time with.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes the guys who don't speak English are a little harder to interview. I mean, you know.
Come on, you mean the guys that don't speak English aren't good radio?
I know, but I'm such a fanboy. I don't care. Fucking Silva could have just came in and thrown fucking air kicks. And I would have been like, doesn't that sound great on the radio? I admit it, I'm a self-centered asshole. That's what I care about.
Dana, I heard that you're not into the chick MMA thing.
Oh,
the women.
That's not true.
Brawling.
That's not,
really?
That's a bad rap I get. But
because Jimmy was over at my house, we were watching. God, I can't even remember the names of these girls. But
male on male pornography, and we happened to turn it off.
But two girls were going at it, and one. Wow, was she an attractive girl? What an ass on her! And just to see her making these moves, something about the girls just wrapping their legs around each other. It was very interesting to watch.
No,
and then I heard
it's good to hear you guys take the sport aspect of it very serious. So these girls are going at it, and wow, what a great!
You watch the guys for the sport and the action. You watch the girls for the occasional slip and going, "Oh, I could see right up her shorts there." But there was something kind of interesting / erotic about the two girls going at it like that.
Here's my thing with, and I've said it many times, there's not enough good girls to create an entire division.
Oh, okay.
To create an entire division. And one of my real big problems with it is, and this is where I think sometimes I come off sounding sexist, but it's a fact, and this is what happened. I was up in Northern California years ago watching this fight, one of the smaller fights, and these two girls were fighting. One girl fought just like Randy Couture and looked just like Randy Couture. And she fought this girl who was absolutely gorgeous, who looked like she took 5 Taibo classes. The beating that this girl took for 3 rounds, just
wow.
I want to know that, that there's a competitive division. There's enough competitive girls in there so you don't get a lopsided
So it's a
beating.
little lopsided now, right?
Yeah, I don't like that. So that's where I kind of get my bad rap and come off sounding sexist.
No, but that makes perfect sense because to just have a sacrificial lamb being thrown in there to get the shit beat out of her by someone of questionable sexuality.
Right. Well, I always felt like, when I say that, I come off sounding sexist, but boy, you two blew me out of the water.
Yeah,
so
we're trying to cover you and help you out.
You
there.
guys make me look great.
Don't worry about it. Our quotes are even worse.
Yeah, you're going to look like a Vanity Fair article when you walk out of here compared to the creeps in this room. What gentleman Dana is. Why would he talk to those two?
I just have a hard time with one-sided fights in women's MMA. Listen, we just got this Fox deal, and the way that I look at the Fox deal is everybody's like, "Oh, you're mainstream now." We're not mainstream. We've just been given the opportunity to go mainstream. Now's the time that we really got to dig in and work and do all this hard stuff. People out there have had a hard time with the guys. When you see a guy on the ground getting pounded,
right.
What do you think's going to happen if somebody turns on Fox and sees some girl on her back, pinned down, getting hit with punches? It's it's tough to do.
Some people might actually pull out the Vaseline and tissues.
Yeah, I mean, I did find it a little sexier than I thought I would.
There was just something about it, and it was the fact that one of the girls was, God. I mean, she's done some pretty stunning bikini modeling and stuff like that. And
what fight were you guys watching?
What the fuck was it? I don't even remember.
I don't remember. It was
Victoria's Secret lady.
Was it?
Yeah, maybe that was
it. Misha Tate?
It might have been. It was.
I think it was.
It was. It was Fedor's last.
It was Misha
forced
Tate.
nap.
Misha Tate. Forced nap.
Somebody pointed out on Twitter, and then I copied it. The last person he tapped was me. I am Fedor Emelianenko's last victory. After this fucking show, he has lost. I think 3 in a row he has lost.
That is fucked up.
Are you guys happy with the Strikeforce purchase, and then you guys going to integrate all those fighters into UFC?
Well, we'll see. We'll see. We're working on that whole thing with Showtime right now. But yeah, well, I'll tell you what I'm excited about. I'm excited about that we can do Nick Diaz versus George St. Pierre in October in Vegas. Pumped about that.
Is that the next Vegas fight?
Yeah.
All right, good. We want to go out to. If I keep telling you, you got to go to a live event.
I know.
And you guys seriously should come to that one.
I would love to in Vegas.
October.
Jesus
October
Christ.
in Vegas. It's going to be insane.
Yeah.
I would fly out for that.
I would love to, yeah.
'Cause it's hard to convince yourself.
You think your head was banged up last time I was here, man. Wait till you come back from Vegas for 3 days.
Yeah, huh? Yeah.
You're trying to forget about the 4th of July.
I know.
Diving incident.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I
Drunken
forgot.
diving incident. That's the last time I was here.
I forgot about that. Yeah,
I was in worse shape than the fighter we had in that had lost that recently.
Yeah, you were miserable that trip.
Yeah,
you said like 4 words on that whole interview on the radio. Remember I bumped into you on the elevator?
I was like, oh, God. Yeah, I was hungover.
Yeah.
And I had hit my face on the side of my swimming pool. Wow, I was beat up bad.
Wasn't I there for that or no? I was
Hell
there
of
like
a
the
4th
next
of
night.
July.
I spend a lot of time in it. It's really creepy. I go to his house a lot and we just sit in the hot tub and just talk. It really is awful. But it's
and then I jump in the pool and smash my face on the bottom.
Yeah, and
it's
then
great.
cops show up. They think we're having a domestic quarrel. It's humiliating. It's really embarrassing. I can't tell you how happy I am to hear this, though, man. Because going main. So when you said you're going main, you guys are mainstream. You meant that in a good way. Because it's funny how for comedians, if someone goes, "You're mainstream," you're like, "No, I'm not." Like you
sell out. Yeah.
Yeah, but you mean that in a good way. Like you guys are on the main stage.
Let me tell you, these fighters that have been doing this for almost, the UFC's been around for almost 18 years. And these guys are some of the best conditioned athletes in the world. These guys work hard. It's about time they get the respect they deserve. That's the thing that I love the most about this deal is NFL, Major League Baseball, NASCAR, UFC. I mean, all the properties that Fox has.
Yeah.
Now the UFC is there, and these athletes deserve it. It's about time.
That's nice. And it just opens it up to so many more people that are going to be able to watch it.
Yep.
And people that probably haven't ever seen it.
No doubt about it.
And
That
they'll be
first,
like, wow, this is cool shit.
yeah, that first fight will reach millions of people that have never seen it before.
And people that have only heard bad shit about it, like it's violent or it's too much. And meanwhile, so much of the jiu-jitsu, it's like a boxing match for 10 rounds and knocking each other's brains in. But literally, in a UFC fight, a lot of times you just your arm is bent a certain way, and that's the end of the fight. You've only taken a few punches. It's like these guys, I think, have a lot longer shelf life and are probably a lot healthier when they're 60 than boxers are when they're 60.
And it does seem like the refs are jumping in. They're not really letting the head pound off of the ring as much as the older days of the sport.
Yeah,
is that a conscious effort?
Well, no, these guys are getting more educated on when a guy is done. Believe me, there's still some moments when fights need to be stopped a little sooner. People don't realize when you're watching the UFC. Punch, kick, knee, elbow, go to the ground. What great athletes he's got. And when a guy gets caught, for instance, if a guy gets dropped and gets rocked in boxing, he's got till the count of 10 to get back up.
Right.
When you get dropped here, that guy's right on top of you, dropping punches down.
Smashing your head.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so
it's true.
Believe me, the refs jumping in is a good thing.
I was sitting behind, thanks to great seats behind Bernard Hopkins and his guys. Watching them watch.
Did you go, could you move your head?
Yeah, I'm like, down in front!
I just smack him.
Let me tell you what, though, Hopkins, a guy who's been boxing as long as he has, he looks damn good, doesn't he? When you talk to him, I mean, he's 100%. And
he's all there.
He really is, man.
He's
it's unbelievable.
100. I'm fucking such a low self-esteem idiot that I tapped him like, hi, I don't know if you remember me. He's like, of course I do. Part of it was my low self-esteem. Part of it, he's a boxer. He's 46. But yeah, he's completely. You didn't know, but he's completely lucid and completely. He's just saying that what he wants to do, and he wants to go on and keep fighting. But watching those guys, they were very impressed watching the fight, especially when the guys went to the ground. Who's the headline fight? That was it was Faber.
No, the headline fight you were at was Tito and Rashad.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tito. Jesus, yes.
Yeah.
That was a great fight. I thought fucking Rashad was going out actually in that guillotine.
If he'd have got that other foot around, that would have been interesting. If Tito could have popped that other foot around and locked his guard, would have been interesting.
That was amazing that he was just able to not tap. I watched that and was like, oh, he's done. He's done for. But and then to hear Rogan say like, no, it's not quite locked in. He's doing,
Rogan's so good at calling.
I was yelling at Rogan. I'm going, you're a little too good because you almost ruined the fight for me. It's like he's saying what's going to happen. It's like, let me watch it. Right. It's live, and he's calling it like it's a tape.
Well, what's cool? It hasn't been done in a long time, but Fox is going to start doing it. Fox Radio, sports radio now. is going to take the live feed of Rogan and Goldie calling the fights.
Oh,
so
nice,
if you can't
yeah.
get the pay-per-view and you can get it on your radio.
That's great.
And Rogan's
Pretty cool,
great.
huh?
He can
breaks
paint
it
that
down.
picture, man.
I think he's the best announcer in sports because
Absolutely.
I could never call a basketball game either. But the way he knows what so much about, he makes it very simple. Like all he's got to do here is wrap his leg around if he wants to get out of it. Then you see the guy doing that and getting out of it.
Yeah.
And you're like, it's a lot easier to watch because it seems like an impossible situation, and he's kind of walking you through how a guy can get out of an impossible situation.
It's not like, oh, he's got him in a thingamajiggy.
Right.
Oh, he's putting his leg in a
or him just saying, oh, he's got that choke, and people don't understand what the transition was. How do you get out of it and everything else? I believe that the last generation, Rogan's been with us like 8 years. I think that people have picked up the ground game faster because of Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is educated an entire generation on the ground game.
Yeah, and it really is. I know Dana has to go.
Yeah.
It really is the place to be seen, though. And I hate to say, there's no way to sound that without sounding like a douche. But like, it's amazing the people you get at your fights now. Like in Vegas, of course, I annoyed Rihanna for a photo, and fucking Justin Bieber. It's like you get some really big name people who know that camera shot.
Did she flinch when you tapped her?
She was looking. Of course, she didn't know. They're like, you might know Jim Norton, and she's like, she couldn't have not known me. I've never had anybody not know me more. Like literally, she circled the earth of not knowing people, and I was the final person that she didn't know. But it's amazing the people that are showing up at these fights because they know it is something that everybody in the demo is watching. So you're doing something right, man.
That's the place to be.
All right, he has to go.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Dana, thanks so much, man.
The first fight's in November. I'm sure we'll be talking to you before then.
Yes.
But it's a huge, huge fucking day for the UFC. And, look, I still like boxing, but...
Yeah. And thanks for just stopping by because I hear this was pretty much short notice kind of a thing.
Yeah,
It's very
I
cool.
started in L.A., going here all day in New York, and then I fly down to Miami tonight. Hopefully, get out before the hurricane, and then down to Brazil for the fight this weekend.
And the fight is Saturday night. Of course, you fly
private. Of course.
Huh?
You fly private?
America West.
Yeah, Frontier.
They actually fold up the wings on America West and just drive down fucking 95. But UFC 134, Silva versus Okami is the headline fight, and it's this Saturday, August 27th on pay-per-view. It's sold out in 74 minutes, and it's live. Silva fighting in Rio de Janeiro, and that's one fight I'm annoyed that I will not be at.
Absolutely.
Just, the UFC, you're doing everything right, so we're happy that you're here.
And we'll be back with more of Mike Baker.
Mike from the CIA is here, and thanks for hanging out.
Mike's great. Thanks. And Bill Burrow is going to be stopping by in a little bit. But Dana, thanks, man. Thanks for coming.
Thank you, guys. Always appreciate it.
Back.
The Opie and Anthony Show presents Primetime Sam Roberts and One Question with a Guest We Couldn't Get. Television star and one-time heartthrob, Jason Priestley.
Primetime Sam Roberts here with Jason Priestley. Jason, what type of fuel does your car take?
My car takes premium unleaded.
Thank you so much for your time.
All right, you bet.
This has been Primetime Sam Roberts and One Question with a Guest We Couldn't Get on the Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM. The virus.
Crazy.
You guys know each other? Bill, have you met him?
Yeah. The Opie and Anthony Show. A bunch of people in for the vacationing Greg Opie Hughes. He's down in the Outer
On
Banks.
holiday.
The OBX. He's on holiday. On holiday. At least it's not at hospital.
Yeah.
English are weird. Bill Burr just joining us.
Hello.
How are you,
you,
Bill?
I am happy to be here.
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
Yes.
That's all I got. I am in a great mood.
You're happy to be here, guy. Are you in a great mood?
I am in a great mood.
That's
you can believe I taped Letterman last night, so it went well. I got that whole monkey off my back.
You got that done.
Is it on Friday?
Thursday it's going to show.
Thursday night? Okay.
But whenever I do that show, I either have a nightmare that I bomb or I just have like a 20-minute meltdown where I'm like, what the fuck? Why don't I just be a manager? I could be that guy standing in the green room eating cookies going, go ahead, go get him, son.
Taking his money.
Yeah. But no, it went well.
You've had enough great Lettermans, though. Louis had one years ago, I think, that wasn't good. Attell had one that wasn't good. Like, you've had enough where...
Oh, I know the bad one's coming. You just never know when. It's like being a relief pitcher. That's what doing those 4.5-minute things. It's just like, all right, you walk the guy. You have like one bad joke. All right, just keep plowing ahead. But
no, I don't mean you. I mean, even if you were to, you're kind of. I think you're in there where they know that you're a great comic, and it's not going to hurt you there. Like a lot of guys, if you fuck up there, you're done. But it's like you're beyond that there. They know
I think I'd still get traded.
How many have you done? This is your 8th one, right?
No, 6.
6. Okay.
So I'm right on the. You're right on that.
You're right there. You could still screw it up.
Oh yeah,
Bill,
but not this one.
You know, Mike Baker.
We just met.
Yeah, Mike. Mike's been here, and we wanted to talk a little bit about this Tripoli situation, this Gaddafi thing. Because Mike.
Oh yes.
CIA.
Oh okay.
That guy.
So I imagine once
everybody knows.
Once Gaddafi's out, then I imagine then it's just all going to be happy.
Yeah, that's going to be great.
Yeah, everybody's
it
just
already is.
Everybody's just going to put their guns down and just start arms.
It's perfect. In fact, I'm surprised that you're not out there right now collecting your free weapons, because that's what they're doing.
Be.
They're handing out weapons from the armories that they've overrun to citizens. They're putting out the call saying, "Come out. If you don't have a weapon, come out and get one." And I think really, to your point, everything's going to go very well now.
Yeah. Now they have an armed citizenry, which is great.
Yeah.
And from what I've seen, the looks of the rebels as they have their victories. They look like people who really know how to handle a government. And
no, they don't.
What? what are you talking about? Firing AKs up in the air?
Yeah, it's good.
And chanting Allah.
It's like guys in a bleacher at a baseball game are now going to try and go in there.
Well, I guess we got to worry about the oil infrastructure. Come on, let's get going.
Yeah, they're going to get right on
pumping that oil again and selling it. And don't we have to have a central bank? And what should we do next?
Mike, haven't we seen in the past that sometimes a peoples need a dictatorship, especially one that's had a longevity like Gaddafi has had? It's very hard to think that this word freedom is this all-fixing Band-Aid to put on a broken population when, in essence, they've only known a tyrannical leader.
Right.
And you can't just hand them guns and the word freedom and make it work.
Oh, it sounds good.
It sounds great, but look at Iraq. That didn't work.
Really?
As far as I see, no.
So you're negative on Iraq.
I'm negative on Iraq.
I always thought it was going really, really well.
I don't think. I don't think people can fight for their own freedom if they don't start it themselves. You can't have somebody say, "Hey, you want to be free." And they go, "No, we just don't want the guy that's in charge to chop our heads off, so we go to work every day, we do this. We try not to get gassed by him, and we just lead our lives." It's under a regime of, terror, but that's what happens in the world. There's plenty of them. We don't jump into everyone.
Every despot out in the Middle East is smacking their head thinking, what the hell happened? How did this, in 6 months, how did we all, lose the good life?
Yeah.
And Gaddafi is an interesting situation because since, 2003, he renounced weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah.
And he took credit, in his mind, that's what he did. He took credit for Lockerbie. We all knew, that they were responsible.
Yeah.
But they finally took the responsibility for it. And so from about 2003 or so, he was our guy, theoretically. We were working, to bring him into the fold, and he was supposedly doing all the things he was supposed to be doing. Meanwhile, you got a guy like, I don't know, Assad over in Syria, who, never met a protester he didn't like to shoot, who's got more blood on his hands from, participation in terrorism around the world than Gaddafi could ever hope for. And, we do nothing there. So there's this weird inconsistency that's been going on. And I don't know. It's not going to. I don't think. Unfortunately, it's not going to end well in Libya. We already see the problems in Egypt that are developing.
Yeah, because it's never this from one regime to another transition. There's a lot of shit that happens in between. Where there's clashes between different factions that want to be in charge and instability. And then usually, especially in the Middle East, you wind up getting somebody that we never get along with anyway.
Right. And you got to have somebody who can make the trains run on time. One of the problems they've got, whether it's Egypt or Tunisia or anywhere else, is you create this incredible expectation of change, right? Wait, what's that sound like? And hope. Yeah. And all of a sudden, nothing changes. And you just got a different cast of characters in there at the trough, stealing shit. And the people,
it's like
you know,
over here.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Democrat, Republican, it makes no difference. It's the same thing. Everybody's saying, "We're going to get you jobs."
Hand in the till.
Yeah, everything's going to be great.
Stand by. Yeah. The only thing we don't get here is our free weapons.
Yeah.
That they try to really.
Has there ever been an over? When was the last time that there was an overthrowing of a government, and then that there was peace afterwards? That
it's about 1776.
Yeah, that was the last time.
77.
Yeah. And then they got into some shit.
How the hell
after
did we
that.
pull that off?
I don't know, but when you think about it, there was still, right after that, there was another war, and then 1812, we got in a little more shit, and so it was.
We kind of had our guy.
Kind of a big civil war going on.
But I mean, did they have their George Washington going across the Potomac over there, and everybody's like, "All right, that's our guy," and these are our documents. Are they so beaten down and tortured that their idea of freedom is when you stone somebody, we only use the little stones. Freedom, yeah.
And that was one of my earlier points, is they don't have an understanding of freedom like we have an understanding. And we are so fucking pompous, and our government is so pompous to think that we could just shove it down their throat, and they'll be like, this is great, just because we enjoy this freedom.
They don't give a shit about them. They're going over there to get their stuff. That's all they're doing.
But we never end up getting their stuff. The whole get their stuff thing is bullshit.
Oh, I'm not saying it's working.
We never get it.
But there's a motive there.
It's the war for oil, man. It's the war for oil. Yeah, at $5 a gallon.
Why all
My
of a sudden-
Escalade's great when I'm fucking pumping there and I'm getting a cramp. I'm getting carpal
no, they're
tunnel.
not getting it for you.
Oh,
they're
they're
getting
not?
it for them. They
Who's
get it
this?
for them.
Who's this them?
Oil companies?
They drill. They have plenty of it. They're doing fine. the
Oil companies and
Oh,
politicians.
there you go. There's a great point.
The politicians
They're drilled. They've got plenty of it. Oh, Jesus. There's the end of that debate.
But they don't have to take another country's oil. They're doing fine. Every oil company's
Jesus
profits
Christ.
are through the
I
roof.
thought we were going to make it to 8:30. I really thought we were going to.
Every oil company's profits are through the fucking roof. So why do you have to go over? And do you think an American company is going to go in and get Libya's oil?
Look,
do we have Iraq's oil? We don't.
Why are we interested in Libya, though? My theory is
They're
because
10 fucking years we don't have their oil
the
yet.
embarrassment over that whoever the Lockerbie bomber being turned over and him being made a hero in Libya. To me, that's the only reason I can think why we now give a shit about Gaddafi when we didn't give a shit about it for 25 years.
Well, we were kind of muscled into this. We came late to the party in Libya, anyway, and the French jumped in there immediately. The French have a long, the Europeans have a longer history and certainly more interest
colonization
in
over
Libya.
there.
We don't have any strategic interests in Libya, despite the talk about the oil. And here's something: I think everybody should have to work for the government for at least a year or 2 years in some capacity. And then we would learn that, there's usually not the Byzantine, we're going to go over there and take their shit. It's usually, and this is going to sound odd, but we tend to do things because we honestly believe it's the right thing to do at that moment. As fucked up as the idea may be, we tend to do that. Now, and then we also tend to be a bit of a self-correcting nation. It may take more time to turn the ship, than we'd like. But I think if everybody worked for the government for a period of time, you'd learn that, you don't have the conspiracy theories that a lot of people think that we do have. Because, you couldn't, honestly, God, half the time you couldn't, organize panic in a doomed submarine, but, much less keep a secret about trying to take over the world or somebody else's oil. But the problems we're going to have in Libya are the same problems we've had elsewhere. And you said it yourself, the sort of this pompous hubris, that has developed, whether it's Iraq, Afghanistan, the idea that somehow we're going to go in there and reshape and give them something that, bottom line, they don't have a clue.
They don't have
what
an
the
understanding
hell
of
we're
it.
talking about.
Yeah.
You think Afghanistan? You think the Afghans are standing around going, "Geez, I can't wait to get some of this federal government and some of this democracy that they're talking about."
Starbucks on every corner, on every dirt road corner.
Dude, I don't know why, other than to try to get Osama, why you would go over there. It's like Russia lost, and they're landlocked with those maniacs.
Yeah.
We're playing an away game over there.
Away game. It's true. You're right.
It's just like how they just
perpetual away game.
Yeah, they're just gonna run into the mountains. They don't want us there. You gotta kill everybody. That's the only way an occupation works.
That's why it worked over here.
And the
The
years.
genocide. I'm not advocating it,
Yeah,
but that's how. And we had no plans of leaving.
That's
But
pretty much
eventually
it.
you're going to leave, so they're just going to hang back.
I like how you had to get the caveat in there. I'm not advocating it.
Well, that's how it works now.
But you're right.
But when
you're
you
right.
look at when the Soviet Union
Can't
was
just
in
be
there,
throwing genocide out there.
they weren't.
Wouldn't it be funny if it happened and they blamed you? How great would that be? You know how powerful the show would be?
The Soviets were never ones for strategic bombing, not messing with mosques and hospital. They were carpet bombing motherfuckers in Afghanistan.
It says that on their license plates over
we're
there.
carpet bombing motherfuckers, and they still
CBMF.
didn't win. Yeah.
No, and they went in there, and after about 4 years, they spent the next 5 years of that occupation trying to get the hell out. And we know that because we've seen a lot of the strategy and paperwork that came out of the Kremlin during that period of time, and they couldn't figure it out. They said, okay, how are we going to get the hell out of here? Well, okay, now we got to retreat to the urban centers because we can't hold the countryside. Well, we'd like to get out, but how do we leave behind a stable government that's going to pursue our interests? They're doing the same thing now.
Yes.
And we spent 25 years ago, we spent a great deal of time and effort and resource getting the Soviets pushed out of there.
Arming the people that were fighting. Yeah.
Only to find ourselves back there 10 years later, acting as if somehow now we're going to do the same.
Isn't it about saving face, too? I mean, it's about getting government that will cooperate and do what we want.
Peace with honor.
But isn't you know what?
I love Nixon.
Isn't it also about not looking like an asshole as a country, like we got beaten up? And it seems like we like to stick our noses where it doesn't belong, mind everybody's business. We're not willing to behave barbarically, like Bill said, genocide. We're not going to do that.
Right.
So then we fucking wonder why we're getting our asses kicked all over the place. It's because we're trying to be polite. We've turned into the ant. We're nudges. We're just putting, no, it's too cold in here. We're just putting our faces in everybody's business, but we're not willing to strong arm for real. So we should just mind our business.
Well, there was also some guilt over the fact that we, in some people's minds, we walked out after the Soviets, left. That we, in some people's minds, we abandoned, the Afghan people, and so there was still some of that lingering guilt that allowed us to morph from what, Bill's point. We went in there with a very solid, very purposeful mission. Find the Al Qaeda, get them the hell out of there, rout them as best we could, remove the Taliban. We did that. By the February of March or so of 2002, with that operation done, suddenly it morphed into a nation-building exercise.
Yeah, and that doesn't work. It just doesn't work. You can't do it.
Yeah.
And like you said,
just put up a couple of strip malls. They'll get it.
they'll love it. They'll love it. Yeah, there it is. We seem to be making the same mistakes over and over again, and committing
so you're saying
so
history
many
repeats
resources.
itself?
It seems to. It seems like me when I'm drunk. It just repeats itself. Jimmy pointed that out the other day, and it's hilarious because I do it.
Anthony's very entertaining. I
have
don't
a few
mind
drinks. I'll say the same story 5 times in a row.
It's almost like when you leave a DVD on, and they just keep playing the opening promo with the same 4 scenes.
At least I'm not punching anyone.
No, he's like LodgeNet. When you're in the hotel room.
Welcome to LodgeNet. Yeah, I get like that. What do you think? What do you think we should do in Libya now? The second Gaddafi is not you, not you. The second Gaddafi
Here's my
is
5-step plan.
is found, caught, killed, whatever it is, and he's out of power. Now, are we to leave? Do we then leave and leave it to the French and whatnot to try to get that shit together? What do we do?
Well, we can't leave is the answer to that. And I know that the president's been talking about how this was the Libyan people's effort, and they own it. Well, frankly, without NATO and frankly without our support of NATO's operations, they wouldn't be in Tripoli right now, and Gaddafi would still be
absolutely
running the show.
Now, wasn't this also initially? NATO went in there, and by NATO I mean American Air Force and air power and a French biplane. Because when you're talking about airstrikes, it's our drones, it's our fucking planes. Stop it. What, a Mirage or 2? Ooh, wow. But to go in there, please, it's all our shit.
Hilarious.
It's all our shit.
But you have a big global map on your wall in your house.
I do. Yeah. I do.
Moving like pieces around.
Yes, it's like Stratego. I love it. But to go in there under the guise that we were protecting civilians, if you remember that, that's why we were committing forces. It was to protect the civilians that Gaddafi's regime was killing. Then it turned into, when the civilians have weapons and they're trying to overthrow a government, they're not civilians anymore. Right. Now you're backing a rebellion with your resources. And it's exactly what happened. Oh, we're just here to fund weapons of mass destruction. Oh, they're not here? Well, we're here to give democracy and get this leader out of here. It's the same story all over again. Yeah. And I love the way, and I hate playing partisan politics, but I do love the way the Democrats never mention the fact that this is exactly the same thing. He went in with a bill of goods. It's completely not what it's ending up being. And we don't seem to be in a position where we're going to be able to pull out of this thing. And once the rebellion's done and the administration, the Gaddafi administration is out, what do we do? Diplomacy by drones and planes? Now
you stick Bobby Collins in there. He looks like Gaddafi enough. And you just say this is a new and improved one. And he comes out, he tells some jokes.
He'll leave you alone.
Everybody chills out.
They said Gaddafi's gotten so nice, he called me babe and asked how I was doing.
Yeah. Wearing the pullover V-necks. Everybody loves that guy. That's who you bring in there. Would you say when Gaddafi went on a juice fast? Skin's showing look.
Yeah, he's looking good.
Bobby really is, by the way, to digress for a second, he is that guy. Like, you can't not like Bobby Collins when you see him.
Yeah.
You can't, you think like, whatever you want, you sit down and talk to him, and say, hey, how are you? And he's just this
nice
weird
guy.
fucking vibe to him.
Can't help but work the room. He's got the same haircut as Gaddafi. You bring him in there. He apologizes for all the torture, and they're gonna love him.
They'll love him.
Yeah.
A couple of jokes.
There you go. You give him one of those. You give him one of those Vegas contracts. Sign him up for a year.
You know what? At least it's a plan.
Well, you know what? I wonder if anyone's told this to the French.
Yeah. Do you think though, after Gaddafi's gone, that we will have to put people on the ground there? Because you like I said,
what money?
Money? Just print more. Just keep printing it. Well, that's all he's got to do.
But that's a big question. The Obama administration right now they're playing this very cautiously because primarily because they don't know where this thing's going to go. I mean, it could either end well, everybody gets along, and they form a little government, and they don't there's no retribution against Gaddafi loyalists, and all the various tribes get together and they say let's exactly. So when that doesn't happen, then what you get is you're going to get this thing heading south. And this transitional national council that formed in the east part of the country that's been supposedly running the show, we're already getting grumblings from people in the west. And the western side, the rebels were really responsible for overrunning Tripoli. They're the ones who have actually been making progress over the past few months. Anyway, they're more resourced and trained, and better logistics. And they're looking and saying, with Transitional National Council, what the hell are you talking about?
Like, fuck you. We're the ones that have been
we're
fighting over here.
But we can't, what are we going to do? Walk out? I mean, it will be chaos. And so the French have already been committing, certain resources. And as Bill pointed out, what are we going to do? Spend money there? We don't really have any money to spend.
You know what? We're always so afraid of this instability after these revolutions. Revolutions pretty much breed instability. I think we should let them run their courses and get the fuck out of these places and just let world history be world history.
I think the second you introduce the word tribes, you know which direction it's going in. You just like, all right, this is you just have Vince McMahon commentate, turn it into a pay-per-view, let him fight it out. And just
here comes the North into the West, and they're pissed. I can't believe it. Oh my God! It's a Mason Club match. He's jumping off the top rope.
He just beheaded him. He just beheaded him.
He's pulling his finisher move, the beheading.
The finishing move.
But we are always the big fear thing is. We can't just leave.
Right.
Why not? Because we've been in Iraq now for a decade. So why can't we just leave?
Somalia, maybe we're probably looking at that, like how bad that will.
But is it worse? Is it worse to be there for 10 years with American lives being lost, or pull out and let them deal with their shit for 10 years?
Well, I mean, and that's a big issue. You look at a place like Afghanistan, and you say, All right, we could be there for 20 years. We could be there for 30 years. Do we? I mean, the Taliban has no place to go, right? We've learned this from previous wars.
Yeah.
So do we honestly believe that at this stage, somehow Afghanistan is still as relevant to our national security as it was in late 2001? But we never had that conversation. And much like with Iraq, because, and as you said, we get in there and for some reason, and whether it's hubris or whether it's an embarrassment or whatever it is, we can't have that conversation, and the people on Capitol Hill don't have the balls to say, we got to go. It's no longer in our interest.
Right.
Good luck with this, and off you go.
Let me ask you a question, too. I'm sorry. Do you think that if bin Laden had been turned over by the Taliban, in, say, December of 2001 or January of 2002, whatever it was, that the U.S. would have gone over there?
No, I don't think so.
Do you think that was just a tactical, horrible miscalculation by the Taliban?
Oh, absolutely. The Taliban, and there were arguments inside the Taliban, very early stages, late 2001 or early 2002. I mean, they understood that they had made a serious tactical error in allowing al-Qaeda to develop their camps to the degree they did, and to suddenly, be kicked out of power because of foreign fighters and their agenda, which was not the same as the Taliban. The Taliban wants to play in their own box, right? I mean, we went in there and kicked them out, right? Because they suddenly got outside their neighborhood. And so honestly, I'm not a buyer on Afghanistan, and quite frankly, I'm not a buyer on Iraq. You think that the sectarian violence it's spiking again? Again, once we walk out of there, and I don't know that we're actually going to leave Iraq in the way that we've been talking about. I think we're gonna have a long-term presence there. I don't see how we.
I think the permanent bases they built over there kind of gave that away.
Yeah. There was something to that big compound with all the electricity. And once they brought in cable TV,
they bring up like tents and stuff.
Yeah, they got a Starbucks.
No, they got a stronghold over there. And then they're going to gradually, I think, take out everybody over there. And then I think we'll have all the oil under our control, and it'll still be $7 a gallon somehow. And somehow they just won't be able to get us better technology than 35 miles a gallon. We just can't fucking get past that number.
I love Bill.
Oh, I don't know what it is. All the cars are safer. They're heavier. Go fuck yourself.
You know what I heard yesterday? The gas is still expensive, even though the price of oil has gone down something like 35% over the past couple of weeks. The price at the pumps has only gone down about 9%.
It's almost like they're so big, the government can't even control them. It's almost like they're outside the boundaries of this country.
Well, one excuse I heard was it's the fact that the dollar is worth so little now, because they've just been pumping money out there, that the price would have come down, but it can't.
That's a whole other carton of eggs.
Now a gallon of gas is $5.
It's almost like there's a private corporation just printing money. It's like that. It's almost like designed to fail, to then create a new currency and eventually work towards one world bank. It's almost like that.
I knew it.
It's almost
That's
that.
it. Not quite 8:30, and we got to the one world government.
One world government.
Oh, yeah, they're not going to do that. Not at all.
The Amero.
Yeah, Europe has the euro.
Look what happened to it.
It's not working
apart.
too well.
Well, I'm not saying it's going to go great. I'm just saying.
I think the Germans want to go back to the Deutschmark and.
I'm not saying that like there's this one group of people. The whole world's just a bunch of gangs, and I think that they try. Everybody's trying to be the guy. I'm not one of those guys. You know what I can't stand about conspiracy theory?
Jews!
Is how immediately it goes to that. Immediately it goes to that. Like conspiracy theory has just become synonymous with moronic thought, and this whole fucking country came about because of a conspiracy. The revolution was not a spontaneous act where everyone was just sitting there also.
That's a legitimate conspiracy. It's not the fact that there aren't such things as conspiracies. But when you have one that's so out there.
What was out there about that?
It wasn't. No, it wasn't. That's just it. You get a bunch of colonists. They come over here. They say.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying, though. I'm talking about slowly becoming one world bank, dude. Since I've been doing this show, we went from kind of 20 major banks. We're down to like 5. When I was living in L.A., you couldn't find a Chase Manhattan. They're all over the fucking place. Somehow those sons of bitches always guess right.
There used to be delis and shit. Now there's fucking Subways. There used to be department stores. Now there's fucking, hardware stores. Now there's fucking Home Depots. Everything's conglomerating.
You just compared?
Yes, it's a business.
You just compared that, yes. It's legalized.
Bigger businesses buy up the smaller ones, and you lose the mom and pop
It's legalized loan
aspect.
sharking.
Yes, it always has been. But it doesn't mean that this conspiracy is consolidating the banks. It's business. Just like hardware stores being bought up by fucking Lowe's and Home Depot.
What's the amount of shit that you've argued with me about for the last 5 years that has now come about when I was telling you to buy gold coins and you said I was a fucking moron?
No,
dude, those things were
I
like,
agree.
fuck you.
They were $500.
Roll the tape. They
or
were like
something.
$800, and now they're like $1,800. What are you going to do with your gold coins, man? And then I'm going to Canada, and I'm getting like 80 cents on the dollar. I can't even afford a pair of fucking sneakers up there. And I was like, where's Anthony now?
But I'm saying, yes, this is happening.
Anything I say to you, you'd make it sound like I say that the fucking moon is made out of cheese.
I agree with you saying this, and that
as he builds a compound and has an arsenal of weapons. You're a genius.
Well, you know,
I like your style. You say I don't believe in that stuff
on the DL, but
I imagine.
Stay prepared, though.
We're all you got to make some contingency plans. You know?
Do you have a go bag, Bill? See, you're a guy that should have a go bag.
I live in Los Angeles, which is a city that technically has no water supply. There's the amount of people I know out there, dude, I got a cabin. I got this cabin. It's like, well, dude, unless you're in it when the shit goes down, it's going to be crazy. What's fucked up about the United States is like when you see like, in Japan, like when that tsunami hit but there's still like peace. It's because they're all Japanese. Over here, it's like gangs in New York. Like shit, it's going to be like the Warriors.
You just think
when the dollar
collections and
people with their face painted with baseball bats. That's going to be insane. I want to know why people live in gated communities.
Yeah?
What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing?
Security.
A high number of oil executives live in gated communities.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of people that are after them.
Right,
like
apparently.
Bill
because
Burr.
they do business in such a way.
They're
that
hard
is,
to back up. They really are despicable fucking people. And I'm not a big conspiracy guy, but I can't think of a more hateable group of people than fucking the people that run the banks.
But I don't think the only conspiracy here is the conspiracy to make money.
Oh yeah, no, I know, but I'm just
There's not this grand. What's their end game? To run things and be able to go.
No, I don't. No,
What's their end game?
It's one of like I don't even understand why that's like even fucking funny. Like,
shit!
Yeah,
because it's an evil one leader guy.
No, I'm not saying that. I never said that. That is your general idea of conspiracy theory. Because whenever they show a conspiracy theory, it's always a guy with the fucking tinfoil on his head.
No, that's my impression of your thoughts on what this is.
And I've never said that.
End game?
I never said that there's one fucking guy doing that. I've never seen that.
And why? Give me the final solution to what they want.
Okay,
Did you have to phrase it like that?
I know.
Basically, the game that they play right now, which is to get everybody on the wheel for 30 fucking years, and right as you pay it off, your gallbladder explodes, and then your insurance cancels you. You got to you got to sell the house, and they move another 30-year-old in there. It's not enough just to be doing it to people here. They want to keep growing.
What does it give them?
Wait a minute. Now, so we're talking about a healthcare conspiracy.
Because you're talking about. No, but they're all part of the same, not organized together, but it's part of that same thought process that it's never enough. I don't have a problem being controlled, but my problem with people like that is it's never enough. It's never fucking enough.
Never
like you
enough
think,
what?
okay,
money or power or both?
Yeah, it's never going to be enough. That's what scares me about like the bailout money, the fact that, am I out of my mind? Did I not see on the news that they can't even say where it is or who got it?
Yeah, it's not accounted
and it's just
for.
like, whatever, but if you snatch your fucking purse, they got your face on every goddamn telephone pole out there. How come I don't know what these bankers look like? How come these guys don't go to jail?
There's no accountability because it's like anything, like in this building.
Because they're bigger. They have too much fucking money. They're beyond being prosecuted at this point.
So what would you like to do? What do you want to do with them?
That's a whole nother argument. I'm not saying I have the solution. What I'm saying is what's going on is fucked up.
Saying this is what pisses me off.
But do you think this is
what? So what's wrong with doing that?
Yeah,
what I'm trying to stop here is if you bring this. Thank you.
Yeah.
See?
Well, I'm saying you're right to say you're pissed off and talk about it, and you don't need to have a solution because that tends to be.
Do you think it's an organized conspiracy of a few people that have a plan? Like I don't know.
This is what. Look, I'm saying like banks. They're basically trying to get down to one bank. They're trying to eliminate all their other competition the way they do in any business. But in this fucking business, that's unbelievably dangerous. If you get all the way down to one bank, okay, then, I mean, what am I going to do when they say, okay, the interest is 30% on that loan, and I go, hey, go fuck yourself? They no, you go fuck yourself, because we have all the goddamn money.
Well, the only problem with that is that it's not in the bank's interest to not have any competition. Because of the way the banking system is structured, they have to have competition, and they have to have liquidity within the various banking industries to make this work. So,
Why?
I mean, the idea...
Why?
Well, that's a whole other conversation. I'm not saying I got a solution here. I'm just saying, because I agree with it in a sense that there was no accountability for the bailout. You could argue that
Why
that
do you
was,
need
that
competition?
was a government issue.
If you control all of the money, why would that be in your Why would that be in your?
I mean, it's never going to happen because of regulation.
We're down to like 5 banks.
So they understand. No, we're not down to 5 banks.
Wouldn't it implode?
I'm just saying, 5 like major banks. You got what do you got? You got Wells Fargo, you got Chase, Washington, whatever the fuck that is. That's gone.
Ernie Bank.
I always thought that was a terrible name for a bank.
Yeah, so get rid of those guys. Why have that competition?
Yeah. What else you got? You got Citi, you got Bank of America.
Yeah. When I say 5, I mean there's like very few left. It's basically what I'm saying. It's not literally 5.
I understand. Yeah,
but don't you think one bank?
My point being is I'm always fascinated by the notion that somehow business is out to screw us over constantly. I mean, and I'm saying this in part because I run a small business. It's a small business, but it's still a business. I'm out there. I want to make as much fucking money as I can.
Right.
And I'd like to get my business as big as I possibly can.
Right.
I don't think that makes me a bad person. That just makes me want to make as much fucking money and get as big a fucking business as possible.
Oh, my God.
Bill is hilarious.
Oh, my God.
Now, Bill, why do you find that funny?
God. Yeah,
a businessman wanting to...
Yes, because
call me crazy. I want to make money.
At your level. Yeah. At your level, when you open your lemonade stand, it's all about customer service. Absolutely. Right. Hello, I'm Mr. So-and-so. I run the lemonade stand. Can I help you, sir? Would you like another napkin? This is my dream. I'm talking about when you get to a fucking insane level. How many stories have been on the news where they show these giant corporations who do the wrong fucking thing just so they can eke out another dollar?
Yeah.
You could fly in a fucking
greedy
airplane.
And selfish, but that doesn't make them conspiracy
No,
level.
But what he's suggesting is that if I'm running a business, I want to do what's best for the customer.
No, you just said, no. Wait. Now you're doing.
Well, now
you're putting words in my mouth.
That's what that sounded like. That's what it sounded like you were saying.
No,
then okay.
I'm not saying. I'm saying I'm running a business. I want to make as much fucking money as I can, and I would like to get my business as big as possible. That doesn't make me a bad fucking person.
And if someone opens up a lemonade stand next door, he's going to be pissed.
Depending on how you go about it, yes, it does.
What? Well, now you're at a morality issue?
Yeah.
With business? Where the fuck have you been for 200 years? It doesn't work that way.
You're literally saying what I'm saying, you jackass.
I know.
Jesus fucking Christ.
But I'm saying it.
Jesus fucking Christ. I give up.
You're putting too much.
But I'm saying it louder.
No, you're putting too much emotion into it and morality into it. I'm looking at it like business is fucked. They're greedy, selfish people that want to make money. I'm not looking at it like you're spelling it out. That
they're not trying to.
This big-brained guy.
I never said that. I never ever said that. I never said that. I never said that.
I find it hard to believe I find it hard to believe they would ever work together. Like the greed does play a part in it. Whereas
work together.
I can't picture any room where because look at the Chinese. There's a billion of them, and they're never going to want to be a part of something that is shared.
This is unreal. You guys are having a conversation about something I never said. For the 9th time, I'm not saying there's one fucking guy.
No, not one.
I'm just saying that. I'm saying that there's certain groups, oil companies, insurance companies, and banks
all working together.
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay,
I'm saying they are too big to be controlled.
Right.
They're too big to be controlled, which is why their greed is so out of fucking control.
I'll even go with you on that. I
actually think that there's enough money if they wouldn't fucking just. If it wasn't so goddamn corrupt and they didn't pay $40 for a fucking hamburger, you don't think that we could afford health insurance?
See,
the amount of goddamn money. It's not even like
morality and compassion has no place in 99% of the businesses out there. It just doesn't. They don't think of it that way. It's a horrible thing.
I understand that they don't.
They don't.
And so we're saying the same thing.
Yeah,
so you don't have you just go, hey, this is the way it is, and blah, 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 blah. And I actually get upset by it. And your point, this is what it really is. Right. We're both saying it exists. I get upset by it, and you just say, hey, that's the way it is.
Yeah.
You know, that's
that seems
it.
To be where
so
we are,
then there's no point in arguing then. I'm done.
Case closed.
No, it's not like case closed. There's no, because we're saying the same thing.
We are.
We are saying the same thing.
I misunderstood. I thought you had a
It's probably because of all the yelling I do.
Yeah. You were in a good mood when you came in here. That ends real quick.
No, that's the whole, I don't, you know what it is, dude? I don't buy anything. I just think it's all fucking bullshit. It's all bullshit.
Have you, like,
they
pretty
don't even give a fuck about people in this country.
Yeah.
And if there isn't money to be made, they don't give a shit about people over there. It's all, got a guy, give him the freedom and blah, blah, blah. No, I don't buy any of it. Worst speech ever given was Eisenhower at the end of his presidency, the industrial military complex. People have explained to me what that means, and I still watch the speech, and I don't get it. I don't know why. He should have talked like the common man. I mean, listen,
really?
There's going to be Best Buy in the future. And that's going to be a bad thing.
What was part of the speech, though, with the, what was that? The
Industrial military complex.
Yeah.
He was basically saying that big business was going to start controlling our foreign policy. I think that's what it is. I swear to God, I could watch it 200 times. Somebody could diagram it. I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. He definitely looks disturbed.
Really?
He looks upset. The industrial military complex.
It's like somebody told him something.
40 degrees. On two. Ready? Break. Just like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And everybody always has it on YouTube like, this is the thing we should have listened to, man. And I'm watching and I'm going, oh, Jesus Christ, this is the problem. I'm too fucking stupid.
I have no idea.
That one of these, he was actually going rogue in that moment. And he had to do it in a way where he wouldn't end up in a convertible in Dallas.
That's fantastic.
You know,
man.
I was wondering if we could loop back to the Kennedy assassination by the time we finished.
Yeah. No, the fucked up thing is I do agree with Bill on a lot of things. And I'm very jaded. I'm very distrustful of the government. I'm not a rah-rah government guy. I love that their fucking hand is in my pocket, taking 50% of everything I make and own.
I'm getting killed. I'm finally making money in this business. I'm taking uppercuts every 3 months.
Yeah. And then, yes. And to then be called an elitist and not doing your part in this country. You're made out to be a villain because you've achieved what is supposed to be the American dream. Because the pursuit of happiness has turned into a guarantee of happiness and an entitlement of happiness. And happiness equals money. So you're the bad guy. And unless you give your shit to somebody that doesn't have it, you're fucking despicable.
I just worked in Utah, and I had a pretty good weekend. I did okay. I made a little bonus. All went to taxes in Utah. All of it went to Utah. I didn't get my bonus.
They grab you by your ankles and they turn you upside down and they just shake it out of you.
And how I get into arguments with people on Twitter, which I do, about taxes, and people actually like are pissed that I'm saying I don't want to pay half of everything I own and earn. And then they tell me, you don't pay half. I'm going, really? I'm doing my fucking taxes. I know how much I pay out. Oh, I'm not just talking about federal and state.
I have the holes in the wall to prove how much I'm paying.
Yeah, exactly. There's federal and state, and then what you get to keep. Oh, right. Yeah, so the second you spend it, it's taxed. You want to make money on it in the market? Whoa, you made a little too much. Too soon.
My accountant knows
capital gains.
My accountant knows every year that I'm going to flip out at the end of the year because I paid like these huge chunks because I don't want to take that fucking overhand at the end of the year.
Yeah,
so last year I'm throwing even more money and more money and more money. And the guy goes, yeah, Bill, so I did the final figures up. But, I'll talk to you after the holidays. And I'm like, no, man, I want to know now. And he goes, all right. And he hits me with a number. You got to be fucking...
You still owed money?
I owed more money. I paid more money each quarter, and I owed more money. Now, I definitely made more money, but I paid way fucking more.
You made it. Hey, look, you wouldn't have to pay taxes on it if you weren't making it.
Fuck you.
No.
It's my money. I should be able to fucking keep a little more of it. Flat tax for the whole fucking country.
Yeah.
I love that idea.
Including the rich cunts.
Yes.
Who don't pay.
Every fucking person and business, 17%.
They're not going to do that.
You know what?
If you make $1 a year, I want to see your 17 cents in that till, motherfucker.
I got nothing against closing.
I'm with that.
Yeah, I got nothing against closing loopholes and, yada, yada, yada.
Yes.
But I do want to see that percentage, and everybody's got a different number. It's 42%. It's 51% of Americans who don't actually pay any taxes. I want them to pay something.
Pay it.
I want everybody to be invested in the system.
Ride.
Otherwise, we got a big fucking problem. If you're not invested in the system in any way,
right?
And you got these great entitlement programs. What else are you going to think? I like my free stuff.
Yeah, this
don't
is
take
great.
that away from me.
How can you stop them from overpaying. Like, everybody wants to work for the state because they want to lean on a fucking shovel and not do anything. And then everybody wants to get the government contracts so they can overcharge everybody. Because you got to, whoever the hell's writing the goddamn checks, it's not really your money. Yeah. So when you overcharge, I mean, half the people out, I'm not half the people, typical stat I'll throw out there, but I bet a lot of the fucking people who are taking those government contracts will then turn around and bitch about their taxes after they just got done overcharging.
The people, they're part of the problem, and they're bitching about it when they go to pay
all these construction
taxes.
Things. You know, they always that'll be like
that's why
$9,000 per bag of concrete.
Yeah. That's why when it came time to vote on the Nassau Coliseum and the Islanders, I live in Nassau County, and I went out and voted no because they wanted us to cough up millions upon millions of dollars in tax money to rebuild the Nassau Coliseum, a minor league ballpark, and revamp the area
Bread
and shit
and
like
circus.
that. Yeah. I'm like, fuck that. No, I'm not doing it. So I voted no, and a lot of people voted no. The whole bill didn't pass. I'm like, and people were bitching at me. You know how many jobs are going to be lost? The Islanders are going to leave this. I go, no, it's not going to happen. They will stay. They're going to get private sector money like they should and fucking build it from the private sector. The jobs will be there. It'll be private investors that want to recoup their money. They want to save money. I'm going to give the government who we're in debt already in this county, in Nassau County where I live.
Right.
I'm going to give them millions more.
No, I don't understand.
For a boondoggle fucking overpriced
a roller
stadium.
derby rink?
Yeah, a roller derby rink. I want to
I don't understand how do the owners of these teams get to like blackmail these states? Like we're going to leave. The states should start going. Well, then fucking leave.
Leave. Go.
Yeah. It's your business.
Who cares?
You're making all this money. Pay for your own goddamn
and
stadium.
By the way, the second you leave an island, your name becomes very silly.
Yeah.
The Islanders, the Tennessee Islanders.
The Lakers.
What? Stop it. You look
the
silly.
Islanders.
Yeah. You've got like 3 places you can move to. Catalina.
Hawaii. Nantucket.
Hawaii. Nantucket.
Martha's Vineyard.
I don't trust the government with tax money. They've proven time and time again they can't make it work.
You don't think the government can spend our money wisely and efficiently?
You know what? I haven't seen it. Amazing, right?
But that fucking no accounting for those the bailout money given.
Yeah, no accounting.
The only answer, and I won't say it, is literally to physically drag people out of buildings. And fucking, you've all seen footage of what they do in third world countries to a rapist. That is the only way to handle. If that happened,
what do they do?
They usually light them on, burn them alive,
Some
or they
countries,
shoot them.
Pat them on the back.
Yeah.
Good job. What did she do?
Yes, and
look at another man.
But I mean,
savages.
It's the only answer. It's the only way that they will stop doing that is if they know that the penalty is to be dragged out into the street and fucking shot. I'm telling you, it sounds like a crazy thing to say. But
it might make him straighten up and fly right.
Hey, look, fucking Madoff is a very rare case of a guy whose life really is ruined. Son committed suicide. His wife left him. Like, he's a very rare case of a guy who really got what he deserved.
And he really had to fuck up.
And I love this case, too, because now you got people arguing. Because there were people that got in there that actually made money, right? Made a lot of money.
Yeah.
Because he was paying them, and they were kind of feeding the system by introducing other people. And anyway, so now they're arguing. They're trying to keep the money that not only that they invested with him, but that the money that he gave them through this whole Ponzi scheme.
Which was basically just other people's money.
Money.
We didn't make any money.
No, absolutely. He didn't make any money whatsoever. So there's this big legal battle with the trustee, and the trustee wants to get all that money back. He's saying, you didn't make that money. That's stolen money. Give me that money back. You can get the money back that you invested with him. And then, but I want that profit, so-called profit.
Yeah. And people defending their money sound greedy, like they're greedy. But if I invested money, like I have money in the market, if all of a sudden it turns out my guy was a thief, as much as I feel
pulled out before,
I would be like, "What the fuck? These are my investments. Like I did the right thing. I wasn't stealing. It's
no. The problem gets is if he actually gives money back to one guy and gave him a major profit to keep feeding the scam of the Ponzi scheme. Right. So then that guy takes that money and now he goes to invest it and he's in a certain amount of debt and that's stolen money. I guess he could sell whatever property, but it's not as simple as like, well, that's stolen money. You got to give it back. It's like the person, you're looking at your bank figures like you think you have this amount of money, so you go start living this life.
Yes.
But
funding the Mets.
Yeah, that was a good one.
No, but the thing is both sides are kind of right. It's weird. That's going to be a tough one.
And the fact that they let him go in a minimum security prison, that's another problem. It's like, his life stinks because his personal life, but he should be forced to be in a horrendous...
Exactly.
Even though
make a shank out of his tie tack.
A guy like that, though, would probably be taken care of in jail because he's fucking such a genius that he could tell these guys how to tell people to make money on the outside.
You think it's Shawshank?
No, but I mean, for real.
Get that GED.
That guy's a commodity. Lawyers do okay in jail.
And the next year, Mr. Madoff was doing tax returns for the whole staff.
But,
nothing makes someone feel like a man.
Drinking a nice
suds.
cold beer. Yeah, some cold suds.
No, that motherfucking. Why do I think that movie
Drink up, ladies.
So overrated, that movie. I'm sorry.
Really? You
I
don't
fucking
like that one?
Escape from Alcatraz. Enough already. Drinking his beer. We got it. Fucking bugs me. And Viking rapes him.
You don't like that Viking?
I liked it, but it was. It's
That's
so
what
overrated.
that's what I. You know what I liked about that movie was every time they have some middle class white guy go to jail, he always somehow fights off the rapist and then takes over the prison. I know he took over the prison in his own way, but he still got raped.
He still got raped.
Yeah,
in the ass.
that one line is sometimes he was able to. Sometimes he wasn't. I was just like, Jesus Christ.
No, he got it, didn't he?
No, I prefer Clint Eastwood with his fucking great ass showing when Wolf goes, I'm looking for a new punk. Worst fucking male rapist in prison ever. I could have fought him off.
No, but that's my problem with most movies is there's always that moment where it reminds me that I'm watching a movie.
Yeah.
And when I see Tom Selleck take over the prison and able to, whatever movie that was, and he was able to.
I didn't think anybody else saw that movie.
Yeah.
That awful movie.
Yeah, it's funny when you first got cable, it came out, and you just, look at me. Hey, he's Magnum PI. Of course he's got it.
Here's your shank. You got to go in the shower and kill that guy, Tom.
Dude, I remember I was talking to this guy one time, and we were watching the UFC. And I forget who we were watching, but I was just like, I go, look at that guy. I go, that guy right there, unrapeable. He's such a good fighter. He could go to prison, blah, blah, blah. And this dude had actually been in prison. He goes, nah, they'd still get to him. I go, how? He goes, they put drugs in your food. I'm just like, Jesus Christ.
5 guys jump on you. A couple will get broken jaws, but you will get dicked.
Yeah,
but then again, I can't.
Jesus Christ.
Dude, it's fucking brutal.
It really is a deterrent.
That's why I don't cheat on my taxes.
Exactly.
But what a great title for a new reality show. You will get dicked.
You will get dicked.
But you know
will you be the first unrapeable? Who will be the unrapeable?
They do a litmus test in your asshole as the fucking audience applauds. See if you've been raped or if you're fibbing.
Holy shit. Let's take a quick break.
Do you have, Bill, do you have any plugs?
Oh, yes,
You
Bill.
got Carnegie Hall.
I'm terrible with the plug
November 11th, Carnegie Hall. And
Stress Factory this weekend.
Stress Factory this weekend. There you go. Jeez.
Yes.
Jimmy killing it.
Yeah,
Carnegie
absolutely.
Hall, fucking hate people that won't plug when I'm on a radio show. It's like sometimes you go there, people just don't do plugs. Like, what are you doing? What do you think I'm here for?
Yes, I'm selling.
Mike, you?
Me? I'm opening up for Bill at Carnegie Hall.
We're gonna debate.
Yeah, we're gonna do my theory about how the government is good.
You guys are like Goofus and Gallant. I kind of like that. Just two sweet boys.
This is gonna really freak you out, but I've actually really toned it down. With the conspiracy theory.
Oh, yeah.
It was driving me nuts. I went halfway down the rabbit hole, and I saw what was all the way down there, and I was like, all right.
Didn't want to go any
For a
further.
while, Bill thought Kennedy was shot by Jackie.
Yeah, no,
Martling.
Because she wanted to bang Lyndon.
Yeah, we tracked those people down at the bottom of the rabbit hole. You don't want to be down there with them.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
Question too, maybe when we come back, there's
Because they're
tapes.
right.
There's tapes being released, supposedly, by Carolyn Kennedy of Jackie O talking, and they're saying that there's allegation that she thought Lyndon Johnson was behind the shooting, which again, it still wouldn't convince me that he was. But maybe when we get back, we could talk about that.
Yes, talk about that. Maybe a few more movies or whatever the fuck we decide to talk about. Okay, we'll be right back. Yes.
The Opie and Anthony Show is all about shameless self-promotion. So why don't you just go ahead and follow us on Twitter. Twitter.com/Opie Radio. Twitter.com/Anthony Cumia. And Twitter.com/Jim Norton. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Hello. Wow. Dun, 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 dun. I want to bring this up, of course. Ladies. How would you like the chance to win $1,000? Yeah. Oh, and a dream date with our very own Daniel Bobo Curlin.
Daniel Bobo Curlin.
Is he's still single?
Oh, yeah.
Jesus.
This is, what a bittersweet thing this is. $1,000, and you got to go out with Bobo.
But, and people have been confused by this, the date with Bobo will also pay for the date. It doesn't come out of the $1,000.
It doesn't come out of the grand. So you're leaving with $1,000 and dinner.
Lunch. We'll do lunch.
Oh, lunch? Is it at lunch date?
Well, we're not going to let
Bobo at night.
No, we're going to, right after the show,
board away,
monitor this
and
closely.
You are going to be chaperoning the date. Well, that's cool. All you got to do is send an email to opieanthony@SiriusXM.com. That would be the email address. opieanthony, not and. Don't put the and in there. It's just opieanthony@SiriusXM.com with a photo. Right? We need a picture of you. A quick paragraph of like 500 words or less, telling the show a few things about yourself and why you deserve a date with this hunky, eligible bachelor. Oh, boy. The Bobo dating game is sponsored by Trojan. Get closer with triple-tested quality Trojan bearskin condoms.
Triple tested. They put it in all holes.
Bearskin just sounds thick.
Triple tested both nostrils and an ear. I have them, by the way. I have them, and I've got no opportunity to use them because I literally haven't fucked another girl in years. It's fucking depressing.
Really?
Yeah, I haven't, and I want to jerk off into one. Not that Trojan wants this commercial. Yeah, but I want to get used to using condoms. I'm gonna have to.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Quadruple tested.
Now?
I don't know. I just
quadruple tested.
I don't want to get somebody pregnant.
Well, do what E-Rock does. Yeah. Tie it in a knot, put it in your pocket, and take it with you. So the girl can't squeeze it into their vagina and get themselves pregnant with the precious Nagel seed.
These seem very...
He does.
He does. He ties it off in a knot.
He did.
He actually makes earrings out of it and Christmas ornaments.
E-Rock.
The
I thought E-Rock was married.
Well,
he is.
Yeah, but
back in the day.
His wife makes him wear a condom. She's like, I don't want that anywhere near me.
I'm just here for financial purposes.
For official rules and entry details, visit SiriusXM.com/thevirus. Deadlines for entry. Wow, it's coming up noon Eastern on August 26th. Ladies, come on. Now, you're going to want to get right on this. So go see all the details at SiriusXM.com/thevirus. That's this Friday, right?
Yeah.
All right. Date with Bobo and $1,000.
Nice.
Amazing.
We have some entries, right?
Fucking amazing.
We've gotten more.
Did we?
We got more yesterday.
Yeah?
Good.
I want to see some pictures.
You look lovely this evening.
I want to see some pictures.
Can you do a Bobo impression?
Ladies. We all do our road version of Bobo. Okay, I do it for the show. And with the pointing. So he's doing that. Though, well, my brother, that's... No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
That is not.
It is indeed.
No, that's...
Is that a contestant?
I know who that is.
That's not.
She entered.
Oh, boy, that's hilarious.
I almost hope... I'm not going to say who it is, but I'm going to say I almost hope she wins.
Yeah.
Just so... she is being shared by Bobo and a guy I know.
Yes, exactly.
You know how much the guy I know would be very unhappy about that?
I know who that is.
Actually, he might like it.
And he probably set it up.
Oh, yeah, you're
She
right.
entered yesterday.
Have you guys ever gotten Bobo laid?
No penetration allowed on the program.
Yeah.
He has his vegan
Not on the
rule.
program.
No,
I mean,
we got our limits.
Yes, we do have our limits.
Yeah, come, we're trying to run a classy show.
Yeah, class show. No, we haven't. Oh, boy. She looks
That's
like...
nice. Joyce DeWitt.
Yeah.
She was doing after.
Casey Anthony.
Look at the low self-esteem. Huh?
Oh, yeah.
Do I look okay?
She's like, is this good? It was another shot of her.
She's cute.
Wow, at least she's wearing something sexy. Look at Grandma's dress.
What's that? She's got a fucking break. All the kindergartners are napping.
That's what I'm saying. There's something hot about that. I like it.
You like that?
I'll take that.
Yeah.
Giant
any other
square
girls?
skull. Jesus Christ.
I know.
Nice fucking SpongeBob wants to fuck Bobo.
SpongeBob. Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, I don't know if I got forwarded anymore.
Oh, Well, I hope
Well,
to
not
see.
Surprised people don't send us more pictures with the way we just treated that last.
Believe me, we really are our own worst enemies.
We're the worst. We're like, why don't girls come down when we have contests for girls and stuff? And all we do is lambast them
We're
when they
terrible
come in.
people.
Yeah, we are.
But I mean,
No,
how good is Jennifer Lopez looking?
She's amazing.
J-Lo. She's on the cover of the Daily News. What the fuck is this about? It says, "Whoa, J-Lo."
That's exactly it. Nothing.
2 kids. Look at that stomach.
Wow,
Her
Bronx
ass is
on
amazing. Her legs are. I've
And she's a little nuts. That's what I like about
Yeah,
her.
she's-
Can't sustain a relationship.
You like Jenny from the Block? I like that song. I've said publicly that I like that song, and it's not popular with the
you're
listeners.
a fruit.
So what? I like that song.
Stupid
If she was
song.
in the room, I would tell her I absolutely love it.
But I really do. Like I don't like it to be ironic. I actually enjoy it.
Yeah, I don't know the song. Could you sing a little bit of it?
Oh, look at E-Rock. He fucking had.
Oh, of course, E-Rock's got it.
Plugged his iPod in.
Yeah, he just plugged his iPod.
See where she goes, where she came from? She's fucking great.
But she's not Jenny from the Block.
Sure she is. That big juicy.
She's not still the same fucking girl that was walking around
She's
the block.
unaffected by fame,
She's
sir.
been on
And don't
Oprah.
you tell me differently.
Bullshit.
You haven't changed since you started doing this
I've
show.
completely changed. I hate everyone that I grew up with and worked around.
Since you started doing the show, there are far fewer really big girl singers. There's like J-Lo and a couple others.
Yeah.
And soon we're going to end up with only one singer.
Popular girl singer.
See what they're doing? See what they're doing? See what they're doing?
You know, because then
Yep.
she'll, and then you'll be like, oh,
Record
you like my
labels never
song?
stole from artists. They always just did what was in their best interest. I mean, I don't know where you're coming up with this.
What happened to all the record stores? Look at that.
Yeah.
They're all gone now.
Technology?
Digital downloads now. You know,
well,
Tower
fuck,
Records.
What a
gone,
hero Lars
Virgin,
Ulrich
gone.
is, by the way. Everyone
Peaches.
thought he was a dick.
Oh, he was so right.
He absolutely
He was
right.
absolutely. Oh, we're sharing, man. We're not stealing. Yeah, we were stealing. So was I.
We were
I admit
stealing.
it. I'm an admitted music stealer.
Do you? And this is an old argument, but do you agree then that dubbing a tape when you were growing up is the same as stealing?
No.
Because remember you used to dub a tape, and but isn't that just?
You don't have the ability to mass distribute that. It's not the exact same quality. You have to be physically present. You can't
The
email
thing
it. We
was,
all know
yeah,
the
the thing
difference.
was the level of quality was so bad. It was so clearly like this is not an original copy that came from the record label. Where
Right.
now, I mean, you
You
could
get
just
the master.
Yeah.
You pretty much get the master.
yeah, and it sounds incredible.
Yeah, I
But-
agree with you on that.
Yeah, it's the
At
quality's
the
so
time, it
different.
sounded like a great argument where it's like, well, it tapes, you know. Hey, I could buy a record and give it to my friend. What the fuck? It's
So really, you see no
sharing.
difference between taking a picture of a girl with a Polaroid and showing your friend, and a digital fucking photo of your chick naked that could be sent out to everywhere in the world. And me, of course,
Yeah.
there's a difference.
Well, just put it this way: going from one tape to another didn't bring down
It was
the
so
record
bad.
industry.
Yeah.
Where digital, that it was
Say.
over in like 3-4 years.
Amazing.
The
yeah.
mixtapes I used to make actually destroyed the record industry.
Oh, I bet you
I made some great
some
mixtapes.
sexy mixtapes there.
Yeah.
You know what Jim Florentine used to do? He used to make mixtapes for his girlfriend. I lived with him and his chick. And she was a school teacher. He would make mixtapes of love songs, and in between them he would put dice bits, so she so she couldn't listen to them with her friends. I love ass eating, and then a fucking love song would start. That's hilarious.
Dude, that guy is the funniest motherfucker ever.
Jim?
Dude, they have the best studio audience on television on that metal show.
Oh, yeah.
That show is so ridiculously in my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
I almost recognize half the people in the crowd. I saw that dude at a Dawkins concert. And I just love how because to me, I'm almost embarrassed by a lot of the music that I listen to. So just to see that when I was a kid. Because I was talking on my podcast when that album Nevermind came out.
Yeah.
And it was like it just completely splintered, you know, all the hair metal and all that shit. It was just like,
gone.
I mean, I really wasn't into it. I still listened to heavy metal, Motley Crue. I was still listening to right
Poison
through
and-
about 93, 94.
Then you
I
realize-
didn't like Pearl Jam.
No.
No, I didn't like his whole when he's sitting there like that epileptic look on his face. Yeah.
I still don't like
You were
it.
more into with the blonde fucking girly poodle hair.
That shit. Yeah.
I went to a Stones concert not a while back, and Motley Crue opened for him. And
Oh, my God.
the best part about this whole show, it was out in Seattle, was that a lot of parents brought their young children because I guess they want to be. Look at that! Who's left their phone?
The Pentagon.
On?
It's Gaddafi. I need a place to stay
Oh my
for a few
God!
days.
It's ExxonMobil. Anyway, I went to this thing, and all these parents, I guess, wanted to bring their little kids because they wanted to show them, look, this is the Stones. You know, these are the Stones, and how cool are your parents? And so. I had the best time watching as Motley Crue came out with the strippers and the dwarfs and the flames and the Jägermeister, and they just went crazy and all these little 8, 9, and 10-year-old boys would just say, "Oh my God!" And they had the strippers on the stilts, you know, twirling the tassels, and all these young guys are out there with their dads, suddenly looking up at their dads, thinking, "You are very, very cool. Yeah, this is the best show."
How were the Stones?
They were, you know what? They were good. They were good. I've seen a lot of Stone shows. I'm a big fan, but
what year?
At a certain point, you got to hang up the gear. You know, I think, and call it quits.
Yeah. What year was it?
It was about I think it was a couple years ago now, 3 years ago maybe. Yeah. So.
That happened with the Who so many years ago. I went to go see the Who at the Garden, and was just like, oh boy, this isn't the Who. They're just kind of Pete Townsend looked like an old vicar. He's just kind of standing up there, not hearing anything he's playing. He's tried 2 windmills and threw his arm out. It's just not the Who. The Who had like that attitude.
I'll tell you, the best one is Aerosmith. You go see them, and they still move around. And this seems like it's still the 70s, except they're not on drugs. But I've seen a couple. When I went to go see Van Halen, Eddie and Alex were unbelievable, like musicians or whatever. But like, just because David Lee Roth, I mean, at some point you can't kick your foot. So he was coming out now, and he was looking like, you know, like a tourist imitating a rocket, just being able to get it maybe like halfway up to his calf. It was just.
Oh, that's sad.
No, it is, because then you go, oh my God, they're old. I'm old. We're all gonna die. You start thinking about mortality.
You're supposed to be having fun. You're thinking about
singing like about mean streets and shit. You're like, oh my God.
One of the first times that happened to me was I went to go see Blue Oyster Cult. Loved Blue Oyster Cult.
Nice.
Saw them at the Black and Blue concert.
Don't Fear the Reaper.
That was one of their fucking commercial hits, man. What are you talking about? I'm talking about astronomy and fucking ME262. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you know, so I went to go see him. It was the Black and Blue show at the Garden. It was Black Sabbath and Blue Oyster Cult, and it was fucking loud. And this was really a long time ago.
With Dio or Ozzy?
It was with Dio.
Okay.
And it was
a great name
years
for a
ago.
tour.
It was great.
Yeah.
And it was fucking loud and just rocking. The place was hot and fucking rocking. Just smelt of adolescent boys. It was horrible.
Now it just became creepy.
Yes, it did.
Right.
No, it was awful. No, it was a great show. But then I went to go see Blue Oyster Cult a few years later. It wasn't even that much later, but they were playing some dive place in Huntington, some theater. And I went in there, and I was actually able to carry on a conversation with the person next to me while they were playing their music. I was like, oh, that's not loud anymore. And they're just kind of going through the motions.
Kansas opened for them.
Yeah. It's one of those kind of deals. It was just.
Oh, yeah, Van Halen, I was thinking. And then I just started thinking, like, these guys wrote all those great songs when they were about 15 years younger than I am right now.
Yeah.
I'm just like, oh my God, I'm a loser. I am a fucking loser, and I'm going to die.
When you start thinking.
That's what I'm thinking.
When you have vivid memories of people that were younger than you are now doing shit, you know, it's like, you know, I think like fucking, you know, Neil Armstrong, he was walking on the moon. He was fucking
like 32 or something.
Yeah,
no, he's probably older than that. In his 40s.
He was in his 30s at the time. Yeah, it's like, fuck.
There's a number of. There's a number. Have you seen that clip? What you want to talk about? A conspiracy theorist. This guy calling somebody a coward. One of those astronauts. And he's
that's Buzz Aldrin.
Oh my God!
Buzz Aldrin punched him in the face.
Dude, that punch! I can't believe that fatty didn't go down. I would have gone down if I took that shot. He hits him with this straight.
Buzz Aldrin.
He's a great guy.
Oh yeah,
he's a great guy.
Dude, he goes, you're a cow. He kept going, you're a coward and a liar. And like those words, I think with this generation don't mean anything. But he comes from that. Why I oughta.
That's like calling someone yella.
Yeah,
yella.
Yeah, that your rep meant something back in the day.
Yeah.
Like, I think we've lost that somehow. So him calling him a coward and a liar. When he's in the street, you see him start to kind of go for him, and the woman he's with go, no, relax.
He's like, nah.
Buzz is a fucking man's man.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, let's talk conspiracy about landing on the moon. This is.
We had to get there.
I would like to hear what they say.
Okay, this is my thing. If we never did it, don't you think the Russians would have exposed us? Don't you think they could have fucking figured it out?
I think exactly.
Yes, they were in
the
on
Russians
it.
were in on this.
It was a mutual conspiracy.
Now, come on. See, what I'm showing here is that I'm a rational human being. I'm not the guy.
Us the fake landing on the moon in exchange for being able to put ICBMs in certain countries that we normally wouldn't have allowed. Yeah. Sort of like the Turkey-Cuba deal.
Dude, I swear, if you talk for another 3 minutes on that, I would actually buy
it. When you get someone like Buzz Aldrin, that, like you said, old school man's man, doesn't like his
He's a cranky man.
Yeah, he's a cranky
man.
old fuck. But that motherfucker sat on more fuel than it would have blown him to the moon without a ship.
And
if
he's
it
calling him,
exploded.
that's his fat.
Yeah, he lands on the fucking moon, takes a stroll, hops in something that they don't even know if it's going to leave the fucking place, then leaves, makes it all the way back to Earth. So some fat fuck years later could call him a coward?
Yeah.
Fuck you. He deserved more than a punch.
I was hoping, and Buzz Aldrin is not going to get in any trouble. He didn't get in any trouble for that.
No. Nope. Not
who's going to get Buzz in trouble? What are you going to do? Put him on trial? I mean,
that would be the official end of this
hero.
country. That's it.
But there's something about what you're saying. You know, you think about what the fuck's wrong with us now, right? We can't, oh my God, I don't know, we don't want to have a space program. Oh my God, we don't want to do this, we don't want to, and it's not just a space program. But it wasn't that long ago when they were strapping duct tape around one of these things, saying, well, I don't know, maybe it's going to get there. I don't know, maybe it won't.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, let's give it a try and see what happens, because it's a pretty good idea.
It was risk versus reward, and the reward was always huge. And when you look at the space program and a lot of the military technology, that's where we got everything from. You couldn't put a fucking dumb frozen dinner in a microwave oven if it wasn't for the space agency and the military.
And all those secrets we took from the Germans.
Well, of course.
After World War II.
Those Nazis, they were very smart people. I got to tell you.
Audio tape, they had a lot of good stuff.
By the way, I was so drunk one time, I did put a TV dinner in the metal tray in a microwave oven.
That'll arc a little, won't it?
Yeah, you don't want to do that. I got in the next room and laid down on the floor, and
ruined 3 rolls of microfilm. I had
chaos.
Let me tell you the fun.
I blew up
Boy,
the
did
safe
we
house.
pay for that? You too went down because of my fuck up.
When I was a kid, they told me I should be an astronaut because I took up space.
Ooh, Chip. You are the worst, Chip. I know, it's just the worst.
You know what it is? He's so good at it that I actually get angry at Chip.
Yeah, it's very mad. Yeah, he's infuriatingly angry now.
Yeah, because we're always on a roll. I literally get mad at this fucking fictitious person.
It's not real. You're terrible.
Look at Jimmy giggling. It's like the greatest compliment he could have got.
Literally, Bill couldn't have made me happier if he said, I just went out and bought your HBO special.
What fucking raves your special is getting there, Bill? Oh my God!
Yeah, because the guys like you, I appreciate putting the word out.
I friggin' I was hanging out at home. I popped that thing on, and holy shit, just beginning to end. And believe me, the last ass I want to kiss is yours, Mr. Burr. But but beginning to end, there wasn't one lull in that fucking thing. It was hilarious. You're a fucking mental patient, and it's hilarious.
Actually, I'm not, because the amount of people that go, I thought that same thing, that's what it makes me actually feel good. And the amount of women that have violent thoughts.
Yes.
Like, I guess that was a bit I did on another one. And you're like, all right, that makes me feel better.
It was really good. So if you haven't got a chance to,
what happened was they put it on Netflix.
Yep.
I go a little blue sometimes, Jim.
Yeah,
I don't know if you realize that.
I don't go for that. But if that's what you need to do to get laughs.
So then they could actually see my work.
Right. You know, it's
fuck.
Was it on Comedy Central and Netflix?
Yeah, it was on Comedy Central, and they have commercials, and they also have to bleep it at a certain hour or so. And I have an inability to write a joke without cursing. 20 years in, I still can't do it. But so when it went to Netflix, that's when people were able to really see it. So yeah,
it was cool
Netflix
too,
is
'cause
awesome.
It was prominently displayed. Like I didn't know it was out there. I didn't know it was on Netflix. And when I popped Netflix on, there was your picture, the special, and it was
It's right
like,
on the first page, man. I can't believe
it.
it.
It was right there. It was like, oh fuck, I know what I'm. It's so nice not having to troll through things. You know, they're like 15 minutes. You're like, there's just shit on.
Yeah,
but it was cool. That just
no,
popped up.
that's
It's
what's
like,
helped me that it's on the first page.
Yes.
Is I got people that didn't know who I was and be like, "Who's this big-headed jackass?" So.
It makes you talk about Netflix too, because I don't know if I can get to that first page. I have a PlayStation 3, and that's how I go through.
Yeah.
And fucking whatever it's called. It's always telling me I need software updates, and I open up Netflix, and it's stuck on the suggestion page. But how do I?
If you hit triangle,
does it say kill yourself?
Couldn't it have been something not quite as harsh?
I'm sorry, Jimmy.
Like do a crunch.
Do a crunch.
But yeah, I don't know how to do that.
Once you're in the
Go for the
Netflix,
jugular.
No, that's fair enough. I deserve that.
on the PlayStation, if you hit triangle, you can search.
Oh.
So then you just start typing shit
Oh,
in.
look at the little
really?
boy. Look at the little boy.
But you only
telling
get 3 choices to the triangle.
Oh, God.
What? Doesn't even make any sense.
I hate
I
him.
hate Chip.
He is the worst fucking thing.
Oh, it's always
silence.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
If you knew
he breathes silence.
If you knew
and
the reward
awkwardness
that thick, buttery silence
and
is,
awkwardness.
what a gift.
Chip likes to see how polite waiters and waitresses can be by doing worse and worse jokes and seeing how long they'll
they
politely
will
laugh.
chuckle. They'll politely
'Cause
laugh.
you're tipping them, yeah.
At every dumb thing Chip says. Oh, you think he just does it on the radio or at people's houses that he knows or something? No. It's out in public.
Do you know what my ex used to hate? We'd be out to dinner or something, and fucking she'd order something, and Chip would always say to the waiter, "How much does that cost?" she'd get so fucking humiliated.
That's embarrassing as fuck.
Yeah.
And of course, once you found out that bothered her, made it just
Jesus
it's over.
Christ.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
Yeah. Jimmy loves just jumping on things he knows annoys.
Those are the things that have protected me from a domestic violence charge. Those are the things. Those
These
are the
are
ways.
a few of my favorite things.
Those are the ways you do it.
Yeah.
But Netflix, I was having problems, so I haven't seen your thing on the front page. I couldn't get. I went to these suggested. It didn't take me there.
You poor boy.
I know.
You gotta figure all that stuff out. I've got so much computer equipment and shit hooked up to my TV now. It's various things. I don't even use DVDs anymore. Everything is
your
just
jacuzzi
on
like
hard drives.
filled up with like vintage red wine?
Yes, actually, Cristal. I don't even have to turn the jets on. It bubbles automatically.
It's truffle
with
oil.
natural carbonation.
Did he taking tips from you now on how to ball over there?
One thing I do that's really, really bad for, I guess, the environment, but I don't give a flying fuck. I have 2
You'd be such
pool
a great
heaters.
head of a corporation.
Oh,
I guess this is bad for the environment. That would be hilarious.
But I don't care because we are organisms on this planet meant to be here, and whatever exhaust we put off is part of nature. It's natural. We use our resources much like animals use their resources. We just happen to, burn things and melt things and put things together.
It was penicillin. That was a tipping point.
Yeah?
It allowed the weak to survive.
Oh.
That's why.
Well,
There's
vicious sounding thing
I
out
don't
of Bill.
disagree with that theory.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with driving a car with a V8. There's just too many people.
Is
People
that what
gotta
it is?
go. That's why they're building these camps around the country. Bill Burr going to be at Columbus Funny Bone.
It would have been. It would be nice to have all those cool things that fuck the earth up if there were less people. Is what you're saying?
Oh, that's a dangerous conversation, and those are thoughts I've had.
If there were less people, I could get my company to be the one big company.
The
sooner.
one big one.
Yeah.
And all you need is one, and they wouldn't even have to bully everybody. Because it would just you'd only need one bank.
I'm sure we're the only people who think these kinds of things.
Yeah. The only people.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
I have 2 fucking pool heaters that I run to bring the pool temperature sometimes up to 85 degrees. Not the jacuzzi.
Oh, doesn't that
the
make you
entire
nauseous?
pool. No. It's
great.
Because when it's hot out, when it's 95 degrees out, and you go into an 85-degree pool, there's no delay. You don't have to stop at your crotch and your nipples and your armpits going, ooh, ooh, ooh. You jump right in, and then when you get out, you're nice and cool.
You really are Mr. Burns.
It's great. But sometimes I forget to turn it off, and it gets really hot, and then I turn it off, and then I forget to turn it back on. So the temperature's swinging from about 72 degrees to 85 degrees, and I just crank it, and my electric meter wheel is spinning like a fucking table saw blade.
What is your electric bill? 3 figures, 4 figures?
Last month's electric bill, and believe me, it drops way off in the winter. But the summer, with the pool heaters, the air conditioner going, I have a lot of lights, outdoor decorative lighting. That
TV
goes
studio,
the TV
gun
studio,
range, the laser tag section.
The many various refrigeration units I have for the bar, the lighting for the studio, the movie theater,
the laser beams
thing. Yes, there's a lot of thing going on. It's about $3,500 a month for electric.
Dude, you live in a strip mall.
Yes,
with a multiplex.
Somebody said they had sent like what they pay for electric bills for their companies, and one guy ran like a sheet metal shop and has electronic fucking cutting machines and plasma cutters and didn't have an electric bill like that. But that's only during the summer. But you know what? I enjoy my summers. And I want to be able to have people over and enjoy the yard.
Every night is like the first 10 minutes of Grease at your house.
It really
is just a lot of laughs.
It's just a blast, isn't it?
No, your house gets rave reviews.
You never been there?
No,
you got it. You're not.
I asked DeRosa one night. I go, "How's Anthony's house?" And he goes, "Oh, it's great."
DeRosa, we had a pisser over there. It was. I'm having a giant fucking Labor Day party on Sunday before Labor Day. So it's Sunday
what
before
day?
Monday. It's Sunday.
This Sunday?
It would be. That would be the next Sunday.
I'm in Jersey. I could have made it this Sunday.
The good news is I'm around, so that sounds great. I'll be there.
I got your
bring the
card.
kids. I'll bring the
to
children.
investigate.
I got your card. Maybe we'll go out to the range, blast a few rounds off. That's it. I'd like to see your shooting prowess there, my friend.
I was talking to you earlier. I think we should both make a bid for
Go out
Top
there
Shot.
I got to ask
cool.
you guys questions about guns because I was thinking about getting one. And
Where do you live?
Los Angeles.
Oh boy.
Oh, that's a very gun-friendly city.
Yeah.
So somebody keeps telling me for home invasion you want to get a shotgun.
Everyone says that.
Which I don't understand. I just want to kill the guy. I don't have to do all this plaster work behind him.
I don't want to be hanging drywall.
Yeah. Because they say, obviously, I was in Reno.
Oh, that's funny.
And, dude, I went to this place, Bizarre Guitar and Gun Shop. On one side was a strip mall. On one door, there was these unbelievable vintage guitars. On the other side, they had these guns. And every gun I was looking at, I was like, oh, my God, that's the Dirty Harry gun. And he goes, you don't want to get that one. He goes, if you miss, you're going to kill, like, your 6 neighbors.
Yeah, exactly. Mag, yeah.
And it's got a huge kick. So what should I get for home invasion? And he said like a 9mm or a shotgun. What do you guys think?
I don't like a shotgun for home protection.
It's not good in tight spaces either.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Well, it depends on the shotgun. It depends on the weapon you get. I mean,
for a legal 18-inch barrel in New York State, it's still pretty big. I don't know. They're good, and a lot of people say that just the sound of racking one is a deterrent.
Everybody says that, and I don't buy that.
On the sound. You don't want to say, "Hey, come on, now do it again."
Yeah, then you might as well
still coming up the stairs.
Then you might as well have a tape recorder with the fucking sound of a fucking shotgun. You got to be able to have
that's
a
an
weapon
urban
that
myth
works.
because everybody says just the mere sound. Are you doing that? I think that's
like,
bullshit.
so no one's
people
ever been
know
shot
what
with
it is, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to deter, the guy that's coming up the steps.
And then you hear his go,
right? Yeah,
and now you know there's a gunfight.
You hear three of them.
It's three simultaneous.
It's good because it's an easy weapon to function. You don't have to have a lot of experience with it.
You can have crusties in your eyes and still hit your target.
Exactly. You can generally hit the target.
The training wheels of guns.
Yeah, and for most people, a handgun, hey, that's hit or miss. You'd be amazed at the statistics in terms of gunfights in like in the NYPD.
They're very close range, and the percentage of hits per misses is astoundingly low.
I totally. That amazes me that cops are like that. But I went shooting in Houston.
7 feet of each other.
I wonder if that's subconscious. I wonder if, like, when we have fist fights in life, we pull back a little bit sometimes because we don't want to be apes and murder each other. I wonder if that's a really weird subconscious thing.
A lot of what happens in a gunfight from the normal distance, which I said is like within 7 to 10 feet. You're concentrating more on not getting shot than you are shooting the other person.
It's like watching basketball players fight, where they have their heads all the way back.
Yeah, their heads are all the way back and their arms are going.
Yeah,
so
flailing.
No matter how professional you are, unless I mean, if you're well trained, you're going to do what you're supposed to do. But
and that's what you have to do. You have to just keep working it over and over and over again because you get in a situation like that, like a lot of high stress situations, and everything starts to shut down, and you start getting tunnel vision, and you start to lose your hearing, and you start losing all your fine muscle control. So like, essentially what's happening is the only thing that's working is your legs, because your generations are telling you to get the hell out of there. And so that's a big part of it.
Bernie Getz described. We had him on a couple times years ago, and he described the shootings. And just what you're saying happened. Everything kind of got quiet around him, and he focused. It's a really weird thing, I think, that happens to your body.
It's like the ocean. You hear the ocean in your ears, and you kind of like this, and it's very difficult. And
how
quite
many
frankly,
guys has he killed? By the
7
way?
to 10 yards.
Love
I mean,
to
you should be turning around and running the other way, or looking for cover.
Your legs are stronger at those moments. You think?
Yeah, because everything's going there. Everything's going to your big muscles, right? To just kind of get the heck.
Hilarious.
Get
out. Leave.
We had a cop one time.
Beat him with my wood.
We had a cop one time talking about all that stuff on Uninformed, and he was talking the old days with the police revolver. He said, like, guys, the first time they pulled their weapon, he said by the time they had it at the target, they were empty. They were so freaking out, going like, bang, 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 click, click, click,
Shooting
click.
on the way up.
Yes. Just freaking out.
Oh, man. I can't imagine how they used to get the 6 rounds in off of their autoloaders. That fucking old thing you stick in and press the shaking like that. It's hard enough to slap a clip in, I'm sure. Magazine.
What's more tense in a gun scene when there's fucking a guy behind a car and there's bullets? He's like, fuck,
and he's trying to reload. Yeah, that's
very Scarface. There's a great one in Scarface when the gun jams and he's trying. What a fucking tense moment that is.
Well, there's actually some amazing case studies that you look at, of shootouts involving law enforcement, and these guys are trained, right? I mean, they're working. This is what they do, but they'll get into a gunfight. And it's these little things. They can't get a magazine seated again. They can't reload. They can't, and people just start. And part of it is what you're talking about. You're worried about getting shot, right?
Yeah.
Which is a pretty natural thing. Yeah. But
Ant said that. I gave the pussy answer to it. Is it that they're really nice guys and they don't want to shoot people? They suck. What a non-man answer that was.
But you want home defense. I'd say a shotgun. Get yourself a shotgun, and then talk to Anthony about the big guns.
Shotgun's good for, just entry-level home defense. If you're going to get... And people always say, I want to pick up a pistol for home defense. What should I get? And it's like, you should get training, motherfucker. Because
absolutely.
Then you'll figure out what you need, what you can handle. Like, I don't know how big the fucking hand is. If it's for a chick, it's for a guy that, one eye, whatever.
I want to listen to metal, man. Who should I listen to?
Yeah, I don't know. So it's like that's the worst question anyone could ever ask.
Is a six-shooter?
Listen to your Old West.
But is
a revolver?
Is one that one that you put in a revolver better? Like it's not going to jam.
They are more dependable as far as jams, but if you keep a gun clean. That's the biggest fucking thing.
Do you have a day of the week when you just go through all of you?
I clean after I go to the range. It might not be the same day, but
do you have names for your guns?
A couple of days. No, I do not name my guns.
Charlene, Betty.
But I make sure within a couple of days I wind up clean. If I take them, because last time I went to the range, I took just about every gun I had down to the range and fired them all. So
now, how do you legally transport those? The bullets have to be like in the glove box.
No, not in New York. If I wanted to go through a state where I'm not licensed, to a state where I have reciprocal licensing. Like if I want to go to Pennsylvania, I have a license in Pennsylvania, but I carry in Jersey. So in order to go through Jersey, I would have to take my gun.
Drive the speed limit.
Yeah, believe me, yes. Take the gun. Put it in a locked box. Take the ammo, put it in a separate locked box. This is for pistols. And put them in separate places in your vehicle. If you have a trunk, they go in the trunk. If you have an SUV, they can't be together. And no hollow points. Not allowed to have any fucking hollow points at all in Jersey, which is great. They like shit flying through walls, I guess, and through people. I'd rather have a.
Well, what exactly? What's a hollow point do?
Hollow point mushrooms inside somebody, so it doesn't fly through. It pretty much rips them up inside, and it doesn't go through them and through another person or a wall. It pretty much stops.
A hollow
kills
point,
what it hits.
It's what I made during our discussion about why people are inaccurate.
Yeah, I like hollow points. They're good.
I got a 9mm. I feel safe with that.
Oh yeah. That's a good one. Yeah. What brand is it? What make?
Fucking
Tyco?
Magnum.
Magnum.
No, I want to invent a gun hat that you can actually you can lock your gun on one side.
There is a gun. They've made guns out of everything, and they have made gun hats, gun belt buckles, gun rings, miniature guns. The old cane. Yeah.
I like
and
the penguins with gas coming out of it. That's always more effective.
Like your ass. See, gas. Right. No, then you get yourself a pistol when you go down to the range, you see some shit, you go, I like that one, I like that. It's weird though to be in states where you're not allowed to even touch a fucking handgun. Like New York is one of those states, unless you're licensed, you can't even go into a store and say, could I see that, and feel the grip, and you're not allowed to touch a handgun in New York State. Unless you're licensed.
I went shooting in Houston one time. The only thing, the only time
they'll throw your guns at the gas station.
The only thing I got hit the target with was with the shotgun. If it was far away, but this guy he had everything. He had a Glock. The Glock was all right, but when it was far away, I couldn't hit it.
Really?
I just could not hit it.
But when it's far away, you don't need to be shooting at it. I mean,
it is true.
Yeah.
It's fun to be able to hit your mark at distance with a pistol, but practically for defense, you're never going to be that far when you're trying to defend yourself.
Yeah, but all the movies I see.
Yeah. Take him out. And the guy's like a block away. Yeah, I'll shoot the gun out of his hand. No.
All you do, you just put the pistol across your forearm.
Yeah,
you
across your
one
forearm. Yeah, like a
turn your
maitre
horse
d'.
to the side. Yeah.
I think for fire control, for weapons discipline, I think all you got to do is watch some of this video coming out of Libya. I think
there you go.
Give you a good idea of what to get for the home and how to use a weapon.
And pray.
Yeah.
Here's a question I have. Like when fucking Saddam used to make those speeches in front of like 100,000 people, and he would shoot the rifle up in the air. Where does that bullet go? Gravity still exists.
Where does it go? Mythbusters did a whole thing on that and determined that a bullet would not be fatal if it was shot in the air and then came down. Terminal velocity with
200 something.
I beg to differ with Mythbusters.
I've heard of people that have been killed like that. So I think they said it was plausible but not probable.
Well, I used to in the old days we did some work in the Philippines.
Little work in the Philippines, he calls it.
Yeah, we did that. On behalf, not for the agency, on behalf of banks.
We're trying to consolidate.
We were trying to rape their resources, basically.
Eliminate a few.
But every Christmas they would go
None of
crazy.
That was a joke to me.
And they would go crazy, and inevitably you would lose somebody, some kid in the village, because they'd be out there firing off their weapons, and somebody would get hit by a stray bullet. They actually they would come out with government warnings saying, please, stop firing your guns up in the air.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, and they were shooting straight up in the air.
And somebody in the village would get hit.
How fast is a bullet going when it leaves a gun as opposed to when it's coming back down at terminal velocity? Good fucking question.
Terminal velocity's got to be 200-something miles an hour.
Yeah, it's like...
what are you going?
It's a logarithmic function.
Yeah, and it depends on straight up, straight down, as opposed to arcing. If you're holding it at like 45 degrees and shoot it up in the air, you have a lot better chance of killing somebody that way than you do straight up and straight down, because you are still getting some of the...
yeah, because if it's straight up, it's going to stop, then it's just going to fall like anything else would.
Anything else.
And you hardly ever get into a gun battle where you just try to hit the other guy by aiming straight up in the air.
Straight up.
I just do this now.
I think I'm gonna
get it.
elevation.
Yes. That happened
Fire for effect.
That happened to me once when I was in Apocalypse Now at a bridge. Go home, GI! GI!
Get the roach.
Yeah, the roach. You know what I wondered too? Like if you were strapped to a missile and it got fired, honestly, how long would it take you to die? If they could somehow do it where you wouldn't be ripped off limb from limb, like if they could build something on the outside of a missile and you could be shot straight up, how long until you were dead? And what would actually kill you?
Wait.
Probably get hit by a seagull or something.
Are you covered with anything?
No. All you got to do is just look back in the day when they were trying to set the altitude records and they had no idea about anything, and they would send these balloons up, and people would come back down and they would just be out, whatever that altitude
Frozen.
is.
What I like about your question, Jimmy, is that that's the same question that my 4-year-old would ask me.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely the same thing.
And it's the same question the coyote pondered many times while chasing the roadrunner.
Somebody tried to tell me that this fucking happened, that some kid was running away from his parents, running away, and he went to the airport, some small airport I just refuse to believe this is true. He tried to do the Schwarzenegger thing where he held onto the landing gear.
Oh, shit.
And he just went up there and he got mushed.
Yeah, probably was.
And then when they brought the landing gear down, there were just body parts raining out.
That's probably true. It happens a lot. They'll find people trying to hitch rides that way, too. They freeze to death, or they get mushed, or they freeze to death.
Some people have made it.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
But I'm just wondering, after 9/11, how you're able to wander out onto the tarmac.
Yeah, and just latch onto a landing gear. Yeah.
Running alongside it like Dave Chappelle in Con Air. Like, how are you able to do it? Does anybody? I figured someone would jump on the internet and
I don't
disprove
think,
that quickly.
No, it's been done. I guess it depends on the plane too. If you got a nice big roomy fucking landing gear compartment,
which they're not going to have. There's enough room.
Yeah, there's usually enough room just for whatever.
Just for what they need to do.
Room for pillows and a nightstand and a fridge.
Curl up.
Hey, did a guy break the record? Because you ever see footage of the guy jumping from? I think it's 100,000 feet or 120,000 feet where he jumps out of the balloon.
Insanity.
It's from like the late 50s, early 60s where he was testing
Guy's
something.
In a spacesuit.
In a spacesuit.
He's in like a Mercury spacesuit, and he jumps out, and you see the curvature of the Earth. He's in fucking space for the most part.
And you see that?
And there's a guy. He's I think Red Bull is sponsoring it.
Yes.
This guy is going to try to go like he's so high up that if like something crazy like if the mask thing rips off, like your saliva will instantly start boiling in your mouth, like just insane shit like that.
Some kind of sci-fi crap.
Where you're just which I
saliva's
like how close to the sun is this guy?
I think Buzz Aldrin is doing that. I
Yes,
think he's the
yes.
guy.
He's proving he's not a coward or a liar.
No, this guy is going to try to. He's going to try to jump straight, like dive almost, like a dive to try to break the sound barrier. I know who you mean.
Break the sound barrier with his own body.
With his own body, but it's from a higher altitude. I want to say it's higher by 20,000 feet, and they were going to do it once, but there was a malfunction, so that he didn't jump. But he wants to dive like head first. This other guy basically just opens the door and in a horrifying moment steps off at 100,000 feet and falls.
That's crazy.
Do you realize how fucked you are after you do something like that and survive it? And people just, hey, you want to go to Magic Mountain?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh boy.
Yeah.
Wasn't that nothing is scary after that? You're just bored, shitless.
Gone.
Your wife is just, I just want you to enjoy something. Nothing gets you going anymore.
And then the guy dies falling off a ladder.
Hanging up holiday stockings.
Oh, shit. That's terrible.
But yeah, I want to see. That hasn't happened yet, right?
No.
That guy breaking that record?
No,
Yeah, and that should definitely be pay-per-view, and there's no way. I would cancel a stand-up gig to watch a guy try and do something like that.
There were a couple of horrific accidents at air shows over the weekend.
Oh, I know.
That one wing walker, they were showing that on the news ad nauseum.
What happened?
Well, this wing walker decided he was going to be out on the wing.
He's going to walk out on a wing.
Where they walk. And a helicopter was coming down over the top of the plane, and he was then going to grab onto a strap that was on the pylon of the helicopter, the skid, and then the helicopter pulls away from the plane, and he's dangling from the helicopter. Yay, look what I did. Well, it was windy, they said, which is kind of an odd thing because the plane's going forward. I would think even on a still day, it's windy when you're on a wing.
There's a breeze.
A plane,
Yeah.
And the helicopter went in there, and he went to grab for the strap. It looked like the helicopter pilot or the plane,
pulled away.
Yeah, thought he had it, and the plane pulled away, and the guy didn't have it and tumbled off and fell 200 feet to his death.
Oh, he didn't live?
No, 200
Go
feet.
figure.
And they showed him like tumbling. I haven't seen a clip where he hits the ground, but
He
it
didn't
looked like they have video.
no
of that.
parachute. That's part of the Daredevil
I
side
guess,
of it.
Daredevil, no
200
parachute,
feet.
no safety
yeah, 200
line.
feet, that parachute's not
Oh,
gonna,
yeah, that's right. What am I thinking?
Unless you land on it, maybe
Yeah,
it,
No, you got to have it where you have it in like the base jumper. You got to have
Exactly.
reach for the strap and throw that little handkerchief out.
Let it go. Yeah.
the kerchief.
Yeah.
No, those air shows. I went to one as an adult, and I couldn't get past them flying at each other. And I'm just like, if these fucking guys hit, I am covered in jet fuel.
Burning jet fuel, yeah.
Yeah, this is
into the crowd.
This is and you just the faith you have. You're sitting there.
It is amazing the faith you have. It's like, well, that's fucking cool as shit. And you're thinking, oh, Yeah, I'm right under these fucking things.
Oh, and they hit part of the wing just severs 40 heads.
Yeah, they cross each other, and they're right over your head.
Yeah, and even if they're not over your head, one wing comes off and the thing does a 90-degree turn, spinning.
Somersaults.
At 35,000 RPM into the crowd.
And the pilot, of course, he ejects.
He ejects out safely.
Jeez, I'm going to lose some stripes on this one.
God.
The wing came off.
Yeah.
Dude, look at these guys. Look at these. These guys shoot the way I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Video from Libya. Straight from Libya. Everything seems to be under control now. It's all good.
Look at that guy running and gunning. What is he hitting?
And he's dressed like he's just going to go to work. He's got like a polo shirt on.
What I like is now we're in that phase. We're in that stage where we once again act surprised that it's not all going really, really well.
Yeah.
And, there was that euphoria over, it's democracy and self-determination. And this is fantastic. And they've driven, into the Tripoli, into the capital. And now you get the chaos.
Now it's anarchy
right.
and just no one's in charge.
Yeah, there's about 12 hours of everybody smiling and hugging, and then everybody goes in and, something? Who's watching the banks?
Yeah, where's the water? Who's pumping the water? Is anyone working at the pump house? Where's the electricity coming from? Who's running this fucking place, by the way?
Well, that's what they said. There was a loud sucking noise as they realized there's a power vacuum because nobody is in charge. And they can't decide who's in charge because they all want to be in charge. They all feel like they need a piece of the action. And it's not going to shake out quickly or well.
No, right there on the TV, they're saying, do we need to institute a martial law in...
the Marshall Plan.
The Marshall Plan. Yeah.
Well, that's it. I mean, A, we don't have the money, and B, do we really want to get involved now in helping to build a democracy?
Another country. Yeah. We're supposed to now go into another country and try to set up a fucking democracy.
Our problem, we care too much.
Don't we? Just giving aid.
See, now he's fully on board with
No, I don't buy it.
Is good.
No, I don't buy. They don't give a shit about me. They don't give a fuck about them. If they're gonna go over there's some strategic reason to do it, or they're sitting on some goo that we can put in our cars.
There's I think if there was a reason, if there had to be a reason, I would pick stability. Even though there's a complete lack of stability.
How does it affect my life? Just let me ask you this.
Well,
how does it affect my life if the fight they wanted to fight, and they're going at it, and they're shooting it up? I mean, it sucks for you guys, but why do we have to...
Libya supplies a lot of European oil. No. And if
there
they
you go.
Can't,
That's what I just said. I knew
well, yeah, but not...
It's damn it. You're just feeding into his theory.
No, I just said that's why they care, though.
But not as a let's
It's not about the people. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's not a theory.
No, and I don't disagree with it. I'm not saying that governments go in there and do things for altruistic reasons all the time, but they look at the stability issue, and there are genuinely people out there that think, if we could just build some sort of pseudo democracy here, this would be great, and then it kind of like with Iraq, it's gonna spread throughout the region.
Yeah.
It doesn't work, and so now what do we got? But now we got a situation where we've got to make a decision pretty quickly, and the State Department and the administration now here in the U.S. they're already trying to figure out how can we backpedal on this just so that we're not there in a big way. Maybe we can help with setting up the elections, or maybe we can help write a constitution. That's not what they need. Look at those pictures coming.
Yeah. They're gonna fucking sit down and go, well, let's read this over.
Why don't
that's right. I don't know how to read.
Why don't we just ever mind our fucking business?
Mind our own beeswax, Jimmy.
I've gotten so tired. I mean, of going in and trying. I don't care. Bill just threw water on me.
That's my passive-aggressive way of saying I don't like your point.
It's the China syndrome. I spilled it all over the keyboard.
I'm more on both sides.
It's a meltdown.
Yeah, I know. It's like being in the ocean or something with waves.
Oh, God damn it.
Now I'm going to... When you're in Chip, I'm throwing water at you.
But it's... I'm tired of us minding everybody's business.
Yeah.
It's enraging. All the money we just fucking wasted. Throwing it. I don't care if Libya. I don't care what happens to Libya.
Yeah.
I don't care about their citizens because they're the ones that cheered when that fucking terrorist was. Fuck all of them.
Here's what happens though. The country destabilizes to the point where none of the oil gets out to Europe and Russia. And now they got to get the oil from somewhere. So they start getting it. The demand goes up. And OPEC goes, hey, this is great. Let's raise the prices because now the demand's up. And now we wind up paying more because that country is destabilized.
But we're paying more anyway. And that 180 or 300 million that we just fucking handed over, they're not. Gas is not going to go up higher, where the average citizen is going to dump $300 million more.
Oh, I didn't say it's going to work. Believe me.
It won't work. I mean,
no matter what we do,
whether it's Afghanistan, whether it's Iraq, whether it's any of these places. I mean, we create these stories about what's going to happen, and then we try to figure a way out of it. And you look at how we're trying to back out of Afghanistan with the idea of being okay, and we still hear from some people talking about how it's going to be okay.
Yeah, it's going to be fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, and that's a good point. And again, we can't get to that point where we can have that conversation where we say, you know what? Okay, at one point it was a good idea. You know, we went in there, we tried. It's not in our national interest. Every nation works in its own best national interest. We're about the only ones that apologize every time we get somewhere near that.
How mad do you think American citizens would actually be? I would be so relieved if they just, what were we thinking? Jesus, what a dumb idea that was.
We're out of here.
And frankly, you know, if they do allow it as a base, because that's what you usually hear as a justification. Well, we you know, it is our national interest. We can't allow it once again to be used as a base for foreign terrorists to reach out and strike at our homeland. Well, if we've got the ability to go back in there and do it again, and I I hate to say it, but take out more of them, and that's what we should do. We should say, look, we're on our way out. If you fuck up, because the Taliban's coming back. If we think we're going to leave Karzai and he's going to control that country, that's insane. So when the Taliban comes back, we just let them know, if you do this again, we're going to come back and then
why can't they just send the SEALs in there? Those guys are bad at. Just do that. Why you got to send everybody over there? Just economically, why can't we just send those guys? I mean, am I just pitching a Tom Cruise movie? Is that not crazy?
Well, no. It's surgically, going in there, monitoring what's going on. We've got the ability now to understand. Okay, are they creating alliances once again? Are they allowing territory to be used for training camps? Are they working with other groups? And then if we have to, we go back in, we strike, we kill more of them, and we get out. But we don't do this thing that we've gone crazy about, where we suddenly are spending an ungodly amount of money and lives to try to build some pseudo-stable, workable democratic society in a place that doesn't understand it to begin with.
And to try to bomb politely. And it's I think we should mind our business, and if something like that does happen, the response should be fucking horrendous.
Devastating.
World War II, and I'm not talking about nuclear weapons, but I'm saying World War II type of a carpet bombing. Stop avoiding the city. If the citizens of that country are completely bombed out, then they won't be as likely to allow that to fester in their country.
I don't like that whole thing with just, we'll bomb around
No
this.
one respects that. They don't respect that.
No.
Well, you can't fight a war is messy. You can't fight a war where you're so risk averse. And that's part. There's so many reasons for that. Everybody's tweeting. Everybody's on YouTube. Everybody's watching exactly what's happening.
Yeah.
I mean, you think that with D-Day, with the first day of the landings, you think that the country would have still been behind it if they had been watching on TV?
Get everyone out of there.
Oh my God,
it's
we've
a
been
disaster.
horrified.
Yeah. Instead, it was not put more guys on the beach. Fuck it.
I mean, we lost something like 35 or 36. I probably got my number wrong, but 35 or 36,000
people,
flyers in the old Army Air Corps, and just training accidents. Planes going down to training accidents and other mechanical malfunctions during the course of the war. And
could you imagine that now?
No, absolutely not. We've developed a risk-averse world because, in part, we've got so much access to information that it's impossible to fight a limited, very aggressive, hostile action and have the public behind it.
Well, then we shouldn't get our nose in it, like Jimmy said.
Then
we should mind our own business, because we have an inability now to fight effectively.
That risk averse thing is so trickled down. I was staying in a hotel in Nashville, and they
wow, that is trickled down.
They had the voice in the elevator was just covering all angles so they could not get sued on any level. This fucking woman was telling me everything. Doors are closing. 4th floor, doors are opening. Doors are closing. Like, oh, okay. We warned you. We warned you that they were opening and closing. By the time I got to my floor, after 5 people got off, I was like a little bit fucking loopy. Like, I want to find this fucking woman.
Why do we still have troops in Germany? Why do we spend money on troops in Korea? I don't give a fuck about the DMZ. I don't care if Kim Jong-il walks into South Korea. That's not my problem. Why are we wasting money keeping troops in fucking Korea to have a demilitarized zone? Wait, was it 14,000 U.S. troops?
Well, what we're not good at recalibrating and our actual interests over time. And so it's a very good question. Okay, we've always had troops in Germany. We're worried about what the Soviets are going to reconstitute and come across the border. So but we see that time and time again. And so, yeah, we could have a very honest discussion about what actually is in our national interest, what actually is important to our national security. And you would end up, if it was an honest discussion and we had the wherewithal, you'd end up with a much different configuration for how our military is deployed and used overseas.
I think sometimes it's deployed for purely economic purposes for the country that it's in as a favor, where they then pay us back. Like Germany, I'm sure they make a boatload of money off of our soldiers being there. And, you know, if we leave, they're like, hey, our economy's fucked up. Where are you going? So we keep soldiers there. It's the dumbest fucking thing.
But it's also strategically a good thing.
For what? The Soviets, like you said, it's over. The Cold War's gone.
Yeah, but I mean, even if you got a problem in the Middle East, don't you have like planes and stuff you can fly from there to go over there?
Well, you need staging capability.
Yes,
You're right.
Staging,
you need logistics, and you need but
that's what I was trying to say.
Staging
capabilities.
Logistics.
I'm totally stealing that phrase, by the way.
Yes,
I'll be saying that in a bar at some point. I will intimidate the shit out of the other moron when I say, "Well, you got to have staging capabilities." It's like,
fuck.
This guy reads.
Bert knows what he's talking about. Jesus Christ. You're with the agency?
Yeah, sometimes we just sit
Agent
around
Burr.
in a safe house and talk like that to each other. Yeah. We make up new phrases.
Make up cool new phrases. Shit. You know, I could talk about this all day, but it's 1 minute to 10, and I'm getting the fuck out of here on time every day this week.
You really are fucking Pete punctual.
I certainly am. Hey, I come in on time, I'm leaving on time. Screw this. Kenny's waiting. My Escalade is purring outside. And you're going to hear the wheels screech at 10:05. Trust me.
Oh, Andy.
You probably get
know.
good mileage in that Escalade.
Oh, it's great. It's fantastic. It's got a big gas tank, so I could go far.
You actually
That's
get better
about it.
mileage on the thing that takes the fucking rocket to the launch pad. Cape
I love
Canaveral.
that thing. Yes. Cape Canaveral. Bill Burr, where
I
will
have
you
to go
be?
to I want to go to your compound at some point.
Yes. I would love for you to fucking come, especially before the summer's done.
Why don't you come over Sunday night
enjoy
after
the
your
pool
show?
and
Wait.
shit. Yeah.
When are you flying back to L.A.?
Monday.
Dude, this weekend,
Monday
you know
morning.
what? This weekend, I'm not doing anything.
Well, the thing is, I'm out in Jersey, then I got to go all the way through New York, all the way to Long Island,
Oh,
then come
Jimmy will
back.
pick you up.
Sure. Unless you're too heavy, then I won't.
Hey, we were the other night. I was hanging out with some
Oh,
comics,
God.
and we were trying to think of the most arrogant name you could come up for an hour-long special.
Yeah, okay, what was it?
I won with Game Over.
That is
Can you imagine that?
fucking
And
arrogant.
you just dropping the mic.
Yeah. Game over. Like, don't even try.
Yeah.
I'm done.
There's no reason.
The comedy special is a thing of the past. Game over. Ugh, that's disgusting. Brilliant.
I forget. There was a bunch of good ones.
Game over.
Game Over.
I hate it. Bill Burr is playing
Stress
Carnegie,
Factories this weekend. Yeah,
yeah.
Carnegie Hall,
Carnegie
November
Hall.
11th.
It's great. And Stress Factory this weekend.
Stress Factory this weekend,
Yeah.
Thursday through Sunday, doing all the shows.
732-545-HA-HA.
Makes me laugh every time.
That's Vinny's idea of a good, easy-to-remember phone number.
Yes.
Does it call the payphone on stage?
That dumb payphone.
Did he finally get rid of that?
No.
It's
Why
probably
would he?
still. I don't know if he uses it, but it's probably still there. I haven't done the Stress Factory in a couple of years, but I think it's still there.
Yeah. Calling an airstrike with it.
And I have Tampa in September. That's my only gig.
Tampa, when?
Yeah, in September.
Oh.
That's it.
You want to come over this weekend?
No.
Oh.
I do.
I'll get
Can you
snacks.
fire weapons at your compound?
I wish I could. Only if I
Do you
get
have
an
that yet?
intruder. I'm waiting.
What if you dig like another floor? Like, they don't know how many floors are in the Pentagon. What if,
So
what
I
if-
just keep
what
going
if you keep
down,
going down?
until I hit the water table. I don't think they allow
Soundproof
personal
torture
shooting
room?
ranges.
What are you working on
in a
over
house.
there? You already have a Fidel Castro hat. What's going on with you?
I know. That's an old video game.
This is just extra time jokes here, people.
I know. He's trying to keep me here late. Is what he's doing. He's trying to make me work some OT. Some OT.
And Mike, anything?
I actually have a
Mike.
solution to how you can get rid of all the guns on the world, too.
Giant
Why
magnets.
would you want to do that?
I'm just trying to keep him here.
Oh, okay.
my
I'm
God.
just trying to get him to take the base.
Jesus, I
Yeah,
don't wanna-
fucking liberals. All right, I'm done.
Mike, any plugs?
Diligence LLC for all your intelligence and security needs.
Yes.
Do you do spying stuff?
Spying
Or
stuff.
like, let's say
another
You know what we
Jim
do?
Norton
Yeah.
infantile question. Do you do spying stuff?
Once again, a question I've been asked by my 4-year-old.
I fucking love Jimmy's questions. Do you do spying stuff, mister? Gee, you're like Beaver Cleaver.
Damn.
Oh, God. Why?
Now, you know what? We're the world's leading global intelligence and security firm.
That's fantastic.
I just thought I'd point that out.
Damn.
Of course, I'm subjective, so others may disagree.
If what's the criteria for hiring? What kind of background you need? Because when I'm done with this whole radio thing, I'd love to maybe, put in an application.
We got a range of backgrounds: intelligence, law enforcement,
that.
military.
I'd be good in communications.
Exactly.
Anthony wants to investigate certain chat rooms, and this way he can gather photos without being arrested. No, I'm working.
What are you talking about?
I've got a project order from a client. See, I'm supposed to do this. Yeah.
I'm working on a project with Pete Townsend and Pee Wee Herman. And Gary Glitter.
I know they always go
Jeffrey Jones.
with the research excuse.
Yes, it's research. Of course, it's research.
I'm thinking about starting a nonprofit, so that's why I'm going through all these sites.
Yeah, I'd love that.
Yeah, like you don't know when you're going on to. I didn't want to say a website that's creepy.
And put a fucking credit card in there.
Yeah, brokendreams.com.
All right, look, I'm getting out of here.
Nevertooyoung.com.
Memorywiped.net.
How do you not know when you're going on that website that there's not going to be, a couple of guys in vans
problem.
outside your house in 10 minutes?
Problem. Sam,
Yeah.
you have the after show coming up. What
That's
can we
right.
expect besides wrestling talk?
Well, I'm going to try to steer Eric away from the wrestling talk to
Good.
broaden
I
our
hope you got a fucking
horizons.
tugboat. Jeez. See, to steer him away from stuff because he's as big as a fucking carrier.
Thinks too.
Yeah.
And because he eats garbage.
Oh, damn. Leave the poor
contributes it.
boy alone.
And contributes it too.
So I'll be driving home listening to Sam, as I hope you people out there continue to listen until 11 o'clock. And then listen around Fez.
Just leave the channel on all day.
Just leave
It's
it on all
good.
day. Just do that. Pass out to it. All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. We will see you tomorrow. Who's going to be on tomorrow with us?
I think Bill's
Oh, my
back.
God.
We got
I'm
Bill
coming back,
Burr
yeah.
back? Nice.
And
Mick
Mick
Foley.
Foley.
Mick Foley, stand-up comic Mick Foley, by
Stand-up
the way.
comedian
So we're
Mick
going to be
Foley.
talking a little bit about that. Are you going to pitch me something, Roland?
No,
Christ.
yeah.
No, of course. Oh, Christ. All right, kiddies, we'll see you mañana.
The Virus, Sirius XM. And now, the Opie and Anthony Show continues. This is After O&A Live. Here's your host, Sam Roberts.
You betcha. It's After Opie and Anthony Live. We're still here. Anthony and Bill Burr and Mike Baker and Jim Norton, they've all left. But the rest of us are still here. Sam Roberts, Roland, the Ron and Fez interns are setting up. Eric Nagel on the ones and twos. Sorry, what'd you say, Roland?
Prince Nagel.
Oh, I thought we were gonna leave him alone a little bit on that. He caught some heat for what went on the after show yesterday, very early on the show. So I suggest you catch a replay if you missed it because it was hilarious, was it not? Eric, do you find it funny or you don't like that? Oh, he went and turned off the lights. Why do you have it so dark in there?
Because I don't want to do anything. He smuggled sperm like a Colombian drug dealer.
Oh, Jesus. Do you find it funny or is it not obnoxious?
Sure, make it all about me today.
I'm just asking you a question.
It's obnoxious.
All right, well, why didn't you answer that to start with? Jeez, Eric.
But let's pray for the hurricane, though, because it could hurt not only his, but Spencer's vacation, too.
Yeah, but it would also hurt Opie's vacation, who's on vacation at the beach right now.
But the people who are going about to go.
Yeah, but he's on the beach. The hurricane, he's on the...
But you get to enjoy at least a week of beachiness.
But he's supposed to have 2 weeks.
Oh.
And if you pray for a hurricane, the hurricane...
No, it said pray for the hurricane not to arrive.
That's not what you said.
That's not what you said.
That's what I said. So Spencer and
Eric, do you have the
Not
tape?
what
Do you have
said.
the tape?
Now I gotta go pull
Okay.
it.
Thank God.
No, I meant not to hit there, not because of Spencer.
You said,
I love Spencer.
let's pray for the hurricane because
I mean,
people are going on vacation.
I did. I'm sorry. I meant not to because I love Spencer. That's I hope because he's having
That
on
is-
vacation.
see, now you're spinning it.
I'd like to hear the tape.
Give me
if
a
it's
second, I
okay.
gotta
Okay.
find it.
Thank you.
Yeah, hopefully it's on the floor so he won't bend down.
Oh wow. Opie's on the beach. It would affect him very much. I mean, the show is trying to get by without him. Opie, he's gone for the whole week.
You're vying for the spot, they said this morning.
Well, I mean, I might be trying to snake my way in, but that's kind of my personality. That's kind of, it's not a secret to anybody. I hope nobody's surprised by it. That's what I do. Thank God Anthony and Jim are the professionals that they are, because they are leading us through another great week of shows so far. However, Anthony did, at the end of the show today, he felt the wrath of Opie not being here, because that means he's the guy in charge. So that means he had the guest pitches. He had to deal with management. I saw it. Everybody came running in, and you came in first. That's smart of you.
Yeah, I know.
You got your guest pitches in. Anthony's trying to pack up. Management has to talk to him for a second. This guy has to talk to him for a second. And there's no sort of divide and conquer. There's no, okay, we each go one way.
Because Jimmy left early.
Because Jim's out of here, and it's just Ant. He's got to deal with that. Did you find that clip, Eric?
Yeah, I found the clip.
Okay, this is Roland.
I didn't mean
and
it.
What he thinks of Opie's vacation. Opie is right now in South Carolina on the beach.
You shit spinner.
Let's hear what Roland had to say. Jeez, Eric.
But let's pray for the hurricane, though, because it could hurt not only his, but Spencer's vacation, too.
Okay, you see that? What's the spin there?
I meant it could hurt. I mean, not.
No. You said, Roland, you said, let's pray for the hurricane because it could hurt Spencer and Eric's vacation.
Yeah, I didn't mean it that way.
So you're telling me what you meant was, let's pray for there not to be a hurricane so it doesn't affect Spencer and Eric's vacation.
I'm a Mexican. I can't speak right.
That's not true. You spoke correctly, other than making the sentence the opposite of what you claim you meant for it to say.
Asshole. No.
You want to just be able to spin this and move on to the next thing, huh?
Yes. Don't be a Gaddafi.
Why don't you a Gaddafi? Why don't you apologize to Opie for wishing that his vacation get ruined?
I didn't mean
by a hurricane.
I apologize. I didn't mean it that way. I meant for him, Eric, and Spencer, so that the hurricane misses it.
Okay. Well, you specifically said you wanted, because Eric had insulted you. And then you said you wanted a hurricane to come and ruin Eric and Spencer's vacation.
No, I love Spencer. I wouldn't want to ruin his vacation.
Okay, Eric, can we play that clip again?
All right, hang on 1 second.
Okay. You didn't want to ruin Spencer's vacation.
Yes.
Okay, here it is.
Okay. Jeez, Eric.
But let's pray for the hurricane, though, because it could hurt not only his, but Spencer's vacation, too. I meant the other way.
No, you didn't. You did not, Roland.
You spin doctor.
Look who's here.
You didn't spin anything. You said it.
You're the one spinning.
I just.
It's all right, Roland. Sometimes you just have to say, yeah, I
dick
said
in the
it.
ass. I did.
All right, dick in the ass.
I apologize to Eric, Spencer, and Opie. I didn't mean that.
You got approvals on your guests, right?
Oh, yeah.
So it's not all a bad day. I had to give you had to get a little dick in the ass today.
Yeah.
It's your life after all. We got a bunch of stuff to talk about today. Dana White was in here. That's huge. It's so cool to have a millionaire, billionaire, CEO, relevant guy who's just a fan of the show and wants to come in.
Yeah.
He emailed us and said, yeah, I'm in town. I'm going to stop by.
Yeah, basically, he blew off he's supposed to do some morning stuff, but he just did our show downtown for a big meeting.
And Fox News for a second.
Yeah, he's on the plane to Miami to do full day of press, then back on the plane to go to Rio.
And he just wanted to do our show. Dana White, the guy who's in charge of the UFC, was on. And I mean, not only is it awesome that he's a friend of the show, and we generally don't have a lot of high-profile people who are honestly friends of the show. I mean, you're the talent booker. We get lots of great guests, but people who are honestly friends of the show and fans of the show. Yeah. Not a lot of high-profile
people. A
small
handful, I would say. Like that.
Dana White's right on top of him.
With the Fox deal, man. He's a powerful man.
And he's not forgetting us.
And he smells rich.
Does he?
Oh, yeah. It's that smell where you go, he's smiling all the time.
He's got to have cash.
Top of the world.
Well, I also want to see what...
And he deserves it.
He did. Look.
I love it.
He took the UFC to the next level, and then he took it to the next level, then he took it to the next level, and now he's taking it to the next level with this Fox deal.
Global domination.
Do you think how popular do you think UFC is going to get after this?
Huge, because now if you didn't see pay-per-view, you can't afford it. Now you'll see on Fox.
Yeah, they're going to do live. Because he said while he was here, Dana White, He said they're going to do 6 live UFC specials on FX. Then he said they're going to do 4 live UFC specials on Fox. That's 10 a year. That's almost once a month. That's almost as often as their pay-per-views.
Yeah.
That's so much content. And it's free. I have FX. I have Fox 5.
And when he's mad at somebody, he talks shit about them. That's what
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't care.
Doesn't.
He called... Who's the boxing guy? Do you remember his name? Eric, do you remember?
I don't remember his name, but I love how he's describing what he's doing wrong, and then he says, "You're a douchebag."
Yeah, and then he called him ugly, fat, greedy.
Eric's in the other room, don't you?
I wasn't talking about Eric. You're taking shots at Eric because he threw you under the bus with that clip. Is that right?
That's right.
That's right. But, yeah, so Dana White was amazing. If you didn't listen to the interview, he was on for about a half hour. So tune into the replay. I also want to talk to Troy in a few minutes because, listen, conspiracy. What were you pointing at? Was he talking while Bill Burr was going?
I farted in the control room.
Right.
And Troy goes, "Look, seriously, don't fucking fart."
There was a potential explosion about to happen. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I started laughing. He goes, "Shut the fuck up. It's not funny."
Okay, I'll get to that in a minute because he has specifically come to my office, to my face, because I always say, farts are like whatever, like who cares? And he has specifically said to my face, "No, Sam, farts are funny." And I go, "Whatever? No, they're not. I mean, it's all the time." He goes, "No, farts are." We'll see what he thinks. I'll talk
He
to him
cries like a little bitch in there. He's like, "Woo."
because, well, now I have to talk to him. But that'll be in a few minutes. Troy, don't get all overzealous. He's already walking down the hall fixing his hair. You got him again, Roland. But Eric, who is this guy with the bandana who's here?
That would be former intern Paul, current SiriusXM employee.
Before you get ahead of steam of yourself, I'm going to talk to Paul. Is that okay with you, Troy?
He told me to come down.
But I said in a couple minutes I'm going to talk to you.
Okay. Should I leave?
You can stay if you want. Oh, he is. He's upset today. Troy is a bad day for Troy. We'll get to him in a couple minutes. It's not a good day for Troy. Mars, have you noticed Troy is a little off today, or is this the first?
That boy got some serious anger issues, man.
Yeah, Hurricane Kwan is coming in.
Well, I can't wait
to the east.
I can't wait to talk to him now.
Kwanster.
Now, Paul, I guess we're short-staffed this week, so you're filling in for Opie?
Yes, I was running the board in the studio all day.
And hosting.
Yeah, and hosting, yeah.
No,
you didn't hear my voice?
I guess Danny and Derek are on vacation, too. This is a weird time for the O&A show because a lot of us planned vacations in this 2-week period, and things, believe it or not, here on the Opie and Anthony show, sometimes things get left till the last minute. And so, yeah, I know, Eric. I know. Usually it's like, plan way out in advance, but this may blow your minds, folks at home, but yeah. Here in a professional environment like the Opie and Anthony show is, you listen at home and you think, man, everybody's got their shit together. They must have their stuff planned out way in advance. Sometimes things happen at the last minute, and we end up with half the staff taking vacation because they don't realize there's going to be shows.
Yeah.
So we end up a little short-staffed. Danny and Derek are both on vacation the rest of the week, right?
Yeah, I'm in until Friday. So.
Right, and so Paul, who's a former Opie and Anthony intern, is now part-timing for SiriusXM. That's one of his jobs. They actually hired one of our interns, which doesn't happen as often as, well, it doesn't happen that often. But Paul got the job here as a part-time board op type, and that's kind of the introductory level position. But he's getting to work on the Opie and Anthony show. So congratulations. It's
Thank
for
you.
4 days.
Yeah.
And it won't continue.
Not for the first time.
No.
By the way, I also filled in around Christmas or something.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, you certainly made an impact. Oh, what's that, Eric?
I got paid for that, Eric. That's on the books. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. Good.
I'm just trying to protect you, I guess.
So I also put on my my resume, freelance Opie and Anthony producer.
That's completely inaccurate. That's not even sort of accurate. And I hope anybody who's thinking about employing you is listening to this because that's a complete fabrication.
Done it more than once.
Roland?
Is Troy nearby?
Are you nervous?
I'm scared.
Okay, well, we'll get to Troy in a minute. I need him to cool his jets a little bit before he comes in here. He came in here with a head of
Do you think
steam.
he's back there cooling off?
Yeah, I would
He's
hope so.
riling himself up.
Oh boy,
He's fuming.
is he?
I think he kicked a baby.
Paul, what have you been doing?
I happened to be in the booth for this, and I kind of got to agree with Roland. I was giggling like a retard. So,
Right.
You know,
But Troy was freaking out.
He was angry.
I can't
He
wait.
was angry.
What are you doing for the show this week?
Normal, cutting up some audio, stuff like that.
Obviously, since you're an intern, last time you were here, were an intern. You were an intern. You're a part-time board op now, but you were an intern here. So obviously, the last time you were here, we had interns.
Yes.
Is there? Plus, it's been a long time. Has there been dynamic changes?
Oh, definitely.
With the Opie and Anthony show?
Oh, absolutely.
How?
It was weird to watch people like, Travis, who, helped teach me everything, blah, 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 going out to get
Travis
breakfast
has been
for
here
other
so
people.
long, he helped teach me how to get food orders. So
Yeah. So it was kind of a trip to see, to be honest with you.
For him to go down to
For him
Starbucks
to go down
and
to
stuff?
Starbucks and stuff, yeah.
How come you didn't go down?
No one asked me to. I would have. Actually,
Oh.
I did go for gym at some point, which kind of made me feel like it was
I guess
2
that's
years
why
ago.
I'm not like the boss of everyone, because I'd be like, oh, Paul's here. He'll go on every food run. I guess that's not exactly fair.
No.
So the interns are coming back to the Opie and Anthony show. Like
Congratulations.
that's the big news. Yeah, and the Sex Bagel's in charge.
Who?
Really?
Eric is in charge, Roland. E-Rock. He's kind of, as much as one can be, but he's like the mentor, which I think, like, honestly, if there's anybody that can try scowling in the studio.
He's circling the perimeter,
I'm
man.
talking to Paul right now. You're scowling. He's so pissed at something.
At you.
Why would he be pissed at me?
Because you kicked him out the fucking studio.
I didn't kick him out. I told him I was going to get to him in a minute.
He's nearby.
He's right behind you, Roland. I think that the interns are going to be able to learn a lot from Eric because
Come up here.
he's one of the few. I mean, I had a tiny bit of experience in terrestrial radio before this. But beyond that, besides me, Eric's the only guy who's had a lot of experience in radio apart from the Opie and Anthony show. I mean, there's a lot that he can teach. I mean, Eric, are you confident that you'll be a good teacher? I honestly think you have lessons to teach.
He's a good teacher.
Yeah, I think that Eric, that people can learn from him, especially interns. Am I right?
Yes.
Paul?
He's definitely got a...
You're hesitating.
Wide knowledge base of regular radio.
What's the hesitation?
No, I was just thinking of all the useless stuff he's said to me over just the course of today.
Mr. Confident.
No, I don't mean that in a bad way.
Mr. Confidence.
No, actually, he did teach me something new today.
What did he teach you?
Loading stuff into profit in a way I didn't use before.
You're an employee of this company, and you didn't even know how to do that shit.
No, it was
and you're going to come in here and disgrace Eric Nagel's name. Eric, do you believe this shit?
No surprise.
No surprise, right? He's sitting here. Who taught you everything you know?
Travis and Danny.
Eric Nagel is the answer to that question. Eric Nagel taught you everything you know, and now you're coming in here and saying this. What advice do you have for people? Because if you want to apply to be an intern, obviously there's success stories, folks. Paul was an intern. When did you intern?
2009, I believe.
And you may remember the bit that stands out in my mind that I think we've replayed is Paul and Evan were in the same semester, and they were kind of like the Bobbsey twins. They were always around each other. And Evan is the intern who pissed his pants in order to prove that he didn't piss his pants. And Paul was kind of the guy who instigated a lot of that and who insisted that Evan had pissed his pants in the first place. Now, we didn't force Evan to piss his pants. He thought that that would be the best route to prove that he hadn't pissed his pants. So if you're a prospective intern, don't come in thinking you're going to have to produce bodily fluids on yourself. It's not something we require. We're going to be more focusing on sort of learning audio systems and teaching you how to be a part of a radio show. Evan decided to go a different direction with that.
Yeah, he kind of jumped at the opportunity to piss himself. If I
Well, he
remember
wanted
correctly.
to prove
Yeah,
that he didn't piss himself by pissing himself. But obviously, Paul got hired here, and he's he's climbing the corporate ladder, as it were. Now he's apparently
What was it? A part-time
board op for the sports department.
No. What's your other?
I'm sorry. I'm a freelance Opie and Anthony producer.
Yeah, he's obviously become a freelance Opie and Anthony producer. And if you want to be a success story like Paul, just go to our website, SiriusXM.com/internships, and apply, and you'll be here all week.
I'll be here till Friday at the latest.
Hopefully, so you'll be in reporting some of the stuff that's happening. Is there anything that's changed beyond food orders?
Yeah. How can I put this nicely? The staff is a little more friendly. They don't have.
Everybody seems like they got whipped into shape. They got scared straight a little bit.
I wouldn't put it that way.
Is that the case though?
Yes, everyone seems a little more professional. But the way I mean it is.
Who was a dick?
Thank you, Roland.
Who was the dick?
I got to meet Roland too. That was a very.
You never met Roland before?
Never met Roland before.
Oh,
I was very excited about it.
Well, as you can see, Roland is not even somewhat professional. So, yeah,
I get the gassies.
Apparently, but what do you mean the staff is more professional? Don't worry
certain members of the staff aren't here anymore that were here when I was there.
You talking about Steve C?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Okay. So you think that the professional element was him not being here?
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
Well, I'm glad that you see how we sucked it out of him, Mars.
Yes,
you see what happened?
Did Steve rub on him?
I don't know if Steve.
Yes. Well,
listen.
right.
Before we go
tell the
accusing people of things like rubbing on interns, let's be careful of how we word things.
Did he rub on you?
Steve rubbed my leg twice.
And
The first-
it's not an accusation, man.
No, this is a fact.
It happened.
Okay, well now Roland's rubbing on Mars.
See?
I guess that's just what we do around here.
Brown on brown.
Well, listen, that element is gone.
Thankfully.
So if you're worried about getting rubbed on, it's not going to happen on the Opie and Anthony show. Eric, are you going to? I'm gonna task you with this.
Yeah.
I know I'm in no position to task you with things, but I would like to task you with this. I want you to be the rubbing police, and I want you to make sure that there is nobody on this staff rubbing on interns.
You need to talk to Travis.
Is that right? Well, listen. It's fine. It's right. You say that, Mars, because we talked about it on the After Opie and Anthony Live show that you're on right now, and Travis and Danny, the gayness between them has reached higher standings than when you were here. I don't know. Maybe you have stories that we don't know about, but they were caught multiple times in the office alone, giving each other shoulder massages, deep shoulder massages, like really getting in.
That's nothing new.
Rubbing legs, rubbing each other on the leg. And at one point, Danny, and this is what kind of brought this to a head, Danny was showing Travis a poster that he'd hung up in his house via picture text. And when he sent him the picture text, Danny sent a picture of himself from the waist up, nude, no shirt on, with a thumbs up pointing at his poster.
Okay.
So at that point, we exposed it on the after show as it's getting uncomfortable and weird. And Mars has said that Travis calls him sweetie and baby a lot, which maybe Travis is just an affectionate guy, but Mars has said that he has seen, because we established that Danny was massaging Travis, and Mars says that Travis also massages Danny. So is that, I guess Danny's not here today, so you can't really.
I didn't see Danny.
But the massaging has been happening for years.
Years,
Okay.
definitely, yeah.
Okay, so you like that, Troy? Troy's finally getting happy over there.
Is he happy now? Or is it a murderous laugh?
I don't know. It's a bit psychotic. Before we get to Troy, I want to play something because this inspired me. Bill Burr, during the commercial break, we were talking about the Bobo Win a Date with Bobo promotion. Have you heard about this, Paul?
I'm very excited about it.
I mean, it should be great. And like I said yesterday, to any woman who would enter to Couch of Zilches, and I know there's a lot of you because we always have women doing Couch of Zilches, you should be entering this contest because this is like Couch of Zilches, only
$1,000.
We're going to use you on the air. You get free lunch. You get some free Dave & Buster's games, probably. I don't know if we'll actually go there. You get free lunch, though, and you get $1,000.
That's like half a rent in Manhattan.
Yeah, I mean, you go and hang out with Bobo for a while. What's the big deal? The guy is hilarious.
I've been drinking with Bobo.
Yeah?
He's hysterical.
That's what I'm saying. It's fun to hang out with Bobo.
He's a great time.
He's not going to touch you, I promise. I'll be the chaperone. I won't let him touch you. I'm taller than he is. Go to SiriusXM.com/thevirus, and our email is opieanthony@SiriusXM.com. I implore you ladies to enter this contest before Friday at noon Eastern. That's when our cutoff is, and you're going to be out $1,000 if you don't enter. But we were talking about Bobo and that during the commercial, and Bill Burr asked if he was still a virgin. It was asking all these questions because Bill Burr, who's an amazing comedian. I mean, he's a guy, and he's at the career high that he's never been at.
Carnegie Hall in November.
He's playing Carnegie Hall. He's on Breaking Bad.
I believe he was here when Evan pissed himself as well.
He was here when Evan pissed all over himself.
Also, he was in Date Night.
He was in Date Night. I mean, the guy is a rocket that is just launching. And you know what he said during the commercial? He said, Bobo is entertaining. He said, entertaining as fuck is what he said, I believe.
In the up and down game, greatest bit.
That's what he said. He said he's never seen the up and down game. Were we doing the up and down game when you were an intern?
Yes.
And
yes, I
did
was
you
there
ever
for
get
the
to
whole
see it?
Start of it, absolutely. It's
a fabulous thing to see. I mean, it's amazing.
It's one way to put it.
It's an amazing thing. It's a game we haven't played in a while. But the thing about Bobo, and if you've been listening for a day or a year, you know who Bobo is at this point, whether you like it or not. Bobo becomes erect very easily. Most of you know this. All you have to do is talk about women, and he gets erect. Talk about something else, he's not erect anymore. Well, Bill Burr saw one of Opie Radio's, youtube.com/Opie Radio's, most critically acclaimed videos, which was Patrice watches the up and down game. If you want to see the video that goes along with this, it's YouTube Opie Radio. Just because the guy's on vacation doesn't mean he doesn't need some YouTube hits. So check out the video. But this is Bill Burr's favorite Bobo moment, and one of mine too. Enjoy it with us as we listen to Patrice enjoying Bobo's up and down game right here on After Opie and Anthony Live.
After O&A Live.
Don't unleash him on her, man. Just relax, because
Did
he
you
can
see
something
Bobo's-
bad could happen.
Did you see Bobo's penis?
I
He's
agree.
fucking packing.
Oh, no. He's packing some wood?
Fuck yeah.
No. You packing major wood, Bobo?
Fuck yes, he is.
No, Jimmy.
Here go the curtains.
No.
The curtains are being pulled.
You packing? What are you packing there, Bobo?
You might want to leave. No.
Oh, no.
I'll take a look at his
Please.
doofy dick.
Doofy dick.
So what?
And know what happens?
All right, Bobo.
Are you killing it, Bobo?
Wait. Patrice.
Now, go ahead, Bobo.
Hold on, but I want to let Patrice on something. Patrice, you start talking like erotic,
About
and
his
it'll
chick.
get about his chick. It'll get
Or
hard
even had the
instantly,
chance to
and then you
shake
talk about
this
the
off.
Mets, and he'll lose the hard on.
Let's just show.
Patrice, if you take part in that, I'll never come near barbecue again. If you talk erotically to this guy.
I'm not even going to show this that
Are
way.
there any women around?
Well, yeah. Yeah, go ahead, drop it down. Well, drop it down, Steve.
Sure, there's women. Sure.
All the way down. Under fancy underpants too. No, drop it down. I want to talk to him.
Oh, you guys are going for the misdirection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now the thing is this.
See,
No.
Does it bother you that so you have to watch it? You have to watch it jump. It's like the bottom line is this: Christina and her big tits. You have to get her into a hotel room sooner or later.
Yeah.
And you know that those big luscious tits. You want to just
Oh, my God.
put them soap on them in the shower.
Yeah.
Show up.
Yeah.
And
Why
then,
does
and
the
then that.
whole droop to the
But
left?
yeah, but this feels awkward.
It looks like your
What's
dick
that?
had a stroke.
But yeah, this feels awkward.
Now watch. And the thing is, the problem is, no, it's look.
Patrice, I think it's coming at you in 3D.
And then hold on. The thing is this: you can take it to a Mets game. The fucking Mets are just terrible, dude. Why are they so awful?
Those are your players this year.
But they can't win a fucking game.
look, it's already moving.
Why can't they win a game? It's embarrassing.
I have no idea, but is this a new bit that I gotta talk pantsless now?
No, forget pantsless. Why are the Mets losing?
We finally shut up.
Why are the
Patrice.
Mets losing, Bobo?
I said there's players injured, a lot of key players.
Yeah, but they got a brand new field that's supposed to be good.
It could be good, but how are these key players that we had that are
They're
hurt?
supposed to be good players, and they all of a sudden the fucking whole team is going. They build a new stadium and they're losing. Why?
That's what happened. Our better players are hurt.
But there's no reason
guys
for
are
the
mixing
whole
it up.
franchise to be suffering like
Mixing it up
that.
nice.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, we'll get better next year.
It's probably the pitch coach. The pitch coach. Oh, here we go. Here we go. The pitching coaching is no good. Would you take Christine to a Mets game?
I would. I'd take her, and of course, I'd go with her to a Yankee game.
Do you think that she'd want to take you to a motel after?
Oh man.
Well, yeah, of course.
I bet you that she'd slide those little thong panties off too if you took her to a motel.
Yeah, but you know what I might do? Get her the next time I'm at the Stress Factory. I might get her one of those. You could take me. I think it says you could take me to the Stress Factory after you finish me off.
Oh, the fucking patient waiting is the funniest part.
I don't know. This is.
He's crying. Patrice is fucking crying. He's leaving the studio.
I had no idea. I don't know the whole time.
I get your point.
I don't know the whole time. You got.
Yeah, we're
There
both
was
being
tears. I don't know,
unfair to Pat. Pat's like fading left away from.
Yes, he is.
Your voices was freaking stuck in my head the day I went to see the urologist a week ago.
Patrice was crying.
He was crying.
He had tears coming down his fucking
I
face.
know. You think he was watching a dog crushing video?
I'm sick of seeing him on the front page of every single paper.
Hey, Rod.
Is this the sports section or page 6?
Bubba, when you retell the story, tell them that your dick was so big it made a black man cry.
It seems like a new thing. Who is A-Rod sleeping with?
The thing is this, though. Like, guys like that are the ones that always get the girls. And here you are, you're into Christina, and you're starting to have problems like getting with this chick. And it's like, what? You know that if you got her alone, like if she would just trust you to get her alone, dude, you could get that bra off.
Oh,
and those
man.
big giant tits would come out.
I sometimes wonder if she's going to be in. If she's going to be
She
in.
has big. I bet she has big nipples, man. If you got her shirt off, those big nipples.
Well, yeah, of course she does.
Those big juicy nipples would probably be really fun to soap up and pinch a little bit. Yeah, and you could probably put your dick between them.
Oh wow!
From what I could tell, you could 1/4 tit fuck him.
Would you tit fuck her though if you could?
Yeah, I would.
I would.
I would.
Show us on Pat.
There it is. This is the fucking. I'm telling you, I have to sit home and wonder where this has to rank in the top 5 most unbelievable things. I've never seen anything like this. Fuck! I'm just. What the fuck, right? It's raging.
After O&A live.
The Bubba Up and Down game really is one of the great natural wonders of the world. I mean, you've never seen anything like it. It's indescribably great to see. This is the After Opie and Anthony show, After Opie and Anthony Live. I'm Sam Roberts. Everybody's still in here. I mean, Mars, I know you have a lot of machismo. I know you don't like the kid touching because it happens so much in your family.
No, it didn't happen in my family.
Well, that's what I mean. All the Hispanic guys that we've talked to on the after show say, yeah, it happens all the time, just not in my family. So
well, it did occur in my family, but not all the time. It was a couple of instances.
Okay. Well, for most families, that's a lot. Now, what do you think when Bobo came? What did you think, I should say, because we haven't done it in so long, when Bobo came in here with that up and down game? We used to play it all the time, like every time there was a comedian in here.
It was hilarious. I mean, but what does that have to do with the kid touching?
Well, because it's a guy with his little penis sticking out. Like, I didn't know if you were the type that said, like, I don't want to deal with that shit. I don't want to see that bullshit.
No, not
you
at
like
all.
to see
that
it.
shit is fucking hilarious, man.
It's amazing, too.
Bobo is the funniest thing besides fucking Dave.
Intern David, you mean?
Intern Dave is the other
Intern
one.
David is, everybody knows Intern David is very close to my heart. Although, he won't, and Paul, you'll be interested in this because you were in the class with Intern David, right? Yeah. He won't come here because he believes that his time on the Opie and Anthony show has cost him job opportunities. Now, Paul, where do you work again?
Sirius Satellite Radio.
Okay, and
where were you before? Like, what was your job?
I started as an intern for the Opie and Anthony
Okay,
show.
all right. I just wanted to double check that. Okay, good. So maybe that's not quite it. Roland, you're sweating bullets over there. You look nervous.
Fine.
Let's welcome Troy to the show, everybody.
Troy, yeah, Troy.
You don't want to do it.
Hey, wait a
Troy,
minute. Does he have the criteria to use Anthony's mic?
Well, where else am I going to go?
No, we're just trying to look. He's so fucking defensive.
I don't need to use this mic. But
No. You hit the criterias, man. Chill out. You ain't fucking black.
Wow.
That's one of the criterias.
Mars
Relax.
is speaking for himself right now.
Yeah.
I'm speaking for the criteria to use Anthony's mic.
Well, okay, but that's all you. I mean, you watch that. But
I can't use that mic.
Well, yeah, I know that, but you also don't know how to work it. You're not a good engineer. You see how I turned you around? You see, I'm sorry, Mars. That was unkind.
Yeah,
It was totally uncalled for.
Totally.
Troy, you came in here like a house of fire a minute ago.
Yeah.
Look, he's still on fire.
And then you got all. Like I said, I'm going to talk to Troy in a couple minutes, and then you walked in, and I said, "Give me a couple minutes," and you got all like, "Well, fuck it, I'm in here now. Let's do this shit."
No, because Roland was talking shit about his fucking farting in there. And talking shit about me, and I was like, okay, I'll come down here, and I'll just hang here till you're ready.
Shit farts are the same.
And then you're like, oh, I'll get to you later. I'm like, oh, well, fuck you, then I'll leave.
Okay, so
I mean, if I'm just standing in the studio, nobody has to know that I'm even in here.
Well, we like to keep it honest. You know that. I mean, nobody had to know the guy vacuuming was in here either, but I insisted that he vacuumed on the air. This is what I do.
Right.
You were pissed off that Roland farted?
He just does it all the time.
Well,
And
Troy, you can't deny this. You came to my office once and said farts are funny.
Farts are funny.
And I said, no, they're just farts. It's like everybody does it. It's not a funny thing. And you said, no, farts are always funny.
Farts are funny. But in Roland's intestines is fucking just miles of just raw sewage.
It's a pagan temple.
It is. You do keep your body like a temple.
And he comes in there and he farts every day. And I politely asked him today, I said, please stop. Please don't do this anymore. It's really
I thought
gross.
it was funny. I thought farts are funny.
It's not funny anymore when it's coming out of his asshole and it smells like it does.
Well, what's funny about a fart?
The sound.
Not the smell?
Well, the sound, but the smell, obviously. But when it happens every day, and I say to him, and I politely say to him, please stop.
Yeah?
Please stop farting.
It's Mother Nature. I can't stop.
Exactly.
Just leave the room.
It's unhealthy.
Just put your ass out the door and fart. And I said, politely, please stop. And he's like, no, I'm not going to.
Is that what you said, Roland?
You know, it
You
sucks.
just looked at Troy and said no?
It sucks because the only way to get him to stop is if I, like, reach my finger up my asshole and scoop out a piece of shit and smear it on his face.
Well, you'd
and say, next time you do that again, I'm going to fucking...
I want you to know something, Troy. If you put your finger up your butt and then took your finger out and there was poo on it,
right,
and then smeared it on Roland, he would probably have some kind of grounds to file maybe some kind of harassment issue or something. That seems like it's not allowed.
What happens if it didn't happen in here?
It's still illegal. I mean, it is illegal to smear shit on a person from your asshole.
I politely asked him
So
to
you're
stop.
saying...
So Your Honor, he doesn't stop farting.
You're saying that you would follow... No. That you would follow Roland out of this building.
Yes.
You would follow him to wherever he goes. You would corner him, probably in a dark alley or something. You would then put your finger up your butt and then pull it out with...
And twist it.
Twist it.
So I get some real good
Maybe
shit.
make a
remnants.
hook motion.
Get some shit remnants.
And then smear it on Roland's face.
And then give him a dirty Sanchez, yes.
And say, next time don't fart.
Don't stop fucking farting in that room.
You spazzed out.
That's how you have to
You
do
spazzed
shit.
out on him today.
Well, it's like him throwing shit on my desk at me. The only way to get his attention to stop is to go trash his fucking
But you
room.
screamed at him today in there.
I didn't scream.
Well,
I politely
Paul
asked him.
and Roland both said it was like an issue.
There was no screaming.
You're
There was
like,
no screaming.
seriously?
Paul?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
I was very calm.
He didn't yell.
I was very calm and
But
cordial.
it was uncomfortably hysterical
Right.
while I was sitting there.
Right.
I
Like,
said,
you know.
stop farting in here.
Were you tense because of the conspiracy theory stuff that
No,
went
I
on
don't
today?
give a shit. Dude, I do not care about any of that.
What
I
do you
really
mean?
don't.
You just
He doesn't care, but he wants to put his finger in his ass.
It was like 6 months ago
About
that you cared.
conspiracy theories? What does conspiracy theories have to do with my finger in my ass?
You cared about it a minute ago.
Conspiracy theories?
You used to care a lot about conspiracy theories. You came on here and you talked all. Now you don't care at all.
No, I care for me.
Right.
I care about me, but I don't give a shit what anybody else thinks.
What did you think of Bill Burr kind of getting shut down
or they were trying to shut him down when he brought up the one world banking thing.
That's fine. I mean, nobody wants to think that that's a possibility.
But you think that's where it's going?
I mean, in my opinion, yeah.
What, Eric, go for it.
You missed what Troy just said in that conversation.
What did he say?
Well, the whole basis here is he's complaining about Roland farting in the studio.
Mm-hmm.
You should take a listen to this.
And say, next time, don't fart.
Don't stop fucking farting in that room.
Don't stop.
So he's telling Roland to don't stop farting in the room.
Oh, it's a double negative. It's just
done and done.
No, nobody said I'm the best at speaking on the radio, Eric.
Oh shit!
I make errors all the time. I mean, I'm not a professional broadcaster.
Now, does it help that Roland farts in that room, though?
No, it sucks.
No, it does not.
Here's Troy. Hello. Oh. Dude, seriously.
On that note, we do have to let Ron and Fez take over the studio. Roland, keep your gas in your bowels until we leave the area.
It's Mother Nature. I do what she says.
Ron and Fez have to do a show, although we will track this Roland and Troy fart war for the remainder of the week. This has been After Opie and Anthony Live. Stay tuned. Ron and Fez are next.
The Opie and Anthony show is now over. For real this time. Check out the O&A show on Facebook at facebook.com/Opie and Anthony. And catch Opie and Anthony live Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern. Ron and Fez are next. On The Virus.